that they were going for. I mean, I don't think anybody's actually expecting a first pick Akali, but it opens up the possibility too.
Yeah.
Because even if I don't think TF hard counters her in lane, but just when it comes to team fights, you just press R and Akali's Shroud is genuinely useless. It's so rough for her because you like need that ability to play. So I thought it was really smart, and Quid pulled it off. I thought TL was very smart with their drafts, like you were saying, because I think they kind of just went for the route of, okay, FlyQuest is kind of this wild card team. We don't really know what they're going to pick. They do like to get, pretty crazy with their drafts, which, I mean, I think FlyQuest did some cool stuff, like the Game 3 draft, flexing Rumble. I didn't expect that. Their final comp looked a little bit sketchy, honestly.
I actually hated the Rumble flex. I'm not going to lie.
I mean,
I felt like they way overcooked.
Yeah. I mean, definitely. That's something that can happen. And I will say when I played, I would always be more on the TL side of things when it comes to how much do you want to cook. Yeah. Usually I figure, hey, I know this thing is solid and it has like, it's just very, very clear ways to win and it's hard to punish. And then there's the other side where it's like, hey man, what if they don't think it's Rumble Jungle? Like, what if we surprise them in draft? It's like, yeah, just because they didn't expect what you did in draft doesn't mean your comp is good or that you're going to win the game.
Well, and my kind of feeling on it was maybe they really thought that he was just going to get slammed in top lane with his Vayne, right? Because it's all about the Vayne into the Cassante, right? That's why they're doing this flex, is that it's like, haha, we're changing Rumble. He's not top lane, and we're going to chain gank you. And our result is we're up 5 CS. After, 4 ganks on the Cassante and double combat sums Vayne into him, we are up 5 CS. And that is kind of what they got. I thought Morgan handled that lane brilliantly. He did start dying later, when they kind of like kept going back to him over and over and over. But I mean, it just didn't really matter because they were putting so much effort into getting him behind that it never really felt like it paid off. I will say, had the Vayne popped off in some team fights, then maybe you're looking at it differently. I know when Doka played Vayne, he was talking about it as like, oh, I just see it as like a scaling pick. You don't have to necessarily win lane. And there was that one team fight where I thought Gakkos actually had an angle to have like a 1v9 team fight. And then he tumbled it onto a trap. And when Jan was low, he just tumbled into the brush. It was on a pink ward, but he just lost track of it, obviously. And he like avoided the initial engage, killed off Morgan. He has Jan at 60% HP. He's full health in ult, and then he just tumbled onto a trap, got headshot, and then got Q'd, and then headshot again, and then died. And it was just like, okay, but and then TL got Baron off that as well. So it was like there was maybe an opportunity, but I just felt like in this game, you already have push as Rumble into Xante. Can't you just play Skarner or something and just have like a regular comp with a frontliner now, and you have Masu on this like Sivir that scales well, and you have quite a bit of AoE to answer Quid anyway. Like you have Annie stun in a Shroud into Skarner ult. You can Ishtal's impact Akali out of the Shroud. I just felt like they just got too fancy with that draft, and I thought FlyQuest was actually going to be the team that was favored in drafting. I thought that was going to be a big edge of theirs because of all these like unique picks that they have, and because you're gonna, if you want to deny them, you have to spend all these bans on Griffin. So I just thought that was one that maybe got away from them, and they just got too clever for their own good.
I remember thinking the bottom side of the map for this game was a very big issue for them too, because credit to TL, where Jose went down bottom early to the Caitlyn Bard lane, and it felt like that was a really big early lead. And so while the Rumble and lots of people kept going, top to try and gank for the Vayne up top lane, they weren't even like ahead overall in the game. And so it was kind of like split where, okay, you've got some money on this Vayne, but it's being taken away basically from the other side of the map. And then everybody's going to be a viable assassin target for Quid's Akali, which is not normal. Quid's Akali is one of our like highest rated player plus champion pairings that we have in the current, league of LCS. And so I felt like that there were a lot of dangerous things happening elsewhere on the map that TL were doing a really good job of, getting ahead the other sides of the map early too. And so I felt like it was still going to be hard, for FlyQuest. I was like really nervous for them even early on.
Yeah.
And then, the TL's closeout game as well was back to another tank top, super standard, Ornn top, very, like Victor carry in mid lane and stuff for them too.
Quid was 1v9 in last game, I thought.
Holy, Masu and Cryogen for like there are a couple of early fights, I could kind of see the vision for the Kog'Maw Lulu damage. Like he would get like several autos on somebody and like, ooh, you know, he could like chasing somebody down. But then when it got to the team fights and they had to deal with Victor damage, like Quid was just moving up and like taking half of 3 people's HP at once, and then the Victor Storm would still be there, and Masu would crouch in. We're like, oh, where do we go? And he like walked back into it, and then crouch and flashed to shield
that
him.
fight mid. I remember watching that, and okay, I kind of felt for Masu on that one because even watching him, like
he exhausted him, and I think he thought he could just stand up and fight him, but he still got to just blast it.
he got blasted. But then even after when he was walking away, he kind of walked back into the storm.
Yeah.
And if I'm Masu, I was like, obviously it looked super troll. Like Cryogen had a flash to save him from dying to it, but that storm was really far away from Victor, and it had lasted for a really long time. So I could kind of see Masu's thought process there. It's just like, why is this shit still going? Like, stop, man. But obviously, it was such a hard game to play. I think that I didn't like. I think every individual piece for Flacos was okay in the last game, but together it just seemed a little bit weird to me. You know, I think he was kind of cooking with the door and helm stuff. Like on Senna, it worked really well in game 2. And then on Kog'Maw, it kind of makes sense as well because he just has a lot of base damage. He doesn't scale with AD like quite as hard as some other champions. And so if you're just tanky enough to not die, then you're also getting buffed up by an enchanter, so it's more effective HP.
And they did well in the 2v2 with the defensive build.
Yeah, they did.
He had Doran's helm, and I'm pretty sure he rushed Tabby's as his first thing as well.
Yeah, it was cool, you know, kind of cool. Some other people have been playing Kog'Maw, you know, doing the Navori build for the W uptime. But it did feel like when it came to team fights, they just had no threat on Victor. And like you said, I think Quid's Victor was just such a huge problem for them this game.
So was Melio. I mean, I felt like Melio partially allowed them to play that way because it's like, great, we have gold card and we have Renekton stun, and that's how we're gonna play, and we're gonna threaten people off of that. And then Melio just rushes the Mikhails and has Breath of Life, and so it's like, okay, Quad has rapid fire gold card ready, walks forward to gold card someone, instantly gets cleansed, then he loses half, if not all, of his HP right away. Like the Victor did 46% of his team's damage in this game. I remember at one point we showed champion damage on the sidebar, and he had more than double, I think, what the second place damage, or at least double what the second place damage was in the game. And so it was just like, I think I think the Kog Lulu was pretty cool, but I think that the rest of it was pretty hard when it's like you look at the value that Morgan was getting on the Ornn, you look at the value that Quid was getting on the Victor compared to the TF and the Renekton, and you see why these like team comps or playoff comps, or whatever you want to call them, are so popular in these kind of games.
Yeah, and one thing that I also wanted to touch back on real quick is one weakness of sometimes the teamfight comp is your early game priority. Like, not priority, prio, I guess it's short word. But so for instance, the Rumble into Wukong game, I actually think that is a good jungle matchup for Rumble because Wukong, his weakness is he has like below standard magic resist. He's like, 28 or something early game. So he gets completely roasted by AP champs. And Griffin had a good start getting both crabs. They had push mid, push bot, even top as well. So it's like you have 3 lanes of prio. You could play to just choke out the enemy jungler and not let him breathe. But they kind of didn't do that. And
they're kind of trying for ganks, which
can't really gank. It is one of those things where I am curious if their plan was just, hey, we really want to get Vayne ahead of the Cassante, but in my opinion, I think they should have just played to try to press Rumble's advantage on Wukong a little bit more, like play to get Wukong behind, because if you can starve out their jungler, you can do a lot off of that. But I think in playoffs, it's easy to sort of let that pressure get to you. And I think, I don't know if Griffin's the same way, probably not, but for me, whenever I'm playing a weird champion in solo queue, like if I'm pulling out something that's not traditionally a jungler, I'll feel this pressure to like try to overplay a situation to justify why I'm picking this thing. And so maybe he was feeling that a little bit with Rumble. He's like, oh, like I'm going to show these guys how good Rumble jungle is. And it's like, instead of doing the normal jungle thing of like, hey, like your Raptors are up, just keep your tempo on Wukong. He's like, no, I'm going to go for like this gank on Cassante where I throw my ult at him and do 2 damage and steal half of my top laner's wave with it. So I wonder if the pressure got to them a little bit there.
I also just wonder, like, did they actually practice Rumble jungle like at all, or was this just something where, they just saw an opportunity? He's like, yeah, sure, I can play it.
I would hope they practiced it.
Well, to my recollection, most of his ganks were he cleared his whole jungle and then didn't feel comfortable invading for Wukong camps. I think that would probably be a good strategy if they want to get Wukong behind. Try and like use his extra time. After.
Well, that's the thing though. His ganks weren't on that timer. That's the normal timer to gank. It's like you clear and then you do it. But it was more like he would clear, do something, reset by, and then instead of immediately starting his reclear, he was ganking top, which then made his camps up for longer. And Wukong went for repeated Raptor invades, even though he didn't have a lot of prio in his lanes. But it was just like he was there and Rumble was showing. So then all of a sudden, maybe FlyQuest had to drop a little bit of their pressure in their mid and bot because, you know, Wukong's threatening, and then it ended up.
And their lanes have trash gank assists because you're ganking for a Vayne or for like a Karma Sivir.
Yeah.
Right. So like that was part of the problem to me as well, which is why I think if he's just playing, you know, Skarner with a Rumble or whatever, like you have a lot more actual gank threat too on some of these lanes, especially because one of the biggest counters to Caitlyn is ganking the Caitlyn, because Caitlyn, you know, gets advantages by pushing and farming plates, and they didn't really have a lot of threat on that too. So I thought that was kind of part of it as well. But I mean, I checked both of Griffin's public solo queue accounts. This doesn't mean he doesn't have another account or like, you know, wasn't scrimming it, but he only has one game played on Rumble between his two accounts that you can see publicly.
Was it a win?
It was a loss. And so to me, like I just thought they really overcooked in this one and maybe got a little bit too complicated with some of their comps. I was really expecting that FlyQuest would be the one getting draft advantages, and obviously this is all super subjective and some people will disagree and think that they did, but I felt like they were losing their drafts, and I felt like TL was the one coming in, especially game 3, game 4, where I was just kind of struggling to see how their comp was going to win without massive early game leads, which they didn't get. So I thought TL did a good job drafting, and I also just thought Quid played really well. It's back-to-back series now that he's played really, really well, and you know, so TL were able to knock out FlyQuest, who had been playing great. But I don't know if you guys saw Masu did an interview, and he was talking about how he felt like normally they're really good in the execution as far as like, okay, they're taking their fights and their skirmishes and they're playing them well, and their problem is more the macro and how they set up their fights and, you know, the map, the kind of like more cerebral side. And he was saying he felt like their problem was the inverse of what it usually is. He said he felt like they were playing the map well and setting up well, but they actually were just failing in the execution of their fights.
Yeah. I mean, everything changes when it comes to playoffs, right? It's like these teams train so hard for this, you know, putting endless hours into solo queue, scrims, regular season matches. But I don't know, something about it, just when playoffs hits, it's just a completely different vibe. And some players and teams sort of like it elevates them, makes them play better. Some of them, they might look a little bit worse. So I think my final question that I had watching this series was around the Victor, because Victor looked so strong in this game. And it made me wonder, like, why isn't Victor being played more? Because he's one of the champions that was a huge winner of Deathfire Touch getting added. Like, he uses that rune so well because his Q is like 8 seconds of Deathfire alone at level 1. He's got like a lot of AoE and dot damage to take advantage of it later on as well. Also, I feel like he's no stranger to pro play, right? But normally where we see him is into Azir. It's like when Azir's meta, people will pick Victor into him as this like counter who gets a small pressure advantage against him in lane, and then it gets scooped in repeatedly and dies, right? But aside from Azir scooping Victor, like I don't think he has that many bad matchups. So
don't you think he looks so OP in this though because of FlyQuest comp? Like they just had no threat.
I think that's part of it for sure. I'm just kind of curious, like, because Victor has also been picked as a counter into Annie sometimes because he can like
just outrange her.
Yeah, like he just trades well into her, and he can kind of build tanky if he needs to and still do decent damage. So it just made me wonder, like, why aren't we seeing more Victor? I think he's pretty solid right now, and if the meta's moving more towards like these like really standard comps, I think he's great in those kind of drafts.
Yeah, I think most people just have like the current state of Cassiopeia and then Orianna and Ryze just as maybe like S+ tier or something, just a bit above him. And you know, when we see like Ryze with actualizer damage or something
and he's
like that too,
most played, so it's not like he's not getting played at all. Like he actually has more picks in pro than Azir.
Yeah,
so he is, but I agree. I mean, I think he's really strong.
Yeah, my biggest takeaway from this whole series though was holy, Quid is actually back now. Because when they beat Shopify and you're like, whoa, Quid is back, there's part of you that's like, calm down, it's just Shopify. But now that they've also had another really good series for Quid, And we keep coming back to this quote that Quid had on the Pros episode 2 weeks ago when he was talking about his mentality shift. And he's like, you know what? Before I was thinking, hey, it's a super team. I don't have to do as much, teammates can carry, and not thinking so much, I got to carry. And now he's thinking, I got to carry. And he's playing like that has been a good mentality shift and has been what, a lot of people are like, wow, this is the Quid we paid for, the 100 Thieves Quid, Quid is back type of thing. And so I think that's super exciting going into playoffs because TL were sold to us as a freaking super team after they restructured around Jan and Core JJ, getting Quid in the offseason, this big battle. Everybody wants Quid. We got him. Boom. And we got, Morgan and Jose. And then Jose turned out to perform even better than people actually didn't have super high, as expectations when they first signed him. And so this TL team was supposed to be, super team. And now it seems like maybe that hope is coming back for
a little bit more super.
Yeah, for TL fans, with Quid looking definitely way more super and Jose performing still quite well. So that to me is very exciting for us as we head to Arizona, because I would love to see peak Quid and Team Liquid going against this. Because going against APA for sure. Like, they're really close friends. They banter a lot. And so I want to see both of them at their best.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I agree. I mean, it just makes it more exciting. And the pros still, every time I'm talking to them, still look at it like, okay, it really was like a top 4 with FlyQuest. Anyone could win. It just depends on who's playing better on the day. And when Quid is playing really, really well, they are way more scary. And I wanted to give a correction, because I looked at, if you look at only top leagues, to your point, Medios, Victor's 8th most played. So I guess it's played a lot more in tier 2 and some of the smaller regions. But if you sort by actual just like top leagues and internationals, then it's 8th most played in spring. So isn't getting as many plays as I expected, but definitely still in there some. I guess we'll go to a quick break and then come back and talk about the other series. So we will be right back.
Dude, this lobby is kind of comfy. It feels different.
If this is different, I like different. I'm staying right here.
Are you guys serious? We're about to get into game.
Emily, let us enjoy it.
You guys need to lock in. Maybe this'll help.
Oh no, not already.
Welcome back to the dive, driven by Kia. I almost said drive, driven by Kia, so I had to stop. I stopped myself.
Welcome back to the dive.
Yes, the dive.
And I'm Azale.
I just might be.
How are you feeling, Azale, about our possibilities this weekend?
Well, we should probably talk about Lion C9.
Actually, how are you feeling about last weekend?
About our possibilities last weekend.
How are you feeling about those
I
possibilities?
think C9 would rather not talk about that series, honestly. Because I'm not with C9 anymore, so I'll talk about it. Because that was.
I like how I've gotta call you out for a second. The entire time you're here on C9, never once did you predict against them, and then immediately as soon as you're off C9, I don't think you've ever predicted for them.
Well, they're just choking in so many playoffs. So what can I do? I'm just
like the C9 fall off is just crazy. As soon as I left, the team is just trash.
I'm not saying it's because of that, but I mean, sometimes multiple things can be true. But yeah, I don't know. This was kind of the narrative brooding around him the entire split, even year, because I don't know. I cannot describe what happens with this team, because obviously, they were undefeated during the regular season. I will say they never looked untouchable during the regular season. Even a lot of their wins felt kind of like steals, where they were in a completely losing position and then they magically won through either the opponent's throwing or them finding some good angle. But I don't know. This series it felt like we had seen a lot of these cracks already, and then they just looked like, I don't even know. They got no sleep last night or something. Their headsets weren't working. They couldn't hear each other, because they were definitely just making mistakes that I guarantee they don't think they played well. Some of the stuff they were doing made genuinely no sense. They kept baiting each other. There were multiple plays where, there's this one, I think it was I think was it game 1 where Blabber was playing Jarvan, but like, you know, he
Game
went
two. Oh, yeah,
game
that
2,
was
right?
two.
After he flashed out and then went back in and killed
Yeah,
himself.
like
That was
he
crazy.
goes for a play onto Bard, and then
Yeah.
they don't have mid prio for it. It's like, why are you fighting their Raptors without mid prio unless you're one shotting somebody, but you can't one shot with Jarvan Karma? So he flashes, then Vulcan walks up to help him. He flashes, and then APA runs in with for no reason. There's like a wave on his turret, and there's no fight to be had. And then he starts to fight. Blabber tries to follow it up. It's like they're just all on different pages making these extremely desperate plays.
Yep.
And then probably recognizing that these plays are bad, but they're like, well, you know, a bad plan we're all in on is better than no plan. So they're just like constantly baiting each other and just like going in and dying repeatedly. It was just a super weird look and not at all something you'd expect from a top team.
Game 1 he did it as well. The Blabber one where he engaged on the Bard. You're talking about Jarvan, because Kobe and I were talking about this during the series. He engaged on the Jarvan, then he had to flash out, then he goes back in, and the guy still has flash, so it's never going to work, right? Like,
Right.
But even in game 1 when he was playing Nocturne, they did this thing where like he like went back in when they were invading his Gromp, and his bot lane is moving to try to help him, to try to like cover him, but he kind of just like runs back into the whole team, and they just all turn on him and kill him. And it was like, you're in the middle of all 3 of them, and you have Senna Nautilus. You don't have some like high bursty, you know, DPS.
Yeah,
bot
level
lane.
3 Senna.
Yeah. So it's like, it's not like you were going to win some really quick fight. And he just kind of like went back into everyone after his bot lane moved to cover him. I mean, Sven is he's even level 2 at this point. So he doesn't even have all his skills. And yeah, Blabber just kind of ran in the middle of their whole team and died.
Yeah, he had flash up as well. It's one of those mistakes where you look at it and you just think, you know, something was off there. Like that didn't make any sense.
And the crazy thing is now, this is 7 series in a row for Cloud9 now in best ofs that would qualify them to an international that they've lost. 7 times in a row. That is crazy.
And a lot of them are directly to Inspired. So when you're talking about Blabber plays and, you know, Blabber versus
6 of
Inspired
them,
specifically, like that jungle matchup, it's what determined a lot of these early games. Because game number 1, like you're talking about, was the Gromp one. Then game number 2 is the Jarvan one that you're talking about. And by that time, the series is already feeling, like really, really, you know, in Lion's favor. I remember coming out of this one like, what the heck? We're done already? Like, I thought Cloud9 had more in them.
Yeah. I mean, game 1, I will say, you know, there was that bad first blood that they gave over. Definitely shouldn't have done that. But that was 2 minutes in. The game went, 43 minutes? And they had Sion Senna. So, like, you're scaling. You had a lot of time to be able to make stuff happen. So, game 1 was definitely, like, possible to win. I thought Dokla did an amazing job finding backline angles in this on the Renekton. The fact that the Renekton looked more useful than the Sion in a game that was like 43 minutes is very rare, right? Like he did a really good job finding angles. Inspired did a really good job finding angles, putting pressure on the Senna and the Ziggs. And also, I thought they used their Realm Warps really, really well from Saint also. A lot of times these offensive Realm Warps fall so flat. But I think because Cloud9 also was only a 2-threat team, it's not like you're just going to get insta one-shot if you Realm Warp in. And as long as you're putting pressure on the Senna or the Ziggs or making them run away, they just had so many more threats, it felt like, on the Lion team that they're like creating space. And I just felt like their divers won this game for them by always making Sven and APA's job really, really hard. So I thought that was really impressive. I don't know if you watch pros, but I talked to Sven on pros about this, and I just kind of like straight up, you know, hey, this is like 7 in a row for Cloud9. Haven't been to an international since 2023. Like, the narrative is that you guys are choking in playoffs. What do you think it is? And he said, like, he didn't agree with it. He basically said he thought it's not choking. It's just that they're like just failing a little bit in the execution. He said, like, he doesn't personally feel nervous and doesn't think that the other players are feeling necessarily nervous in this. But I do feel like it is hard to believe there isn't something a little bit more in these games. Like, when you have lost 7 international qualifying series in a row, to me, that is more than just like happenstance. You know, there is something else, even if it's not necessarily like being vocalized, you know. I don't know. It just feels like they play down in playoffs and some of these other teams are playing up.
So it also, to me, because I thought it was so interesting too. I thought it was really good and hard that you asked them direct questions that could be really painful to answer. But when he also answered and he said, no, well, the time where we beat Lion in regular season, he also felt like they played worse. He used he's used the word trolling, but like not like actually like intentionally trolling, but like he felt like they made some mistakes. And so it seemed like he thought that they were probably favored to win. And so that was also a reason why he didn't, maybe he didn't think that it was choking for Cloud9 to lose to them, because he's like, well, Lion are so good that, in the regular season games where we did beat them, it was them messing up, because it really did seem like they completely had their number.
I mean, the problem with, because I think C9 honestly says something pretty similar every time this happens, where, because this isn't the first time or the second time, it's almost every time at this point in playoffs. And it would be one thing if they were just a middle of the pack team who loses in the regular season in similar ways, but it's the fact that they don't do that. They are the regular season kings of the league, and they look so good most of the time. But then also the way that they lose in playoffs, there's different kinds of losses. There's a loss where the enemy was just way better than you, but you still feel like you played pretty well, which we've seen some of that. That can totally happen. You have a great series between two teams. Obviously, one team has to lose, but that is absolutely not what we saw this last week. And C9 was so disconnected. They were not doing things that good teams do, just making extremely bizarre mistakes, not in like sync with each other. So I don't know. I don't even know if it's more concerning to hear them say, oh, it's not a problem. We didn't play worse. We didn't choke. It's just like, bro, like, we all saw the game. You can't say you didn't choke when you're like,
yeah.
It
is a hard question though, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to answer that question if it was me, but
and I respect him for coming on after getting swept, and I did ask them in advance, like, hey, are you okay if I ask you guys about this? Because I wanted, because this is what everyone's talking about and everyone wants to hear, is the Cloud9 choking stuff, the all pro drama with I don't know if you want to call it drama, but Inspired didn't vote for Jose, and neither did Rainover, and they were all down, to their credit, to answer these questions, and I thought they had good answers.
Yeah,
Definitely. Sorry to interrupt, but I just want
no. I mean, it's a good point to mention that for sure. I just think that sometimes you do hear from teammates, right? Like Inspired, when his team's not doing well, he'll be pretty blunt. He'll say, hey, you guys are NPCs or whatever. And I think I would feel better if I'm a team where, if they play terribly, if they were more upfront with just like, we are just choking in playoffs, that kind of thing. Or if there's somebody in the team, are they making panicked comms? What is going wrong?
Yeah.
When you have something to look at. And even I think when Liquid isn't playing great earlier in the split, Jose in interviews wasn't saying no, we are playing well. It's like, no, you're not. What is that answer? He would say we're just not doing what we did in scrims. We are hesitating and not capitalizing on plays that we normally would. And I think as a fan of a team, I would feel a lot better hearing that than just...
Because there's room to grow. There's
exactly
more to achieve.
Yeah, because if you recognize what your mistakes are, there's a clear path to improvement. But if you don't even think there's a mistake, you're not recognizing it and you can't fix it.
Well, he wasn't saying there was no mistakes. He says he doesn't think they're choking. He thinks that it's execution mistakes, right?
Yeah, but it's just...
So it's not... He's not saying, oh, we played perfect. It's weird.
Yeah, but...
He's saying, we messed up, but I don't think it's nerves or choke. So I'm not disagreeing with your overall point, but just I don't want to misrepresent what he's saying.
Yeah. That's a good thing to clarify. I'm more talking that I think that most of the time when C9 have these results, those are the kind of answers, not necessarily just from Sven, but from pretty much anyone on the team when you ask them about it, is they'll say, I think we just didn't play well in this game.
Yeah.
And then really what it comes down to is the fact that this doesn't happen in the regular season.
Yeah.
They go undefeated. They look way untouchable in the regular season most of the time, but then they consistently don't do it in playoffs. So there's something going on there.
I agree.
And so... I mean, I think that for people, because, obviously I like a lot of the players in the team. They're fun to watch. I like seeing teams do well. And it's just disappointing when we have this really competitive regular season. It seems like any team can win. And then you have a series where one team just looks super lifeless and they're playing so far below their level. It's just, nobody wants to watch that. I'm sure they feel way worse than we do about it. And so some answers would be nice.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely feel the one play where he really owned up to it was the Ezreal play when This is game three. It was game 3 when Berserker drops a 14 bomb MF game on him, and we'll get into the Berserker side. But this was a play that we also were very curious about when we were casting.
Yeah.
Because we got a comms listen in afterwards of Sven sounding really down and be like, I guess it's never a play. And so we were like, oh, wow. So it was like a coordinated pre-planned play where they actually had, when we went back to look, APA was roaming and Blabber was there. So it was going to be a 4-person dive on bottom side to like strong side the Ezreal bottom side while, Lion were up on top side of the map. But Berserker just E and ults the wave and also tags Sven with it and like chunks him all the way down to 100 HP or something. And then Sven, kind of like gets back in range and Berserker's like, okay, great. Pop. And, flashes for him and gets the kill and kind of like puts a stop to a whole like 4-person intended play where people were, taking time to kind of move down there. And that is something that he directly owned up to. And like, that was definitely a mistake on me. And then also, I loved the conversation where Inspired then, took over talking about that game also, the third game. Because at the dragon fight, and this is another one that sets up Berserker, who had this amazing misfortune game, but Inspired was like, sometimes when you're in a situation like that and you don't have a good way into the fight, someone has to like step up. And he was like, if they all go on me and they're gonna like flash on me, guys, and initiate, then it's on you guys to win the fight after that. And Berserker had him is like, they do go on him like after the dragon, where I thought Cloud9 maybe would he play it slower or like walk away after they get some of these scenarios, but they go on to Inspired and then they're group up for this like, I can't remember perfectly. But,
I got it pulled up right now.
If you have the clip, we can watch it, and we can watch the big misfortune ultimate where Inspired walks up as the willing sacrifice here.
Yeah, I thought this was really interesting, and this is where I kind of like agree with what Medios is saying, where it's like you can't. It's not just random every time. Where there is obviously nerves or something, but this is this play that Inspired was talking about on pros, where he goes up and he's kind of just like strafing back and forth, and he said on pros he's just trying to get them to overspend on him basically, and Blabber flashes on him. They flash Malphite all of them. They use like so many tools, and then that allows the MF to go completely untouched, right? Because now all of a sudden you spent all your threat, you spent all your CC to actually go for this engage. Even Vulcan flash ults on the Rakan, like everything is used to instantly get in there, and then Berserker is completely untouched, gets this fatty Rel engage, on the Malphite and all these people, and they get the big bullet time. And this is one of those things where it's like they talk about this, and Sven said he felt like they could have won game 1 and game 3 and like actually been up 2-1 in that spot. And when you do look at the game states in the drafts, I do agree with that. Like I think game 3 actually, I was talking about it even during the draft. I was like, Malphite is crazy here. You're playing against Orianna MF and it's going to be a Jace top. That's like the god pick. And then they actually locked it, and they did this like Sejuani swap, which the Sejuani lost anyway, so it didn't even matter. But I thought they had a really good draft. It's so hard for MF to actually plant and play against Malphite and Rakan and all these champs, but like Inspire recognized how to play out the fight in this situation and gets them to spend 3 flash ults on him to kill him. And then now all of a sudden Ori and MF and everyone is just untouched. And so I feel like those are the kind of like big plays and big moments where you can say, it's execution, because it is. But also, if it always happens to your team, then there is like something that is clouding your judgment in these big moments, right? And I think that is the tough part for Cloud9 when it's, now Inspired across 3 different orgs has beaten them six times in international qualifying matches. He's 6-0 when he's playing against Cloud9 in international qualifying matches. And that I don't think is just a luck thing, right? There is something more. And that's where I agree with you, where it's like, you can't just say it's just execution or whatever, because it's always happening. And I think that players in these playoff moments, the players that are winning and winning and winning and winning, it's because they are recognizing the better play, or they are stepping up in that big moment. When Doublelift was running NA and always the one to win a title, regardless of what team he was on, it just felt like, okay, he's on TSM, he's winning titles. All right, he goes to TL, they win 4 in a row. All right, he's back on TSM, guess who's winning again? TSM, right? It's like, it's not luck. It's the fact that they were drafting for these team fight comps, and he was team fighting better than all the other 80 carries, and that was making them win, right? And I kind of feel the same with Inspired here. It's like, he is recognizing these angles and these ways to play where I don't think a lot of people would be calling that out and thinking about that in that moment. They would be just positioning for Shock Blast, and they would just be fishing with Shock Blast, and then nothing would happen, and then they'd just like back off, you know? But like he recognizes, hey, if I position forward and they overstep, that's how we win the game. And I feel like that is what is so impressive about a player like Inspired, is that like he A, recognizes it, and B, just does not care at all what anyone else thinks about him. He's going to do what he thinks is the best to win the game, and he doesn't care if you flame him for dying in a situation like that.
And C, he communicates it really well to his team.
Yeah.
So it makes it look like everybody else's idea of the fight looks so clear and like along his lines. Because in the replay you're showing, Dokla and Isles' part in the re-engage is huge. You mentioned the big Rel ultimate, and Dokla like nails the Rakan on the side with his Sejuani ult to make sure like then the Rakan even gets sucked into the Rel pull in on it too. And you know, all of the setup for the Berserker, like Berserker gets all these kills, but
everyone else does all the work.
Exactly. And everybody's on the same page because Inspired is communicating so clearly you know, all of his plans for the game. And so like that's the total package bringing I feel like what makes such a big difference in especially high pressure games, international games, in you know, international qualifying games and playoff games and stuff like that, is having really clear views of what your win cons are going to be for the whole game and also for individual fights. And it feels like it does make it so much easier for the rest of the team to also think clearly and you know, play clearly, because their comms listen-ins, while they're super funny with some of the language they use and some of the flaming
is Jace,
they're also very like succinct and clear. So I love, you know, I love
very clear that his Jace sucks.
I love the banter. You know, they can have the banter between the players as well as having some of the clear calls.
Dokla also played a great series. Dokla obviously we're hyping up.
He got Player of the Series award. He was correctly awarded it.
Yeah, I mean, he is he tweeted out Bright Lights Merchant 3-0 whatever, right? Like he is one of those players that does not seem to be afraid of the moment and is able to find some of these big picks and these big plays. You know, when they beat TL a couple weeks ago, Jose was talking about, you know, Dokla on the Poppy finding that pick on Tequid, and those are the kind of moments where you have to not be scared. You have to be willing to commit to the play. You see the play, you have to instantly go for it. If you hesitate, players at this level are too good. They're going to react. They're going to be able to deal with it. So when those moments arise, you have to be able to go for them. And Dokla seems to be a player who can do that, and definitely was a big part of their success too.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking earlier when we were talking about top laners, you know, not always being able to carry games, because I thought this series Dokla was the biggest factor for Lion, which is crazy because I don't even think Thanatos played badly at all. I think his Sion was really, really solid game one, but you know, your Sion, I think when you're on a full tank, there's obviously ways to do it better than other ways, but it's just true you don't have as much agency. If the rest of your team's not doing well and you're a tank, you know, it sucks. But I think Dokla, when I first saw this draft, you know, he's 5th pick against Sion Blind. You see every other champion in the lobby. You have your choice, and it's Sion. You can pretty much pick anything you want into it. And he went Renekton. When I saw it at first, I was thinking like, "Ooh, man, like that's not very." That's not really what you want to see, right? Because normally it's the other way around. Somebody blinds Renekton and you take Sion, and it's just like this handshake matchup where Renekton is stronger early game and then Sion heavily outscales. But Dokla completely broke expectations with this one. Like this Renekton was doing so much this whole game. He had so much pressure in lane. He was moving around. Yeah, he made this champion look so much better than when you normally see him in pro. Because normally Renekton's he's actually that champion that everybody gets flamed for playing, right? It's just like the Annie of top lane or whatever. It's like you just pick him and you look like a noob most of the time because you get outscaled.
His rumble as well. You're going into Thanatos Aurora with the counter pick, and he's just soaking so many ganks. Like unironically, he was making so much space for his team and buying so much time in these ganks for his team to respond or get more elsewhere.
His rumble was insane. There was that sequence where I think he, you know, gets a solo kill bot lane and then TP's up top lane to like turn a play where I think Saint's getting run down or something by like Blabber and Thanatos. And yeah, I don't know. Dokla was a completely different beast this game. He was having so much map pressure. And I think, like you said, you know, Bright Light's player, it seems pretty true because he didn't seem to be affected at all by the pressure that seemingly most other players in playoffs were feeling. He It elevates him. It feels like he's playing with no fear because I think a lot of the things he does, they're not safe plays, which is why I think they work so well. Because if one team's really scared, really nervous, and then you're just sort of like pushing your limits, they start questioning it because they're like, what is this guy doing? Right? He must know something I don't. So I thought that was really cool to see. And yeah, Dokla just up against Thanatos, number one top in the league, just like absolutely crushed the series.
Yeah. I mean, he was weak side and playing into a counter pick and absorbing all these ganks, and Inspired directly on pros was like, yeah, Dokla, like this game, he made it so easy for the rest of Lion to play. Yeah. And so while everybody else on Lion, their score lines are, amazing here. And Dokla on the other side as like very respectable ones. He's doing so much of these weak side. When you see your top laner like get ganked and not die, even just that, as like even solo queue players can relate to that, and they're like, yes, really, amazing, love it, really good job. But like he's drawing like 3 people up top side, and then he still has these really big, plays later that are either in team fights or in side lanes. I feel like the Rumble game, he was in APA's head so hard. He absolutely blasted him on side lanes. The first time he just runs at him and goes through the Tibbers ultimate and just burns him down and kills him. And then the second one, he takes half his HP, back steps, and APA whiffs the Tibbers as he's trying to he's like, don't kill me again, and like throws it down. But Douglas like already turned around and jukes it. Oh my God. It was like he absolutely dominated and was completely in his head for the side lanes later in that game too. It's definitely I was glad Dokla got the respect of the player of the series for sure. Award for that one, and does set up Lion to be the beast, the final boss that is waiting again in the finals in Arizona. And it's kind of funny, you chuckle a little bit, or at least I did, when I heard Jat mention the Golden Road for Lion, on stage. But obviously no first stand win, so can't really do that. But
I was like, wait a second, isn't the Golden Road done? They didn't win the first
that's
event.
why I chuckled when I heard the Golden Road mentioned. But they did win lock-in tournament, and so it'd be if they win
the North American
Golden Road.
If they win all of our championships,
the red, white, and blue road. Maybe.
Yeah, I like that. The red, white, and blue road.
Lion are looking so good, and this is kind of the same thing as last playoffs. I don't know, maybe they are just clutch players, but it's not even just the fact that they're winning, but I really like the way they're winning. Something that you guys touched on is I feel like right now that they have a lot of trust in themselves and their teammates, because I think something that we saw like both in that Jace game for Inspired and then again with the way Dokla's playing is like they're not necessarily winning in a completely clean fashion, right? It's like, and I think what they are doing is they're recognizing what the other team's trying to do and pressuring them hard, because Dokla, like you said, he did get ganked by Jarvan, but that sequence of ganking Rumble sort of set other things in motion. It was like, okay, Blabber did the gank after doing his second Krugs, and normally that's the timer where you would clear down again. But they recognize, okay, he didn't do that, so now Inspired has this window to invade, but hold up, Xenon has Prio, so I can't necessarily invade Wolves, it's a deep camp. I'm going to threaten the invade, get them to come check it, and then like bar tunnel on bot and kill it. And so I think just understanding the moving pieces and pressuring them in a sense that's like, if Dokla is playing scared, having no pressure, he's just hugging his turret, Darvin's never ganking him there. And they're not going to have this window to do other stuff. And same thing with Inspired on Jace. They have like, Malphite Rakan or whatever. It's like somebody's probably getting one shot on your team. But if you have enough faith in your team that's like, hey, we could all play really scared and not want to be the guy who gets killed, or we can all just pressure them and that, they'll take one of us out, but they'll lose afterwards. I think that mindset is like the winning mindset in League. And it's super cool that Lion's doing it. And I feel like it does elevate everybody on the team knowing that's like, everyone's going to pressure hard. You don't know what they're going to do. They could try to overinvest to like shut one guy down, but you just have the faith that everyone else will carry if they're going to do that. So to me, that's always like the clear sign that a team is very good.
That's something I was talking with the guys on pros about too. Just the idea of like, they were talking about, FlyQuest and scrims versus on stage, and how FlyQuest, they're like, well, their bot lane does play like crazy people on stage and in scrims, but they're saying they're, especially Gakkos and scrims, they're like, oh, he's like Prime the Shy. He's just like, your top laners can't breathe. You're just getting slaughtered every game. And, they just play basically both sides of the map are playing so hyper aggressive the entire time that you attack one side and the other side is getting so much. And in the current game with like home guards and with how low kill goal becomes very, very quickly and whatnot, you can get a lot by playing really aggressive on all sides if you have the confidence to do it and the ability to actually play well enough to capitalize on that. But it is really scary to do that on stage, and that was something that they were saying they felt like Gekos wasn't playing that way on stage, and Lion is having that confidence to be able to play aggressive in these moments, know that their teammates are going to capitalize on it, and it is really, really cool.
And he said that he feels like the meta right now, it is very easy and possible to have these good death moments.
Yeah,
I like I like that term when you're not afraid to die because you can get so much.
Yep.
With that all pressure style.
Yep, it's why a lot over the years being a KDA player sort of has a negative connotation.
Yeah.
And I think a big reason of that is kind of this concept we're talking about, where it's like I feel like your KDA, sometimes if you're winning, you'll have a really good KDA just because you're crushing the enemy team. But if you're playing intentionally for KDA, and maybe you're not pressuring as much as you should. Maybe you're the Jace who's setting outside of engage range.
Just shock
so
blasting.
now all of a sudden, like your MF is the one getting ulted, and he's not getting the big ulti. So like there are times where it's totally fine to die if the other team is over investing into you. And I think you have to be putting up that pressure. Like you have to be willing to die if the other team is going to overcommit for it. And that's why it's so important. So if there's players that are just like, nope, if I ever die, this is just a bad play. It's like, nope, that's not how the game works.
It's funny. The first time I had this kind of conversation, I think, was in 2016 with Hai. Because Hai, I was talking to him, and he was kind of telling me like his philosophy on team fighting was basically that like it doesn't matter if I die. It's about thinking about like the greatest possible contribution you can make in a team fight. And for him, a lot of the time that was like going in, drawing cooldowns, and trying to deal the most possible damage, even if that meant that he was going to die early in the fight. And like that was kind of how he viewed it, or at least you're laughing.
Yeah, that's true to this day. I'm playtesting with him. I see that all the time.
Yeah. Well, I remember thinking like, this is 10 years ago now, but him having that conversation with him, and I was like, yeah, that's like really cool. It's smart, right? To think about it like, hey, even though he is playing a role that at the time was traditionally more the like play safe role and sit in the back and whatever, he's like, yeah, but if I go in, I'm going to deal 1,000 extra damage in this team fight, and I'm going to die, but they're going to have to like, if they don't spend all their stuff on me, then they're going to die to me. And if they do, then my team's going to kill them. And so it's kind of like the modern day of that, which I think is really cool. But we have obviously playoffs not done yet. We got finals weekend coming up this weekend. And the pros are still telling me it's anybody's game. So I think it is really exciting with as much as we have hyped up Lion. Yeah, they are the big boss. They're waiting.
I think it is Lion's game. The other people are playing the game, but it is Lion's game.
It's so funny though, because Inspired is so honest, and in other splits he's told me like, no, we're not gonna lose, and like we're gonna win and stuff. And this time, every time I talk to him, he's like, no, we could lose. Like, like he's like, they're good. We could lose. Yeah. And he said that about all the top 4 teams, and he's maintained that the whole way through. So, whether or not they will play, the other teams will play well enough on stage to take them down. They are the defending, title holders. They won lock-in. And C9 versus TL, I think it's going to be really interesting because there's tons of pressure, I think, on both of these teams. I think it feels like TL has some more momentum. Obviously, they're coming from the lower bracket. They won back-to-back series. They're feeling really good. Cloud9 is probably feeling super depressed, getting 3-0'd by Lion in the upper bracket. And for both these teams, this is MSI on the line. Even if you lose to Lion, if you get top 2, you're going to MSI. That is big. Especially for Cloud9, I think that's huge because they haven't been since 2023. And for TL, I think there's just tons of pressure in winning. I mean, you were talking about this in the story meeting earlier, Kobe. You could see the reactions from the coaches when they won the series. Like, that series meant a lot. This is high pressure for these guys. They know that, hey, if we get knocked out in 4th or 5th or something, like, we might not have jobs.
You look in their eyes at those reactions. That's what I was thinking. And it makes a lot of sense too if you like the track record for Team Liquid. When Steve makes some big signings, he wants big results, and they didn't make as. I mean, okay, so it's a tough topic because different teams care about EWC different levels. Yeah. But very clearly, TL care about it.
They care about the most.
The most, because they have teams of all these different games going to it. So the rewards are really big. So yeah, they care about a lot, and they didn't make it. So it does seem like you really do need to make international. You do need to make MSI.
Or the investment wasn't worth it.
Or the investment wasn't worth it. And
Heads of world.
Exactly. So it does feel like there's so much pressure there.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think it makes this series really, really exciting. And it is kind of one of those moments of like, who is going to be able to deal with that pressure more? You're going to be playing in a venue in front of a crowd. And this is a series that is so important for how people will define your team and like how they will view your team. You know, are you a failure? Are you a success? For Cloud9, I think it is so important for them to qualify for an international. It's been so long, and you just can't debate whether or not you agree with it as a player. Everyone thinks that you are chokers now, and the only way that gets washed off is by winning a big series like this and going international and saying like, hey, we did it, you know. And I think unfortunately for them, it feels like TL are peaking as C9 are cratering a little bit. You know, it was a different opponent that they lost to, and there were some close games within that series, but still, it does feel like kind of different trajectories right now, and that is sometimes the benefit of the lower bracket is that you get easier competition, you get to warm up, you can get some momentum if you make the run.
Yeah, because even when Team Liquid lost the line, it was much closer.
Yeah.
Right. So it definitely gives that feeling.
Yeah, I mean, I feel pretty confident that Liquid is going to beat C9. Just because, like you said, momentum, very important for these kind of games. And just the way that the teams looked, I think that when I'm looking at them stylistically, I think Liquid is looking to just play pretty safe, pretty solid, draft scaling stuff. And C9 is just sort of, I don't know, it seemed like they were just in full desperation mode right out the gates against Lion. I think that they were drafting some somewhat weird comps. Like, they were drafting comps that don't necessarily scale very well. So you either have to like win hard early or stack dragons. I guess that's kind of the same thing. But you know, even I have one play we didn't talk about that we absolutely have to was that quadra kill Berserker got on MF. Since we were talking about Sven had the death early where he just like walked up to MF and died. I don't know if you guys went back and looked at what Sven did. Yeah. During that MF thing, they saw MF there. He wasn't hiding. They knew he was there. C9 had soul. It looked like they were actually going to come back and make it a series. But then Sven arcane shifted in MF's face to try to cue a 1 HP Sejuani over the wall. It's like, first of all, you didn't even kill him. Second of all, even if you did, that wasn't like helpful at all. You just jumped into MF and full on got killed by her ulti. It was just, if you showed me this play and it was one of those guess the elo with nameplates off, I'd be like, okay, it's like a gold player smurfing an iron, like what this MF did. It was like, yeah, it was cool. He killed everyone with the ult, but like, what the hell is that team doing to die like that? And I don't know. It was just weird. C9 absolutely playing way, way, way below their level. So I don't know. It's too consistent at this point. It's just, we see this all the time in playoffs. We just saw it. So I would love for them to prove me wrong here, but they just haven't shown it. So there's no reason I can think they will.
Man, it is. Yeah. It just you felt bad for Cloud9 watching this series. So it would be incredibly hard to predict them to win now, going versus TL, especially since, like I was talking about, the TL series versus Lion was significantly closer. Yeah. And like you're saying, they showed a lot more stability, I would say. So, I mean, it definitely feels much more TL sided, especially if Quid continues to show this form and you do get this Quid is back narrative, the 100 Thieves Quid, the MVP Quid, then TL truly will, should be favored in this series. That being said, as you're talking about, like so many players all split long, keep going, oh yeah, anybody of the top 4, anyone could beat anyone. Depends on who shows up on the day. They even said that on pros too. It's like, depends on who performs on the day and who, shows up on the day. So Cloud9, they definitely could make a recovery, but you would not bet on it given the last things that we just saw from them.
I agree with that. I will say though, I feel like Cloud9, I don't know that they would say they're intimidated about Lion or anything, but like Inspired's been beating their butts for years, right? So I feel like playing against TL will feel different in that way, because I feel like it's not that kind of like demon that you've just lost to again and again and again and again and again, right? So not that TL's not scary, but I feel like it will be a bit of a different mindset playing against Lion than it will be against TL. So, I think that could give them a greater chance. It's funny, last week I predicted Lion would beat C9, but I said that I thought even if C9 lost there, they would win in the lower bracket. But after watching this series, I really started to be like, damn, like I know I said that, but I don't really believe it anymore, because it does feel like it is a bit of a mental block. I do think they are probably going to feel more nervous, more stressed.
Yeah.
But you know, I hope that they can have a really good series and have a good performance, so that even if they do lose, it is competitive. You know, like obviously they got swept by Lion, but I will say, Game 1 easily could have won. That was 43 minutes. Game 3 they had Hextech Soul. If they didn't fail in a couple of these team fights, I think they could have won as well. You know, the quadra kill that you're talking about was obviously even after that Jace bait where like, you know, you got them to like over engage. Had they played that differently, they could have won that fight. Had they not over kind of like crowded into Berserker. Because the craziest thing about that Berserker quadra is that his this fight breaks out at 24 minutes, and at 24 minutes he has like, I don't know, 25 seconds on his ult cooldown. When he pressed alt is literally the split second it came up. And like he was just kind of on the outside of that fight the whole time. And I feel like when he held it that long, C9 maybe just thought he didn't even have it anymore, right? Because like they're all walking into him. Like it's a crazy screenshot. Like if you pause this, the split second before he alts, it's like,
Yeah.
it's all of C9 on his screen. Admittedly, a lot of low health bars, and then Sven at full HP. He's the only one there, and he still doesn't have ult. And then it comes up, and everyone is funneling in towards him.
I play it. Come on. I need to see it again.
Right? Like it's pretty crazy. But yeah, I think C9 should have a better showing for themselves. I do think this series was closer than it appeared, because two different team fights in Game 3 they could have won that. One or two different team fights in Game 1 they could have won that. So I'm hoping it's going to be closer, but I do feel like TL definitely has the momentum, and I feel like C9 might kind of crumble in those big moments.
Of all the things you said, I think your best argument for Cloud9 is that maybe the mental block is against Inspired and not in playoffs.
Yeah.
You're like, well, if we move the mental block, it's not a playoffs
an Inspired
thing. It's a playing versus Inspired, or Inspired's been on a lot of good teams, but this Lion team has a lot of other really good players on it too. So this Lion team overall, but
I mean, he was beating probably on EG. He was probably beating their butts. He's beating their butts on Fly.
He's a very good player, and he makes. It feels like he makes most of the teams that he is on very good as well.
Yeah,
much better.
And that is one of the things that I always find interesting too, where we were talking about this earlier in our story meeting, where it's like the idea of, are you a choker? You know, it's like versus like, does this guy just make everyone look worse? You know what I mean? Because Inspired has some crazy stats against basically everyone in the league, and does make everyone look worse. And it's no mistake
when they play against him.
Exactly, that's what I mean. Like his opponents. It's sometimes one of these ideas of like outplay versus misplay and stuff. It's like people love to talk about mistakes, but the best players set up situations in which their opponents can make mistakes more easily, and they capitalize on the mistakes much more quickly, right? And so you look a lot worse playing against a better player. You know, like I could play against a bronze player, I'm gonna look like Faker. I play against Faker, well, he's gonna look like Faker. So you know what I'm saying, right? It's like there's these levels to it where it's like, man, I'm just killing this matchup so easy. But you don't even know you're making the mistakes until you play against someone who can show you what those mistakes are. And I kind of feel like that sometimes about Inspired.
That is definitely true. The only thing I would say sort of as like a counter and a little bit is the fact that C9 have beat Inspired, right? Yeah. It's not like they, it would be one thing if they could never beat Inspired and nobody could ever beat Inspired, because it's like internationally, it's, you know, I'm not upset if you lose to actual Faker on stage. I've done it, you know?
All the greats have.
or Gen G, right? It's like, you know, the fact that Inspired's teams have like gotten close against Gen G a couple times, like that's super sick.
Yeah.
But nobody's expecting you to win. It's not like you're saying like, oh yeah, man, they just choke against Gen G. It's like, nah, but C9 has beat them. They know they can beat them. It's not like they've never beat Inspired. They've done it, just not in playoffs when it matters.
Here's part 2 of my argument.
Okay, let's hear it.
I don't think Inspired cares that much about regular season, and I don't like no cope. Seriously, like there are a number of players. Impact is a player that is famous for this as well. Where I talked to a lot of players, a lot of teammates, and it's like they're pacing themselves, like unironically. Like you're giving me a funny, reaction.
I'm on board with this.
Like, because you know, it's like Impact is a player that I think is most famous for this. When I talk to a lot of his teammates,
like, yeah, he's well known for just not caring at all about the regular season.
just like not caring at all, but like that they turn it up for playoffs, and sometimes people are like, yeah, he's a playoffs player. It's all about the bright lights. And then I talk to their teammates, they're like, yeah, he was barely playing any solo queue during the regular season. He's kind of just chilling. He doesn't want to burn out. And then when it gets close to playoffs time, they are locking in. They are grinding solo queue. They're grinding extra scrim blocks. They're watching every VOD. They're doing everything they humanly can do to win the game, right? And so sometimes I think that is true of players. I know it's true of a number of players, and I don't mean it as flame. I think if you're trying to have a long career, you can't go 100% all the time.
That's true.
It's just facts. And so I do think that is part of it. Maybe no one has to agree, but I do kind of see it a little bit that way, where it's like, I don't think Inspired feels like he's going to live or die if he loses a regular season series. I think Inspired lives or dies in these big series and gives it us all.
I think that is a good point. I think there's probably something there, and maybe C9, maybe they just need to pace themselves more during the regular season. Like, unironically, maybe they care too much about it. No, I'm not. Maybe it sounds like I am, but like I think what you're saying is true. Like, I think there are players, and I was more laughing at the idea of like Impact has earned this reputation of just like not caring more so than like you're saying it, because I think it is true for some players. Like,
not that he doesn't care, but just that he doesn't want to burn out.
He doesn't care as much.
As long as you make the playoffs, it's like, I'm still in with the same chance as you, whether I'm 4th seed or 3rd seed or 1st seed, know?
Yeah. I think that is, there's something to that for sure, because I know that in my experience, it's like your current form can change pretty drastically just based on like how much you're playing. It's like if I'm spamming solo queue like 10, 20 games a day, I'm way better than even if I just take a break for a week or two where I'm just chilling. Like I'll notice my skill can go up or down pretty drastically given how much effort you're putting in regularly. And so I think it's probably no different for pro players. I think there probably is something to pacing yourself more. Definitely. So maybe C9 unironically needs to do that. Maybe they just need to like chill during the season and then ramp up when it matters.
I still think though that even if they chilled during the regular season, and at least maybe this is me just reading a lot into Sven's answer on pros when he's talking about them playing Lion and when Lion beat them versus when they beat Lion, and him being like, well, when Lion beat us, I felt like they were not locked in. They were trolling.
Yeah.
And so that it seems like he and Cloud9 have this view of Inspired and Lion of like they are better than us, and we beat them because they weren't locked in. And then, well, playoffs is the expected reason, they locked in, so this guy's really good. He's gonna has a good chance of beating us. Maybe not is going to beat us, but like has a good chance.
Yeah.
And so I think regardless, even if they relaxed, they would still look at Inspired teams and Lion, because this Lion team has a lot of very good other players on it. But I feel like they would still look at this team as like, oh man, like this is the big boss, right? So
yeah,
I think that they just have a ton of respect for this team, and maybe it does make them second guess or make more mistakes.
Yeah, I mean. We're definitely going deep in the theory. It could be right. It could be right.
It's fun to talk about, though, right?
It is definitely. I think that I guess what I would hope to see this weekend for C9 versus TL, I think that one thing C9 could have going for them is like, obviously I'm disappointed by what we saw last weekend, but I still am rooting for them to break the curse because I want to see teams play well. That's all I'm here for. I want to watch good league. So I think that. One difference is I think Doka just played really, really well against C9, and I don't think TL is going to do the same thing in the way. I don't think they're going to pressure as hard. I think they're going to sort of like sit back, and I think C9 does better against teams that play that way. I think that they struggle when they get pressured super hard, and so not so that TL won't do it, but they haven't really been doing it. I think they have slower early games a lot of the time, so. I think that Thanatos will probably be able to get an edge on Morgan, especially because Morgan, it feels like throughout the split, people have been saying he's kind of like, people are catching up to his level. I think he was, pretty ahead when he came in, and now he's not as ahead. He's playing a lot of tanks. So I think Thanatos should be able to like get some advantage there. So I would like it to be competitive just from recent results. Seems like it's, still probably pretty liquid favored.
I kind of hope C9 win just because I'm starting to feel bad for the whole choker narrative, And C9 was so synonymous with international success for so many years. They were always the team that you trusted to make it to quarters, or when they had the semis run, like, they would often go as like our third seed through play-ins, but you knew they were going to smack play-ins. You knew they were going to, be competitive internationally. And so it is weird to have this drought where they haven't even been there. So it would be exciting if they can do it, but also, if TL wins, they deserve it.
I'm going to feel so bad for whoever loses, because we were also just talking about how, look at these TL staff. It feels like their jobs are on the line. And Cloud9, everyone's like, they're just like, oh my God, I feel whoever loses, your heart's going to break.
I just want everybody to have fun.
Can they both win? Can we get another MSI spot, please?
Also, we could use the 10-on-5 against Gen G.
Yeah, actually. They play at the same time.
I
like that.
Exactly. We get the extra champions.
Yeah, I like that. Let's go.
Grand finals, of course, will be going up against Lion. I still feel like whoever goes up, Lion has to be favored. But TL, their series was incredibly close against them last time, went all 5 games, and it was that moment I was talking back to that felt like it kind of swung game 5 where, Dokla on the Poppy flashed and stun quit into the wall, and they got that kill. And that was in a very slow-paced game 5. And TL, Jose was saying that they have kind of talked about that, and it feels like they're fixing those issues and kind of like being able to translate what they want on stage. So it would be cool if it was the expected result. We all seem like we're on the TL side probably for against C9. So if we do have that rematch, I think that series is going to be really good.
Yeah, I mean, whichever match it is, I hope it is really good. If it is the Team Liquid one, I have to also believe that the Quid story is going to be a part of what got them there, and he's continuing to play well, which is going to be another, uplifting story to follow, because like Meteos has been saying from the beginning, Saint has been pretty clear the best mid laner in the entire league. And so if we can get like a new challenger, like Quid breaks out of the whatever's been keeping him down, and we get 100 Thieves Quid back, that'd be super sick to see. What could theoretically be our 2 best mid laners going super hard and see a better matchup.
One more thing that I thought was noteworthy in mentioning is that I talked a lot about Lee Sin in the meta right now. In well, okay, there's that, but also in this past week, both teams that don't play Lee Sin permabanned it in their series, which was FlyQuest permabanned it against Liquid, and then Lion permabanned against C9. Mm-hmm. And now with TL versus C9, both of them actually play Lee Sin. So I think that champion will go through. And then you'll have to see like who gets it, how do they deal with it. And because I do feel like he's so strong right now that even in Liquid versus Lion, like if that matchup happens again, I don't think they're giving it to Jose. It's clear they don't want to play against it. Mm-hmm. And in that game where they did play against it, it was kind of the Lee Sin show. He kind of just, everything that happened was around him.
I wonder if more people are going to start picking up Nasus too. Like G2 played it in the finals. Griffin has kind of started this wave where people are starting to realize. And Skewmon had a crazy game 5. Nasus, obviously last time Griffin played it, he went godlike. And so it does make me wonder, if some of these other junglers are going to start picking up these pocket picks, someone goes in for a Vicomp.
He's not super complicated.
Exactly. And like Shen as well, right? It's like if people are going in for the blind Vi, are we going to start seeing some of these Griffin answers become more popular? Because his Shyvanas have looked good. The Shen has looked good as an answer in a Vi. The Nasus has situationally looked like it fits really, really well. So that evolution, as people have had more time and more junglers are picking it up, could be interesting for the draft.
Dude, Wither is bullshit.
Wither is crazy.
It doesn't take any Wither too many times to be like, yo, why aren't we playing this? This ability is so stupid.
It is actually insane. That plus the Lee Sin nerfs are fairly hefty. Some damage nerfs to him after, he has been OP. I've been right there with you. I think this guy has just been out of control. So I'm glad that is one little change from the patch that we are going to be playing on.
Well, it's going to be a really exciting weekend. I can't wait. We got our top 3 teams. Only 2 can go to MSI, and only 1 can be the LCS champion. All right, that'll wrap it up for us here on The Dive, driven by Kia. Be sure to subscribe to us on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and YouTube so you don't miss an episode of The Dive. Also, leave a comment. Congratulate Vulcan for winning the Kia MVP, perhaps, or let us know if you're going to be at finals, and maybe we'll see you there. LCS is going to return this Saturday at 1 p.m. Pacific as TLAW takes on C9 at ASU's Mullet Arena in Arizona. We'll see you there.
Not going to connect onto anyone just yet, but on the hunt does come down. Lucid looks for his angle towards Effort. There is still Elder Dragons, by the way, and that is going to be BDD utilizing it to take down Lucid. Smash gets jumped on by Cuz down to the GA, and he's going to die. No more smites available for KT, but Chiu's health bar is going to go. Aiming locks him down, and Showmaker, I don't think he can do it by himself. He tried to kill Effort, he failed, and KT
was watching, like, just laughing at them. It was
and
really
then they're like,
embarrassing.
hey, do you have the spec? He's still...
Yeah, okay, flash forward with the kill!
Oh.
And the Mines in the auto gets the kill.
Well, in the meantime, you've now got Lucid looking for BDD as Showmaker went down relatively low, but this Wukong is absolutely everywhere. As there's another Nimbus strike, and oh, not quite able to hit him as BDD with the sidestep. He has to be so careful as now Lucid Q, and there it is. Down goes the Caitlyn. She, I mean, maybe Perfect can find an angle as he's gone all out, and she able to boop him back, and then Perfect kills him. Ash moves over, aiming possibly a target, but BDD does move down. There's a headbutt back. They look for the pickup as Lucid secures the Rift Herald, gets the knockup. BDD taken out. Cuz is already dead, and that could not have gone worse for KT. Can DK find themselves a team fight? That is the question.
Chiu's angle is really good.
Yeah, but KT have spotted him out. There is the paranoia. They're looking for the angle, and that is going to be the steal. Hextech Soul comes in for KT. And now Lucid taking so much damage. The Impale picks up two. The Nara under the wall, and it's the Lulu that goes down forward. They take out aiming, and DK, they didn't find the Drake, but they found the fight. Lucid still in trouble though, and BDD is still very scary. As Perfect gets in there, and they both die. The Umbral Blades from Cuz locks them down. Yep, there's the paranoia. Smash. He's got a GA, but he might have to use it very, very quickly in this one. Double GA's now employed, but down goes the Skana, and the Yunar is now going ballistic. That's a triple, make it a quadra, and Perfect should be able to hold Chiu in position to get a pentakill for aiming, and that is how KT are going to get back into this series, ladies and gentlemen. DK were punching their ticket. Aiming says absolutely not. And Chiu, can you find an angle? That is the question, as not really a lot of CC is connecting here as Chiu trying to get into that backline. The Emperor's Divide is going to throw him around like a ragdoll, and he's taken out, but the ulti from Showmaker gets him into the backline. He takes down Effort, but the steal on the Elder once again from Cuz as Smash goes into the sky and then taken off the Rift. You've got KT's coaching staff already celebrating. The reverse sweep will bring KT to Wonju.
Going to be trepidatious to say the least. Is okay, a fight over the Raptors.
Yikes is a level down, doesn't care. When comes lightning, tidal wave flash, and there it is. Last breath coming in from Jojo. Slicing Maelstrom though on everyone. Carter with the shotgun has changed the fight. He will go down, but yeah, who's there to match? What a slicing Maelstrom from that man!
They just make them and pick them off one at a time, but Jojo wants to go for the play.
Last breath, he's going to find the solo kill just about. Booster can't save him.
Okay, slow. Bomba, bro! Kali! Bomba, Kali! Let's go! My home! Holy! I can't wait!
He paints the league blue, locking in spring finals versus G2.
G2 off of the invade that they had as well. So G2 kind of knew already that play was going to happen on the top.
Kana really only has armor here as the Spirit Rush comes in from Caps. Dominus pop. Caps low on mana. Spirit rushes forward. Foxfire needs an auto. The rocket belt's enough.
I believe he is 13-0 when playing any other team. He's 0-2 when he plays G2.
Wow, okay. Well, Busio, hang on, very low. Ignite goes down to Don Sanders. Busio has to step away.
Blitz trying to step forward, flash away from Sullivan, the fourth shot! Reaction from Busio from the mid lane as he starts to walk across. It will be a 2-for-1 exchange as the Broad comes in as well. Unstoppable onslaught from Broken Blade as he tries to join the play. They'll jump onto Busio. Decimating smash there for the knock of Kana trying to come in from the top side. Jumps onto Caps immediately and gets the kill. Shield bolt onto Kana. Now in the
midst of 3 members of G2, and KC have lost 1. Could double impale, but I don't think they have the damage because Yahoo's sitting on components. Yike's gonna fall as well as Yahoo has to flash away. It's a triple for Skewmon. Have a Guardian Angel, but there are 3 demons surrounding him right now. Kana goes in, there's the GA on Skewmon. Busio trying to get in with those staggering blows, but with an unstoppable also into a decimating smash. Oh, Broken Blade yelling timber as KC are getting felled. Yike forced away. And on towards the top side, Kana's taken out by Caps. Kalis chased out by Lebrov. A crash down.
Stacks on Senna, yeah, Hansama. I believe there's a famous song about stacks on stacks or something.
Yeah, there's quite a few. Hansama flashes, looking for the trade onto Kalis, needs to walk away from the piercing arrows. Skewmon is ready to close some gates. He is knocked away by the keepers. Verdi the Flash Frost onto Busio. Hansama hits the last embrace as well. Lebrov healed up with a Protoplasm Harness as Kana is the next on the menu. But Yahoo's back, baby! Who let him out? Yahoo did! Perfect execution, back up in 2 seconds time. Skewmon with the wither onto Kana, but Yahoo's diving in. Busio gets the shutdown as KC come back to life. It's all on the big dogs now, and Skewmon's bite is much worse than his bark. Yahoo comes back in to try and save his cat, but I'm afraid that cat is done for. A charge in from Broken Blade, a double for the Kled.
Collapse on the Caps though.
Well, sometimes you go fishing and you bring up an old shoe, sometimes you get a fish. So many stories have been written about them across the years. As they look for these Nexus towers, KC trying to defend, but Skewmon with the fury of the stands will take down the Nexus towers. The Nexus, the next target in the saga of the LEC. G2 are the living definition of a myth. Once again, their story is set, and they are the champions. G2 are your Spring Split champions.
Mid priority is getting gained right now by Quad.
Would be a hands check because it would be 45.
Masu's just gonna face check. Griffin pops the paranoia, just walks up and Smite steals it! Back-to-back objectives getting taken by FlyQuest. Jose's actually pretty deep in enemy territory right now, but he's got the entire team behind him, and Cryogen does not. Now Dragon's Ascent comes in from Griffin to re-engage. They lose their support, but another Nova ultimate from Gekko's onto 3. Morgan trying to get onto Masu, but the backup is there. Griffin gets the kill. Gekko's gets a double. I feel like FlyQuest wanted a lot more for that play as Quid feeling himself right now, but Gakkos is here to back up Quad, but Quid on a rampage. The Akali trying to get away from the Vayne now. Shuriken flip flash from Gakkos.
Bottom lane can, find something here. We get, oh my goodness, the all chat is going crazy already in game number 1.
Yeah, Satan already told APA to shut up 1 second in. He says 4 bans for me. Inspired's like, you are God, and then we'll probably scroll, because Sane immediately after this told APA to shut up.
That his W ability describes, the minion wave is going to give him the opportunity to recast the slice and dice, and there it is. Ruthless Predator sets it up. Saint's about to knock it down. Beware the patience of a top laner ignored, as now they find their move, and Saint gets away. The Dragon still at about 5,000 health, as Lion continuing to try to look for the Infernal Soul that created space, but C9's got the edge. Beautiful dredge line coming in from Vulcan. Knocks Inspire down into the Guardian Angel, but Blabber's gonna be careful now too. Inspire getting away from decimating smash as the culling flies out. Sven and Blabber both barely hanging on. Dokla going into the back line. Can't find the LGD, but Berserker goes over the wall. Berserker wants everybody, but he won't be able to find it here just yet. Blabber still hanging on just barely, but he stays alive. Inspired wants the Drake. A little bit more damage might secure it. Infernal Soul over to Lion. C9 still fighting, Snake getting himself away for now, firing right back. Blabber stays alive, 200 HP. Lion, Isles, and Saint still looking for a little bit more, going after Thanatos. The immunity.
So that earlier Drake that was taken by C9, now answered by Lion, grabbing an objective of their own as the bullet time gonna bring Sven down to about 100 HP. The full channel! Good lord, man! Thanatos walks over, Dokla's ready to TP.
C9 full says it, Inspired's about to die. Beautiful kill coming in as C9 already find the enemy jungler. They're gonna secure themselves the soul. Oh, it's a massive bullet time! Everybody is caught in the MF ulti! And Berserker guns them down!
down. C9, it looked like they had it, but they just couldn't beat the combo. Yeah, we already got problems back live as Blabber's getting bursted low, but Inspired's the first to die. Sven with a true shot barrage takes him out. C9 still fighting, staying alive for now. A double kill. This is it. Lion may have overcommitted. C9 grabbing a couple critical kills. Berserker's still alive though. Thanatos locked up by Dokla. Still get a ton of damage here from the MF. Berserker still looking for the opportunity. Berserker just got 3, 4. He flashes over. He gets another one.
He wants the penta.
Can he get the penta? APA trying to get himself out of here, but Berserker and Saint are on the hunt. Waiting to get his strut back. Just needs one more shot. Oh no, the timer!
Tenta inverter, mas ele deu de cara no Ackerman! E lá embaixo ainda vem mais. Dudu, contra ele, vai solar! Tá demorando meu Deus do céu, será que ele rouba? O que é que vai acontecer aqui, meus amigos? Roubou! Barão, a Fúria executa o milagre, tem que sair viva. Vai tentar o desengage, a Fúria tem que ficar viva. A Lost quer buscar, o Cassi faz uma entradaça, mas é eliminado. Por enquanto esse 1 por 1. O Fúria sumiu. Quase nada de vida, mas acaba sendo eliminado. É double kill nas mãos do Zest Sobrador.
E tudo subiu, né? Opa, não.
Vai tentar destino, atordoamento, tenta segurar. Será que ele consegue? O Kiko vai cair, meu Deus do céu. Pouquíssima vida, ele vem pro faixa bate. Pode tentar virar no Tuts ainda, hein? O dano é pouco, mas ele consegue completar. Ai. Pra cima do Zest. Vão em cima do Zest, passa muito dano, tem a cura, Tuts, tá faltando dano, mas agora pode rolar! Neutraliza, falta um jogador, porém a Lost tá inteirinha, enquanto que a Fúria perdeu muito vida, muito recurso, é 1 por 1, e ainda consegue a eliminação, meus amigos. Eu achei que tinha sido abate em cima da Fúria, mas foi outro que a Lost perdeu! E a Lost tem mais um engage, eles ainda querem de novo, meu Deus! Meu Deus do céu! Triple kill do...
Capite. Tem que parar o Kenny, tem que parar o Kenny. Ele vai me salvar, ele tem flash. Kenny me estourou. Acho que ele vai ali no Nasce. Ele vai flash. Olha, Mel, Kenny primeiro. Nautilus sem flash. Sem quer ser ela. Pega Mel. Eu tô no Nautilus sem flash, tá? Definha. Tô tapando ele hoje. Tem mais filho da...
Dudu vai tomar no cu!
X vai dar primeiro, tem o Zane.
Vai tomar no cu, pivete, filho da puta! Vai se fuder! Não, caralho! Tem capeta!
A GG aí, mano!
Vai tomar no cu! O Naso tá em êxtase, cara!
A GG aí, mano!
Vai tomar no cu! Já o time da Fúria fecha o 4-1. É campeão, o título é dos Furiosos. Hoje não é só dia de Fúria. A Fúria é campeã do CBLOL。
然后去想进场的玩豆被香克斯给拦住了，玩豆也没有一个进场的位置，而且被谭谭给粘上了，交了个闪现，那这个位置真的能走吗？被香克斯的伤害直接给吊死了。那老干爹横去吸了一口野怪，回了点血量。那旁边这个大飞力该怎么去看管呢？大飞力先斩掉对面的打野，这样左边是少一个打野在的，而且大飞力还在开爆，好加攻击力，闪现上去剔骨本能，摸一下死一个，摸一下死一个，死神大点名。隔住了他在，还有爆吼，击鼓本能上来打出蛋，现在真是打他蛋模式了。那亚菲利吃蛋，410到手，上来给予回馈找 Birdo 位置有点深了 ，A 爆一个桶 ，A 一下火刀，还在进行拉扯。圣要过来还有一段距离啊，他在 A 小兵想攒红色的被动，一个红 Q 闪现躲，两边还在拉扯，在草里面是有视野的，就 Birdo。
这个线是可以让回来的，中路是比较难打的一个对局，被 Q 到了，哇，这波要被毒牙毒满
哦，
闪现一
这不是毒满的事儿，这是要杀，中野冲
这波只能瞄准嘎啦，嘎啦是没闪的，所有人目标瞄准轮子妈，轮子妈
蛇女被锁了，
轮子妈这个位置跟女神被打了，但狐狸过来直接杀2个，双杀到手红 Q，
3杀，
哦呦，这波狐狸好飘逸啊，
而且这还流泪的被掰回来了，
有5杀吗？又杀了一个啊！蛇女也被融化，
最后还是由小徐拿到了第5颗头。
一个治疗术先交出来，上路小徐跟兵哥开始1v1
了，小徐这波完全低估，
直接完全
低估11
做事，
还在爆，
想硬把这个1塔挤一下嘛，但现在这个兵线不支持推进了，踢上去一脚
穿了3个 ，Karis 交个闪现，哥哥的大招刷过来，神秘的阿闪，兰博再补上一个闪现的伤害，又是小天的先手。
哇，前面就说了，天神这把会不会来一脚，带着辅助一起来搞事？
随着等级上来，可以看到上路
又被宽到了。
哎，
有机会越闪现 AQ。
正面如果不开的话就是亏的，怎么说？想留人，想留勋，突，有一点距离不够啊，直接爆上去，但被踹走，而且在侧翼。这里直接选择进场，
想调整一下自己的输出位置。又是勋撑到了瑞兹过来，想要去接管战场。瑞兹先开了一手火箭腰带，旁边慢慢还在 A， 自己 A 了个3杀，前期在下路吃的亏，我全要 A 回来。
Triple kill, quadra kill.
There's a good shockwave as Guri finds his way onto the backside but can't actually convert. Drakthar incredibly low. Glory flashing forward. He wants to show off. Triple kill picked up for the returning king of the Vietnamese mid lane.
There's more tankiness in it, right? Like the K'Sante, Kiaya with the fancy feet. But K'Sante, one of the biggest tanks in League.
Hang on, all out coming in. Gwen is not immune to that. Can Kratos find the last little bit of damage? Or will Kiaya be able to regen through? Snip. Gweb doing the job. Takes him down. Guri arrives, wants to trade back, but no! As Artemis returns to catch the wave. Florin going in on Kiaya. Wings are spread, but the Grandmaster's Might is already running. Kiaya solo killed in the top lane. Hang on. Maokai ultimate is used. The bomb from Ziggs does land, but Trakthar's having to flash away. Pop9 is so tanky in the face, and Hongshu sweeps them all back. DCG are charging forward. They take down 2.
Fang is still holding the line, and Pop9 waiting inside the little pit, but going for a little bit more, trying to get the damage off. Pop9 can't do it. Fang picks up another kill. How do you take out this Corki? It's a double going over, and they are able to lock it down. The egg has been used. BA, not long for the world. The big shield man cannot hold on. No Moustache can save you now, and it is a double kill. Has been caught in a trap. Now BA as well. Look at the damage coming out. Fang has to be so careful. Eddie is not losing any health. The polymorph's not enough. The heal is good. Fang is able to get a little bit more, but Eddie is able to lock it down, and it is too much. It's a 2-kill swing for momentum. Now Fang again taking a lot of damage once more, but Eddie says, guys, there's too much of a wave. I don't want to fight this. Shouty needs to be taken. Oh, okay, BA's just too good. It's too much damage. The slows, it's Fang, Eddie, BA, they're sharing kills around left, right, and center. Go to MSI as the #1 team, but look at Pop9. The TP's coming in as well, Logan. They're going to get caught out. One false step. D-Ray's getting caught. Florin gets the counter-strike onto it. The end gold core's good. The shutdown's even better. Let's see if they can hold on. BA has to heal, has to flash, has to run. Florin wants more. There's the 3-man counter-strike. If they can get a little bit more as the Wild Growth knocks them all back up. They're tanky, they're strong. Do they have the damage, though, is the big question. Florin's jumping. He's leaping. He's slashing. He's dashing. It's the shutdown we were looking for, and it's all too much. D-Ray's here. Crystal Arrow is going to hit Pop9, looking to jump over, but there's the counter-strike. It's going to land. Pun has to be careful as there is a Dawning Shadow. Does a lot of damage. Florin, he's going to get hit with a lot more, but it's Pun onto the backside. Look, the turn straight back onto Pop9. He's gone. Histo picked him up. Now they're looking at Hongshu. It's a disaster for DCG. The Wild Growth is being used, but it's not enough. Eddie is coming up big. It's only Xiao C left and available for the side of DCG, but they don't care. They're looking to go down this mid lane. They were undeniable, undefeated, undestroyable. This is the Wales' time to shine, and they are here to dominate the LCP and soon to be MSI.
Team Secret Wales take the grand final of LCP Split 2 in convincing fashion.
They're heading to MSI, and they're holding that trophy up high.
Hello and welcome to the LCS Spring Finals, driven by Kia. Already filling up there at the Mullet Arena at Arizona State University, and I gotta say, we do need some mullets again.
Whoa! A mullet? Anyone want some mullets? I got some mullet. I got an Uber delivery driver of mullets.
Where did you come from?
They call me Razington III. Here's your mullet. You definitely need one.
Thank you, sir.
Here we go. Of course, Uber can give you not only just any food you want, but we got some wigs out here, okay? It seems like you're sorely missing
Oh, this
some
is
mullets.
looking nice.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Actually
pulls it off.
Very natural.
What
do we think?
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's
maybe it should just be my look.
I think it should be. Wait a minute, it actually looks perfect for you.
Yeah, it looks great.
Like I'm wearing some sort of weird, like, winter.
No, you're the judge. You're literally looking like a judge. I'm Judge Magister.
Oh my God.
Lord have mercy.
How did we get here?
I got you.
Yeah,
I got your
thanks,
back.
Rez.
And I've ruined my hair. I've ruined my hair.
Beautiful. Here is how we got here. By Lion 3-0ing C9 in the upper bracket.
Knocked him down.
Yeah.
Team Liquid knocked FlyQuest out.
Yeah.
Yeah, TL has been doing really, really well in the lower bracket. They smacked down Shopify and they beat FlyQuest 6-1 in that lower bracket run. But of course, today we have this incredibly important match, C9 versus TL. Raz, what are you cracking up about?
Yeah, what? It's still
Emily, is this how life is like with long hair? It's all over my face.
Yes.
This is the worst thing ever. It is actually incredibly distracting. I'm sorry, I'm taking this off.
It looks so good on you, though.
Yeah,
Does it? Okay, we're committed to the bit.
Raz, if I can commit to the bit, you can.
Oh, we're getting it in there. I now realize I never want straight hair in my life, guys.
Actually, it works for you because it covers all your hair.
That's true.
It looks, you two probably look a lot better than Emily and I in these moments.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're looking nice.
You're looking fly. Let's look at last week's games.
Let's do it.
Speaking of FlyQuest, they lost to Team Liquid.
They did.
They needed some mullets. But this was interesting because FlyQuest was carrying a lot of hype and momentum into the series, and Team Liquid kind of just shut them down.
Yeah, they looked so much better than I think I personally expected. Even though they took down Shopify Rebellion, I really take that series to heart. But then I felt like their biggest attribute, this game was the first pick Akali. Didn't see that one coming. But then they generally played extremely well with control mages.
Yeah.
Like the Victor game was incredible. The Orianna game, I felt like his actual pop-off plays with Core JJ were sick.
This was, once again, inspired in Lion kind of having Blabber and C9's number, as we just kind of saw from that earlier play. Even with thinking like, okay, this could go either way, I did not expect the clean sweep 3-0.
No, neither did I, but I do feel like C9 had some winning positions in game 1, and then also in game 3, like they literally had the Hextech Soul just there in that last clip and the 5,000 gold deficit, but they were, there was a lot of discussion about whether or not they choked or played badly, or that's what they're always at. I still feel like they were feeling the pressure, and they need to find a way to get past that today, but we're going to be talking about more of that later in the show. We have Kangas, who's on site at the Mullet Arena with some actual mullets.
What's up, guys? Kangas here on the concourse at the Mullet Arena for Spring Finals LCS. Gonna check out all the fun stuff we can do. We got C9 booth back there. If you want to check out the swag they're giving away, we got the Kia booth. Shout out Kia for being here. They have trivia. I got the answer right. It was how many teams has Sven been on? I'll give you a moment. How many? It was 5. I got it right. We also got the merch booth back here with these slick new jackets. Check this out. We got the full history of the LCS. All kinds of cool stuff you can get back there. Check it out. There's t-shirts, there's the jacket, there's hats, there's all the little plushies and the typical swag. We'll be throwing some swag out into the audience as well. Okay, we got some swag from teams here also. TL?
Hi, man. Yeah.
I would love a TL hammer. You're just giving these out?
Yeah, you can go up to the 3rd floor.
That's it.
Yeah.
All right, can I get a Let's Go Liquid?
Let's go Liquid!
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. All right. I'm going to keep this. This is sick. So the line for the merch kind of long. How's everybody doing? We all feeling good? We're all feeling good? Who are we rooting for? C9 or TL?
TL.
TL?
Yep. TL.
Yeah, TL.
TL, all right. Did you guys get your headbands already?
No, not yet.
All right, there you go. From me to you. I'll get one later. All right. Check it over. All right. Check it over here. What are you guys feeling? C9?
C9.
C9. All right. How are they going to win? How's C9 going to win?
Kill everyone.
In game, right?
Of course.
In game. In game. Do you have a better answer?
They're going to win today, and then they're going to lose tomorrow.
Oh, well, but they're making MSI. They're making MSI. Yeah! All right, thanks, guys. Dude, the energy in this arena is awesome, by the way. I can tell it's going to be a great finals. Also, great photo opportunity over here. Hey, guys, do you want me to take a photo for you? Here, you get in there. Let's do this, okay? You both look great. You both look great. Now we'll get a selfie. You ready for this? Say cheese. Wait, who are we cheering for? Liquid or TL?
What was that?
Liquid or TL?
TL.
All right, let's go Liquid then. Back in there. Let's go Liquid. All right, there you go. Appreciate it, guys. Somebody said, where's the mullet? I was not allowed to grow one legally. Production said I couldn't do it. So that's the reason for that one. But check out all the cool stuff we can do here in the arena. The energy's awesome. But now it's time to hop into the arena itself and get the show going. See you in there.
Thank you, Kangas. But what is with the bias? He's asking fans, are you cheering for Liquid or TL?
He did say that at the end.
He doesn't even get an option.
This man already has showed his cards.
He is not giving you
He has no
C9
ethics.
options.
He has no morals.
He showed his card.
Yeah.
He only has one.
He showed you both sides of the same card.
He doesn't have this card.
But speaking of both of these teams, let's talk about Quid and APA for a minute. Just because I feel like both of these mid laners are very different. Are you preparing for something, Jet?
I saw the Trident.
Yeah.
Don't say anything wrong here.
The Trident is fun to hold. I love looking at this because you see their shared champs and it's like as expected, right? Like you see the Ori, Aurora, Victor, Galio, Annie. But then when you separate them, it diverges a lot. That's where you have stuff like not just the Ziggs, but APA is an excellent Cassio player. You have the Swain and the Scion both in there, whereas you look over at Quid, you see the Akali, which we talked about, how he wasn't even expecting the first pick Akali in that draft, the Rise, which he's been excellent on, stuff like Yone, stuff like Ahri. So I just thought it was interesting to, this basically shows the ways in which they're both different.
Yeah, they have a clear division within their champion pools. I think Quid has really shored up what people have perceived to be his weakness during the regular season and how he wants to play against the current meta, but is unwilling to play the picks like the mage picks that we referenced earlier. I think for APA in particular, the ones that are really interesting for me are like the Scion, the Ziggs. Like he's getting Ziggs far more frequently because I just think that banning priorities have allowed him to do that. So it is interesting to see if he's able to get that and how much of that is going to impact the series.
I just feel like they're at their best, they are different players.
Yeah.
APA to me is an incredible facilitator. He plays the map well. He sets up fights. He's had some really good games on Annie where he's TPing in, finding good angles. And then on the other side, Quid to me at his best is about individual outplays, and we see that through the type of champions that he's playing, like the Oni and the Akali.
Yeah. Well, the crazy thing to me is the first pick Akali, I was like, I haven't seen this in a while.
Yeah.
So I had our stats guy Liam look this up, and it's true. So this is pretty much the last 3 years. Perks first picked it, Dyer was the most recent to first pick it at first stand, and then Quid first picked it last weekend. And of those 5, Quid's the only one who actually won with it.
I love
There's
that.
a reason people don't just first pick Akali.
UP mentioned.
Just like that.
I know, that's what I was thinking too. I was like, hey, there's Yukai on there, Troy.
It didn't happen at all in 2025. Like, it's so rare, and Quid, he got to play it once in the Shopify series, and then they first picked in the FlyQuest series, and he's found his way to win with it.
Yeah, I think it just shows the confidence that they have. Like, talking to him after that game, he was like, yeah, I was not expecting that pick at all. So it was kind of like, I better perform. And it also speaks to what he said about like, I was thinking that anyone on this team can carry, but now I am going to be the carry.
Yeah, if your coach is the one telling you to first pick Akali, he's probably really confident in that pick, and it showed within that game. I felt like that was like the one question mark. I didn't have faith in it going into the game itself, but he was dominant throughout that game and in the series.
I mean, that builds confidence for him. It builds confidence for his teammates. Someone, though, on the other side that we got to talk about for Cloud9, who they have a lot of confidence in, is the Kia MVP. Woo! Vulcan was the winner. And this was actually a pretty close race. 4 players got major votes.
And this is only the third different support who has ever won MVP in LCS history. Core, Afro, and Vulcan are the three now who have won.
And I think this had a lot to do with them having the undefeated regular season. Because this is a regular season award. Vulcan has been a top support in the region for a very long time. And I feel like with the gap in regular season record and him and Thanatos being the two standouts on that team, I'm glad that first someone on C9 was able to get it, but also Vulcan completely deserves it to win MVP.
He absolutely does. And one of the things that I saw some from the community is like, oh, how can a support win it in Enchanter meta? But like he was playing so incredibly well. He's barely ever getting caught. He's not dying. He's playing for Vision. And it's not just like, oh, it's just the broadcast that thinks this. And when I looked at the actual ballots, so you can't vote for your own team. So there are 7 possible other players that could have voted for him because C9 can't vote for C9. He got 5 out of the 7 first place votes for the Kia MVP from his competitors, from his other players that he is playing against. So they really do feel like he takes space on the map incredibly well. He's always where you would least want him to be as an opponent, showing up at the right time. And I feel like he found a way to make a difference on these enchanters, played the lanes well, played the team fights great, and wasn't dying.
Yeah, I think he was also one thing when we were doing our like 2 early MVP sections and I was cheering for Vulcan was he was just so consistent. Like C9 had an undefeated regular season, but they did drop games, right? That was in series and there were a lot of times when they looked shaky. Both he and Thanatos I thought were so consistent and that's what really set him as a like discussion, a potential MVP, like even way earlier in the split.
And I do love that his competitor today is somebody that has won it twice in Core JJ. I think that for Vulcan, who's been playing competitively and has been at the top of his game for so long, I am such a big Vulcan and C9 fan.
There you go.
That's just flowing into my hair. He's somebody that I feel like it's been a long time coming for him to be able to find this accolade. Yeah, get it right in there. Meanwhile, Core JJ, who has been such a legend. If you're thinking about the best support in the league's history, you're thinking Core JJ, and you're probably going to say Vulcan second. So I think it's natural for both of them to be going up against each other and to be the decider of who goes to the finals tomorrow and who goes to the international. Let's get another one in there.
Yeah, there you go.
Is Raz just the prop man?
Yeah.
All of a sudden?
Prop man works with his hair.
He's the king of the king.
The mullet holds the flags
I'm the king of mullet.
I see.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. There we go. Excellent. So I think it's a pretty damn important match for me to see Vulcan and Core JJ historically within North America for 2 of the best supports in the region's history.
Yeah, and I think the other thing is we're seeing engaged supports come back in the meta as well. So we've already seen those out of Core. But before we talk more about that, here's a peek of the latest video essay we're putting out on APA. It's now live on the LCS YouTube channel.
There are few successful League of Legends players like Ian APA Stearns, a player that has been through every tier of competitive League of Legends North America has to offer. From the deeps of North American solo queue, through Collegiate, Academy, and eventually the LCS, where the Ohio native showed that a homegrown talent could compete in NA's most prestigious league. But throughout his career, one thing has followed him seemingly endlessly, no matter how well he does, what team he's on, or what champions he plays and succeeds on. He's a one-trick. If you're unfamiliar with the old-timey phrase one-trick pony, it used to refer to people that only specialize in one specific skill or task, often negatively. Allegedly a reference to old American circus ponies whose performance skill sets were shallower than their more experienced counterparts. In League of Legends, a one-trick is a player that specializes in a single champion, often to the detriment of their play skill when playing anything other than their one pick. In solo queue, challenger one-tricks are some of the most talented players you'll see on a server, doing things that only they and other specialists can do on their champion of choice. I've even heard stories of pro players studying them when looking to learn a specific champion for their own stage games. In the LCS though, because of things like coaches, draft preparation, and your opponents having eyeballs, you can't get away with only playing a small handful of champions at the top level, because you eating a team event every game to give the other team a free win is an easy value proposition for any competitive sports team. How then can a player seemingly so locked in on a small subset of champions be so successful? How can they exist in the LCS, let alone win a championship? It's about time we investigate just how the league's most notorious Ziggs picker is more than just a one Ziggs pony, and answer the question once and for all. Is Cloud9 APA a one-trick?
No.
No.
The funniest thing about the whole one-trick discussion with APA is people like, he can only play Ziggs, and then he was like playing Acel and stuff. And like,
Yeah.
This guy's an Acel one-trick, and then AD carries came into the meta mid lane.
And like,
all he can play is Tristana and Corki. He's just an AD carry one-trick.
Yeah.
And then it was like Nico, and now it's Annie, and people are always playing his champion pool, but it's like he finds what works for him within the meta.
Yes.
That's not a one-trick. That's just playing the meta.
Well, he probably has more out-of-meta picks than the meta picks that he doesn't play, right? So he'll have more picks that are outside of the meta compared to like if Orianna and Azir are in the meta. He adds them, but he's never like amazing at them, if we're really breaking down his champion pool. But I agree with you. He's actually more of a beneficial to your team in draft than he is a detriment to you.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. And I would say currently, I feel like the hate towards, or like the question marks that comes towards him are the same stuff that happens towards Niski, where you're like, I am playing to my jungler and I'm willing to like give up my lane for that. So like mid laners are like, well, I wouldn't have APA in my top 3, or I wouldn't have. It's like, well, he's currently on an undefeated team, and currently you're giving a lot of rep to his credit to his jungler.
They were very defeated by Lion.
That did happen.
That was unlucky.
But the regular season is
the
different game.
I mean,
we're talking about finals, right?
We're talking about finals, all right? If you want to talk about finals.
And if we're talking about playoffs.
The most defeated.
Cloud9 just keeps losing in playoffs, and I feel like every time they do, the community criticism gets louder.
Yes.
And they get under more and more pressure. And Team Liquid is another team who we feel like is under massive amounts of pressure, as we saw last week. So we have a poll for the audience. We want chat to be voting. Which team do you think is under more pressure to win? So spam chat, TL, or C9.
Yeah.
And we're going to talk about just like the ways that these teams are under a lot of pressure.
Exactly. And it's two very different ways. With C9, I think it's all about breaking this narrative that they are playoff chokers, that they can't get it done when it matters. That has been following them because they haven't made it back to international since 2023. For TL on the other side, their coaches are definitely feeling the pressure. Their players are definitely feeling the pressure. This was built as a super team. That was the intent. And we even heard from Spooks that, this is kind of like win or go home type of thing, right? Like they're expected to win or it is a failure. You could see last week, they were pumped up. They were reacting heavily because they knew the buck kind of stops with the coaches. If they do not get a win, if they do not get to MSI, that is going to be considered a massive failure from this organization.
Yeah, and I think it's the difference there is like for C9, it's more narrative, like external pressure. The players themselves might say like, we don't really feel that. But with TL, I think it's immense internal pressure because of the early expectations set by this roster, right? Like they won the Quid off-season war, right? Like they put together this team, and this team is expected to win LCS and go to internationals.
That's the thing. Like it's the two layered of pressure that's coming in from Team Liquid. The one of this year of like, how are you doing poorly with this kind of roster? But also, people still remember that feeling of Team Liquid doing well internationally and like taking down Europe in 2024. That wasn't that far back. And in 2025 is when they started to like kind of spiral in Split 2, Split 3. And so people are expecting that to come back. And this was the big offseason move to bring that back. And so when you look on socials, the two teams that are probably the most criticized, anytime you see a message from a player or a coach or anything, you're like, that's 20 comments underneath it. That's Team Liquid and Cloud9.
Well, on top of it, with Team Liquid, you also had the whole Scrim story earlier on in the season.
Yeah.
Where, like, other teams were saying, oh my God, this Team Liquid team is amazing. And then they weren't performing on stage. So that is another additional layer of pressure of trying to, like, figure out what's wrong, even when you're winning a lot of the scrims.
Yeah, I think it's funny because the expectations I felt coming in for this Liquid roster were lowest for Jose, but he has been one of their best performing players. He was on Pros with me last week. He talked a lot about this, how he doesn't really feel the pressure. He was talking about, I'm just playing for fun. It's a game, and when I'm playing, when having fun, I'm playing my best. And he has that kind of mindset that is different from some other players. And I feel like it has really helped him because he doesn't seem to be affected by the pressure. He was in the race for MVP. I think if Liquid didn't actually lose out those last couple weeks against the top opponents, I think he would have won MVP.
Agreed.
But he has been one of those parts that there was the least expectations for, and he has really performed.
Yeah, I think talking to him, especially even after like a really disappointing loss, he is very easily able to shake it off, be like, this is what I did wrong, like this was not good, and now we move forward. And I do think when you are a team as more holistically and you're dealing with that pressure, that ability to kind of rebound almost immediately is really, really valuable.
Which is why, to me, it was really important to notice that, like, while he clearly wasn't feeling that pressure throughout the split, very clearly, Quid was feeling that pressure.
Yeah.
And he was coming in from 100 Thieves that was, like, popularly no pressure within that organization.
Yeah.
Like, it was them, like, performing poorly in regular season, but then, like, everything didn't really matter anymore, and then they would have their lower bracket runs. Like, he was somebody that played so freely when the pressure wasn't there.
And I think that's why it's so big that these last couple weeks, he has been dominating in the lower bracket because he realizes that he can get back to that way. You know, when you guys mentioned earlier, but he had that quote on Pros a couple weeks ago where he was saying before, it's like, you join a team that is this good and you feel like maybe you should be sitting back and just allowing your teammates to get the job done because you're surrounded by all these excellent players. But he shifted his mindset to being, I am going to be the one who carries. I have to be making the play. I need to be doing something. And Jose talked on Pros about how they were working together differently. The fans dominantly think that C9 is under more pressure.
I disagree. I know that the pressure for C9 is big, and I think they're coming off the loss and Team Liquid's coming off the wins. There's no way this is a 90-10.
Well, why do you think it is a 90-10 for the fans?
So I actually think I do agree for what the players are feeling. Because I think the players
You don't think the players
so
on
much
Team
hate.
Liquid are worried about losing? Because I feel like it's still win or bust for Team Liquid. Like, I know the coaching staff was reacting last week. Because we're pretty sure, we're obviously speculating, that if Team Liquid lost to FlyQuest or Shopify, there's definitely coaching staff changes and likely roster changes.
If they can find good ones.
Here's where I believe the pressure is coming from. Exhibit number 1 as the lawyer. Look at the record so far this split, as we just pull that up.
Exhibit 1.
Exhibit number 1, boom. They've won a lot, except to 2 teams. No, 2 times to 1 team. A Lion. They had an undefeated split up until they went to them.
But shouldn't that mean that they're actually good? There's literally 1 team they're losing to, so they should
That's the frustration.
Walk through Team Liquid today.
That's the frustration.
But I feel
France
like
to finals.
This
exactly.
The C9 pressure has just been building and building and building and building because it is 7 times in a row now for this org that they have failed in an international qualifying match. So I think the history is building and the narratives are building, and the amount of hate that some of the players on Cloud9 are getting from the community every time they fail is building and building and building and building. And I think regardless of whether or not the players on Cloud9 will say that they are affected by it, I think it's almost impossible to not be affected by it. It's just like, this has been going on for years. It's 2023 since Cloud9 has been to an international. This was our team that was always at internationals and always looked at as the best team once they got there. And this is crazy. It's just been so long. And here we are again. It is their last chance to qualify for MSI. They got swept in their upper bracket. That's crazy pressure.
How frustrated must you be that you have an undefeated split and people still doubt you? They still say, we'll wait till playoffs. Like, you can't even celebrate about that.
Look at the data here.
That's not data that I want to look at.
These are all the matches that they have lost in international qualifiers since 2024. They only had 1 that was even, a 3-2, right? That was obviously very close. They've been swept 3 times. They have been beaten 3-1 3 times. And this is all off of regular seasons where they are considered usually the favorites. Like, they are doing so consistently well in the regular season.
The craziest thing about this is that, 2025, they actually finished 2nd, but we didn't send 2 teams to MSI. We only sent 1. So, there's also a little bit of just, extra frustration because the formats have been manipulated in a way that just cuts them off
But
barely.
would they have gotten 2nd if it was an MSI qualifier?
If we send no teams to MSI, they've win.
That's hilariously like the Cloud9 special of back in 2020. It's like, hey, champions, let's go to MSI. MSI doesn't exist, can't go there. Well, we're good for Worlds. You can't go to Worlds, we failed there. I was like, guys, please.
The thing that I find most fascinating about this, though, is Sven, when he was on Pros, was saying that this doesn't affect him. I listened to the C9 podcast. Anero and Blabber were talking about, actually we're really close in the games, and, I actually think they were low-key winnable, and we'll blow past it. So it definitely feels like, to me, C9 is in this mode of pure positivity. Like, right now, in the short term, they don't want to acknowledge what's happening in hopes that it goes away. This is my read on the situation. Because I think it is so clear from the outside perspective, and even listening, I watched the C9 documentary that they did that had player comms and coach comms, and I could see Dom and Nero watching the game and saying, what the F are we doing? They said this like 7 times during the game.
Yeah, it is a fun watch. You guys should go watch it.
And then they go on podcasts afterwards and be like, yeah, we're not choking. Like, you are lying to us right now. But I also understand it where you need to keep the vibes high because they are a good team. So there's 2 different strategies.
And they can still win the split.
And they can still win the split. It's crazy.
I'm going to approach it from a slightly more analytical perspective where I do think he does bring up one thing in there that I think is interesting, and then also looking at their best of 3s across the split as well. Because in a lot of those, there were games that were very losable, and then they came back through like a kind of miracle team play or a really big team fight or something like that. And then on top of that, the thing that Sven said in there is basically that he feels like a lot of people caught up to them. Like, this is not TL in scrims, right? They were like saying, no, we're inting in scrims. Our scrims are actually not going super well, and we keep winning on stage. So it's about finding the discrepancy there as well. So I can agree with Sven in that it isn't choking because it seems like this stuff has happened all the time. But then it's in a much more high pressure situation when all of the spotlights are on you. So
the fashion in which it happens is to me the most shocking. I don't know what you're about to say, but like for instance, for a lot of the times, Blabber I think had an exceptional season. Like, I had him higher than Inspired personally, right? But the problem is, it's for the regular season. But the problem was when they directly faced each other at the beginning of the split, like, he would lose in the most, like, obvious of ways, like in the early clear. It's like, oh, I saw him level 1 near my red, but they didn't ward, and I walked to my red, and he came over there, and, like, my entire game is ruined. Or, like, oh, I should have just pathed up because my bot lane didn't have prio, and then I got invaded on my ground. It's like, then it's like, these are... So for someone who is so good at being, like, when it comes to pathing, early pathing, and then just would stomp through the entire split generally, like, when he goes up against Inspired, for some reason, he always falters in ways that I would not have expected it to happen.
Yeah.
The other side of this, and I talked about this on the dive with Kobe and Medios, is I was kind of putting it's like, is it a choke if you just lose to a better player? Like, almost all those qualifying matches were against Inspired, right?
Yeah, true.
And it's like, Inspired makes everyone else look worse when he is playing against them because he is so good, because he is able to punish your mistakes. So sometimes things that are looked at as a choke are really just forced mistakes and, you know, things that aren't getting exposed by teams that aren't able to see them, right?
Yeah.
And I think part of the credit does have to go to Inspired and to, you know, being so successful in a lot of these matches that has been knocking down Cloud9 because he's beaten them 6 times out of those 7, I believe, in those matches.
All of them would have been against Blabber because Blabber's the big constant on Cloud9. But we're moving to the series. As we pointed out earlier, the only team that C9's lost to is Lion, which means they've actually beaten TL every time they played them. We're moving forward into predictions here. Team Liquid has looked bad, but since dropping to the lower bracket, honestly, even in the playoffs, they went to 5 games against Lion and then are starting to run the lower bracket. This is my first time seeing everyone's predictions.
You're the only believer.
For me, I'm Team Liquid, and I need to back this up really quick.
Thank you.
Yeah, here.
This is conditional.
I'm stacking.
This Team Liquid prediction is conditional for me. It's conditional on Quid, because Quid in the last 2 weeks is the MVP Quid that we remember, not the Quid we've seen during most of the year so far, where you can pick a Macaulay whenever. You can also pick him Orianna or Victor, and he is vastly outperforming the enemy mid and carrying the majority of their games. If he's the one that shows up, Team Liquid is going to be able to move on.
Yeah, my prediction is based on a couple things. A, I think C9 are under more pressure. B, I think Quid is playing really, really well in the lower bracket. And C, I feel like TL have figured out exactly how they want to play. Just putting Morgan playing weak side tanks. They're going to play for team fighting. They're no longer forcing it on Morgan. They're going to focus on Quid and Yeon, and they're going to have, you know, Jose and Core as playmakers, as facilitators. I just feel like they have a very clear idea of how they want to play the game. I think it's going to be a close series. It's going to be exciting, but that's why I go for TL.
The draft points that you made are also some of the reasons why I think I believe in TL, even though I think it's going to be close. And additionally, one thing I do want to point out before I hand it to Raz to see why he did C9 was because I do like the fact that engaged supports are coming back into the meta, and I think Core is so much more dangerous on those because his engaged timing is very good.
Tell us why we're all wrong, Raz.
All right, put the camera back on me.
We're gonna need to zoom in.
I'm just gonna say this immediately. Number 1, put these down. I don't want to see these no more.
No, you can't attack someone with a broken
You'll have
hand.
it for now.
You better watch yourself.
You'll watch yourself, though. I'll see if you end up using it, because at the end of the day, C9 is, even if we look at that one loss that they had, that's one bad number, all right? They've had an incredible split. even past the America's Cup, they had a better year. Like, generally speaking, we're seeing Thanatos playing the best he's ever played. We're seeing Vulcan play the best he's ever played.
He's the MVP.
Exactly. We're seeing Blabber play incredibly inconsistent, unless if he's playing Inspired. He's not playing against Inspired. We're making it back to an international stage. Let's start the damn games.
All right, any of y'all think Team Liquid's gonna win today? Loud boos. Kobe, what do you want to know? We want to know who wants C9 to win. That's a C9 crowd right there. We're ready to kick off the show. Let's head into the arena. Let's go! Let's go!
Hello, ASU! And hello, Mullet Arena! The road to Arizona has led us here today to the Spring Split Finals weekend. Today's elimination match will see the loser go home and the winner challenge Lion tomorrow in the grand finals. You ready to meet our teams? Up first, it's Team Liquid Alienware! The team had a slow start to 2026, but over the Spring Split, the momentum for the boys in blue has been building week over week. Now, after a run through the lower bracket, they're one step away from the grand finals. But the competition is fierce and has the crowd behind them. Please welcome their opponents, Cloud9 Kia! With an undefeated regular season in the spring, it's safe to say that these titans of the LCS have been dominating. Today, they have an opportunity to redeem their legacy and earn a spot on the international stage once again. Today, two of the most historic teams in all of the LCS. Today, two teams chasing an international appearance denied for so long. Today, we'll see two teams take to the stage, but only one spot remains for MSI. Mullet Arena, ASU, give it up one more time for Cloud9 Kia and Team Liquid Alienware!
A great team consists of, first, really good individual players and really good teamwork. It's kind of hard to have one without the other.
Can you work together and make it happen in the big moments? Ultimately, that's the difference between just a good team and a great team.
The team that everyone's willing to play for each other and everyone's willing to do anything to win the game.
The team that can win in many different ways and you can never really predict how they're gonna beat you. so we are one of them.
Speaking of nice position, Lion.
All the teams in the finals wants to be a great team, but not all of them are. A lot of people try to copy us. I can tell the way they're playing that they are trying, but I think it just ends on trying.
Going to this final, I think we are the underdog, which I like it. Wherever you go to the final, you want to be the kind of underdog mindset. We have nothing to lose, they do, and we're gonna vibe them.
This title might mean more to me than my other titles. Like, I won a title, MVP in my first split. When things come too easy, you don't appreciate it as much. And this title, I'm gonna appreciate it a lot.
Old school orgs are trying to beat us, but I joined DG, won their first championship. I joined FlyQuest, won their first championship. I joined Lion, I won for them as well. At this point, I feel like I'm just the nemesis of the OG orgs.
Inspired's a very strong player. He definitely has had my number and C9's number. We haven't been able to beat him in the high stakes games, but if we win this finals and we keep winning, we'll be able to rewrite history.
Every team needs someone to drive the game forward. It's really easy when, you know, he's multiple-time MVP, he's a proven winner, and it's really easy to just follow behind him and know you have a high chance of making the right play.
There wouldn't be many junglers in the league that could lead the team like I do, because I haven't seen one.
I don't know if he got cocky, but it's my job to win the game and make him humble.
I think one player can make a team a great team, a championship team, and I think I'm a good example of that.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Tempe, Arizona, here for the LCS Spring Finals. We have been talking about it all split long, and now we're finally here. It's finally time, and we have to find our final representative to go to MSI and to go to the finals tomorrow.
Huge stakes on the line right now, Flowers.
Two teams ready to play. Only one gets to go forward. It's the battle of the blue here with C9 going up against TL. This best of 5, I cannot wait.
Neither can I. All right, right into draft then. Going to be really important on this one. Vulcan on your screen there previously, the MVP winner.
Yes, sir.
Super excited for him versus Core JJ. You know, Bard and Karma very highly prized as these support champions, so we do expect those to get some priority as well in the picks and bans. Karma already on the list, and we'll see as they go through. The Orianna being banned here. Now, you know Ryze, as far as mid lane champions, also going to be super highly priced, especially for Team Liquid, especially for Quid. Has been one of the really big picks for him. There you go as well. The Bard also off the table. We'll see about that mid lane too.
Yep, 3 out of 4 bans here at the start of things. Focused on that bottom side, getting rid of those powerful supports like you're talking about, removing the Varus, Orianna, just that staple ban, and there's some respect right now from C9, banning out the Akali, making sure that TL can't just slam that down.
Definitely agree with that respect. I mean, already in game 1 without any fearless bans down, because Quid has already shown he's willing to blind pick it, or at the very least the coaching staff is, and he will perform on it. So the Cassiopeia is very interesting because it is not only one of APA's main like carry champions that he plays. He doesn't play a ton of hard carry mid laners. That is one of them, but it also really opens up that Ryze I was talking about with the Orianna and the Cassiopeia banned out here. you may be now leaning even more heavily towards that Rise. Nocturne's a good early pick because it can shut down pretty much any type of side lane champs that you're looking for later.
Like Rise.
Like Rise. And it combos really well with like Nico engages and stuff like that. So you can do some attacking of side lanes and also look for some hard engage.
Well, it looks like Team Liquid are not afraid of that Nocturne pressure. They're in the side as they will first pick the Rise for themselves after removing the Ori and the Cassiopeia like we already talked about.
He's getting in the zone.
What do they want to complement it with? I
love it.
Yeah, I don't know if the Yumi's going to get you the most popular reactions here.
Yumi got a little buffs a little while ago, but still definitely one of the most hated champions in League of Legends.
Yep, people just do not like the cat. But you know what? Xayah doesn't like Nocturne. This is a great champion to respond to heavy and powerful dive. Usually when you see Nocturne, he's going to have at least 1 or 2 other buddies to dive in with him. So very early on, Team Liquid's going to say, you know what? We don't want Yawn to be under that level of pressure, so you draft something that can get itself out of trouble.
And that actually reminds me, did play against Lion, and Lion used the Nocturne plus Silas engage to actually one-shot that Xayah and take it down, get the engage that we're looking for. But here we go, the Ashe Seraphine does come out into the Xayah Rakan. So Cloud9, not only is the Ashe Seraphine very strong, especially if you can play to that bomb side early on, and gives you the jungle vision with the Hawk shot, but taking in game number 1 here, fearlessly bans it out for the rest of the entire series against Team Liquid. That is very valuable, as this is one of the teams that has played it the most.
Now, one of the things I will be looking at, though, whenever we talk about Seraphine, we always talk about how she likes to have bruiser buddies. Xin Zhao's commonly a champion that's used as a great example that goes in, gives her something to fire the Encore through. Now, yes, Nocturne goes in, but he goes in like a ballistic missile 2,000 miles away.
Sometimes he can't follow up.
Yeah, sometimes the Encore doesn't quite reach the seats up in the nosebleeds, you know what I mean? So I want to see what else they're going to draft to help make sure this Seraphine and Ashe combination can perform effectively. But over on the Team Liquid side, considering their opponents haven't locked their mid laner, Annie has been one of APA's most played the whole split. They don't want him playing that in game 1.
Yeah, the hard engage. APA's had so many really good flanks and vision plays with the Annie, so many good hard engages, and he does play a lot of utility for Cloud9. It's one of the big differences between the mid laners. Quid looking for more DPS, more hard carry, and APA looking for hard engage a lot of the times, a lot of the styles of champions. So still some options available to him. And since jungle has not been answered, they're going to try and take down on Jose's champion. The question is, are you going to ban the Lee Sin so here by Cloud9? Even with the little nerfs that Lee Sin did get, got a couple little damage nerfs. Still very good though after the changes that he got, especially with Safeguard, really jumping him up in priority. And Jose is so extremely good on the Lee Sin.
But I also really like this Jarvan ban. You're already playing Ashe Seraphine. They're very low mobility. Cataclysm can be super punishing. Jose's no stranger to that champ, so it makes sense for C9 to ban it away. They will also target the Gnar, keeping that one out of the top lane pool, as Team Liquid throws over the APA respect ban towards the Ziggs. That can be really annoying for something like Rise, who's very powerful, but limited in terms of range, so they do not want that to be the mid lane matchup they're dealing with. And sure enough, you talk about it, they don't ban it, so Jose's happy to pilot the Lee Sin here in game 1.
There you go, they pick it up. He doesn't care about the small damage nerfs to the champion. Still pick it up. It has so much utility, and especially, you know, Ashe and Seraphine, they don't have a lot of mobility, so you can very oftentimes get into good kicking positions with that champ. Here we go, though, locking down the team fight. Very solid 5-on-5 for Cloud9. Rounding out their comp with both a Sion and an Anivia gives them so many things. You have super beefy frontline, another person like you were looking for to bounce your Seraphine ult off.
Yes, sir.
Very easy to find, a big old Sion in front. And Anivia gives you a ton of wave clear. It's a good matchup into the Rise. Very, very common. And we'll see. Ooh, okay, the Zehen answer up on the top side here for Morgan once again, as he's been able to run it before.
Yeah, the Zehen brought into this one to jump into the middle of fight, just creates so much chaos. This guy is a problem if he cannot be immediately bursted down. and I don't see a ton of extreme burst on the C9 side. Generally, I feel like if you're Nocturne, you're going to be looking for the Rise or for the Xayah. So I'm curious how well Morgan will be able to pilot this into Thanatos on that Scion, being that big front line. I also want to see how much value APA gets out of his Anivia walls. Since it's such a unique ability, generally you think mid laners, you think damage, you think playmaking. You don't think building a little ice wall, but that little ice wall can create so many opportunities in fights, especially when you have tools like the Ashe to shoot an arrow at somebody with the only path they can escape through, something like that. Throw Scion in there, lots of opportunities. Who are you giving the edge to? Game number one.
This one is very close. I like both sides. You know, the Cloud9 side is very solid, very safe. More damage on the TL side, but it does require some more execution.
Okay.
Honestly, I kind of like the Lee Sin angle. I want to see what he's going to cook early.
Okay, let's see if Jose can get something cooked up here in the jungle on that Lee Sin. C9 versus TL. Game number one to kick off this best of 5. A spot at MSI, a spot in the finals tomorrow, both on the line here for the winner of this series. As already, Jose Daejeon going to receive first auto attack. Not quite first blood, but you know, APA is sending a message.
Sending a message indeed, as he very often does early in games, but usually it's through the typing. APA, by the way, by the way, last time he did play the Anivia, you know, he solo killed Saint in this exact matchup. So
that's not what I expected from the typing.
Yeah, so we started out here, good, clean, good luck, have fun.
Just some good old-fashioned League of Legends. Now down here in the bottom side, Sven and Vulcan on the Ashe Seraphine. This duo has been so oppressive for so long in this split, and I feel like a lot of times teams have struggled to come up with answers for how to survive the early pressure. And you can see right there, Sven and Vulcan just slamming these early trades.
Yeah, lots of exchanges, both in bottom lane and in mid lane. You could tell the health bars there going pretty low. So when it is really, really volatile like this, having a lot of heavy trades in both mid lane and bottom lane gives you a lot of opportunity for jungle creativity. And we're really early on, so there are some possibilities, some defensive wards up here, and Cloud9 both, they have Nocturne on a full clear down towards the bottom side, and they also have that ward on blue buff. So they know that Lee Sin started on this red side quadrant, and Jose is actually going to go for the early recall here to get what I would assume would be a longsword start here to get some extra damage and go on up to the top side. But Cloud9, as we said, with that ward on blue buff, will know that's in a long time, and he has not done a standard timing for his early clear up to the top side.
And speaking of early recalls, CoreJJ was forced back because of that level 1 trade. He had to go all the way back to Fountain. All he got was a control ward in his inventory, so not exactly the start to the lane that Team Liquid would like to have down here in the bot side 2v2s. Sven already up more than a wave of minions as the next one is arriving, and they're just continuing to control the pace of things down here. We did pan top real quick, saw Morgan has control over this lane here early, but that's what you'd expect.
There's a lot that goes into this series, as we've been saying leading up to this week, a lot of pressure to get an international appearance for both of these organizations with Cloud9 and Team Liquid. These are the organizations that have represented us the most of any org in North America's history. 13 appearances for Cloud9 and 10 for Team Liquid. Very important to these legacy organizations, their owners, their fans, their players.
Yeah.
And so a lot riding on this best of 5.
The last time North America made an MSI final, that was Team Liquid getting us there. The last time that North America made World Semifinals, that was Cloud9 getting us there. These are not just the teams that go the most, these are the teams that also go the furthest when it comes to that international competition. And you know they've got to be hungry to get back there. For Cloud9, this would just put them that much further in the lead of that #1 spot. And for TL, it breaks the second place tie with TSM.
Yeah, and there's even further stakes on the line because Team Liquid, they replaced APA with Quid. And so extra little bit in mid lane.
Ooh, nice Rune Prison sets it up here for the Sonic Wave. APA taken low. He's sent into the egg, but he gets underneath the turret. That egg's not taking a ton of damage here just yet, but it does take enough. It's first blood to Jose Daejeon.
It's the Lee Sin Flowers. He gets in there. Jose ganks from the bottom side. They know that he cleared bottom side first, but he did that recall into longsword, into back from the top side, and so he wraps around. Jose here is able to get the gank onto APA, and since APA thought he could walk it off since he had egg, he did not invest his flash.
Back to live, though. We have a solo kill up here in the top side. Thanatos gets taken down by Morgan in the 1v1. Thanatos, our top laner, who has ruled the top lane all split long, was not ready for the Zehen.
They're lying down the TLAW in game number 1. Flowers, first blood in mid lane, solo bolo in top lane. The early stage is going quite well for this Team Liquid squad. And their solo laners are both damage-heavy carries here. So your side lanes will be interesting. Since Cloud9 are running the Nocturne and Blabber has been farming up, looking for his level 6, fairly soon. But we'll see what that ends up looking like later on. Cloud9, of course, they're pushing bottom lane again, so they should be able to do the dragon, no problem, even after mid got killed. Jose, though, look at that Lee Sin on the minimap, wrapping around. He was looking for a little bit of action mid, but with the very safe play from APA, you see him hovering. He'll just back off. So no dragon start for Cloud9.
And as we wait to see where the action happens next, make sure to tune into the grand finals tomorrow, where drops will be active on Twitch. You can watch the series on the official LCS channel or any eligible co-streamer to earn a Glorious Champion capsule and an LCS Renekton emote. So make sure you remember to tune in. One of these two teams will be playing in that one up against Lion, who will also be hungry to fight their way to another title, to the opportunity to represent at MSI as that #1 seed. As C9 are starting up the Dragon now. Blabber level 6 on the Nocturne. Here's your immediate Grim Deliverance from Morgan up in the top side just to maintain more control over the wave and force Thanatos back. Blabber and the rest of C9 will not be challenged just yet here with the Dragon. They've already secured the objective. CoreJJ and Yawn are approaching on the flank, but C9 is already out of danger.
All right, Cloud9 sticking to the plan. Stick to the script. Stack those dragons. You are a team fighting draft here. You have a very solid 5-on-5 for later. So you get these dragons early, be able to stack them, be able to draw the Team Liquid squad to you to a front-to-back team fight. Make use of your Ashe Seraphine. We'll see if that will be effective. Of course, Cloud9, they do have some other options. Sion Ultimate, very good for some of these rotations between objectives, between side lanes, as well as the Nocturne. And so we'll see if they end up getting some picks with the Ashe Arrow or some of those extra ultimates. And Blabber trying to remain consistent in farming here on Nocturne is the most important thing. Keep your farm up. Keep the pace of not only your objectives, but also your experience. And we'll see. He's going to probably have to go back for another base before he sets off his ulti, but right now he's actually hovering around before he finishes up with his next clear.
I do always want to see those first Nocturne ultis be effective, right? That early cooldown is so annoying if you don't get the play that you're looking for. So the decision-making from Blabber will be under the magnifying glass here a little bit.
Yeah, and he's got almost 1,500 gold in inventory. For early game, that's a lot for junglers because it does affect your clear a lot. So that's why I think after he finishes up with this next re-clear down to his Gromp in blue, maybe he'll go for the recall to purchase before sending an ult, unless an opportunity arose that was too juicy to pass up. And they tried to get at least a summoner spell on bottom side, but they are unable to grab anything.
Yep, the confidence in Yawn and CoreJJ to be able to just get out of the line of sight there from Sven on the Ashe, dodge away from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Vulcan's going to go ahead and take his recall here. Go back to base on that Seraphine. And now back over in mid, checking in on how very small advantage in terms of farm, but APA is keeping things pretty close despite that early death thanks to Jose's interference. Speaking of Jose, he's going to go ahead and take the opportunity to grab those buffed up Void Grubs.
Yeah, Void Grubs for the Ryzen Zehen especially. See if that buff ends up meaning anything, as they did increase the value that they do to towers. Morgan with some pretty consistent harassment on the top side. However, Thanatos, as you can see, doing very well with his CS despite the solo kill.
He's doing great. He's having a fantastic time up here. Losing that 1v1 never really set him behind in terms of his ability to participate in the lane, have presence there, and make sure that he doesn't fall any further behind from from the minions.
Yeah, they're making a roam here too. Look at the Rise. Rise with Realm Warp available. So Quid is going to back up Jose.
Jose has already found Blabber off to the side, but Blabber jumps in instead, going after Morgan. They want to try to burst him down before he has enough determination to proc the ulti. Quid's making his way forward. Blabber has to flash away, but the Rune Prison finds Thanatos. Morgan right back out of the turret range. He's losing his determination stacks. They won't have the revive, but Jose Daejeon is still waiting on the wings. Blabber and Thanatos trying to make sure they can get out of here safely. Quid just trying to stop the recalls.
They're losing a lot mid right now for this. So Team Liquid, they committed 3 people top, and they're really trying to get something out of it. The teleport is eventually used mid, and now they're going to continue the play.
Yeah, Team Liquid knows they spent a lot up here. They got to get something back for it. Resonating strike onto Thanatos there, but Team Liquid won't get it. C9's top laner gets himself out of danger, and all the time that TL wasted means the early gold lead they had from their kills has disappeared.
Yeah, APA got to push in mid lane there, get a turret plate for the Anivia. They are still going to push on top side, so they are going to deny Cloud9 some of these minions on top side, and committed a lot of time up there with 3 people, but thankfully for Team Liquid, they did at least have the teleport for Morgan to then go soak up the extra wave towards mid.
All right, we've got 10 minutes on the clock, 45 seconds until the second dragon spawns. C9 took the first one without a contest from TL. Do you think that TL is going to be interested in this second one, or maybe not?
I definitely do think they'll be interested, and Jose, with his Sundered Sky completed, will certainly be interested in making a play. He still has his flash on Lee Sin, so next time his ultimate is up for Lee Sin, he is going to look for a play. We'll see. There are some pings around mid lane at the moment for them, but as you see, Blabber's kind of hovering on bottom side right now too.
Yeah.
With his Nocturne ultimate cooldown also about to come up, so the patience, the kind of hovering play, the cover here for Blabber. He's waiting for Jose, and they do scout him out now.
All right, we got a lot of champions roaming towards this area.
Here we go. This is the dragon fight you were looking for, Flowers. Team Liquid slowly trying to get some vision. The Scryer's Bloom does help a lot.
Teleport not ready for either top laner. This is an honest 4v4. Morgan and Thanatos cannot get involved. Dragon down to about half HP, but C9 have stopped DPS. Quid moving forward, tries to force APA back. Blabber has lost a little bit, but now immediately they fire everything from the support right back onto the enemy mid laner as C9 has to try to get Blabber out of here. Quid is also very low. Exiting stage left as Daejeon and CoreJJ have to run. Vulcan and Sven create enough space here at the beginning of the fights as Jose Daejeon still wants to challenge here for the Drake. It's down to 2,000 HP. Jose looking for a little bit more. Wants to get close enough, but C9 trying to keep the Lee out, and they successfully do it. It's C9 stacking Drake number 2, but Jose Daejeon's going in. A beautiful kick comes out, but again, it's the Anivia with the egg. Staying alive for now, it's not enough. Blabber falls, APA falls. Team Liquid goes in for the round 1, but they want even more. Triple kill, Jose Daejeon.
Jose Lee Sin strikes again, Flowers. He does let them get the dragon. He backs off because Cloud9 do a calm, good job of zoning TL away from the objective, but then when they try and leave the area, Flowers, when they're trying to escape, it is Jose who strikes out of the brush on mid lane. He goes for the flash kick play onto the Anivia. They get the extra chase down kill even with the Realm Warp, and he lands the extra Q snipe onto Sven to grab another kill.
And the Let's Go Liquid erupts from the crowd. TL might have lost the dragon, but C9 really lost the fight. That's a 2,500 gold lead for Team Liquid now.
So why we had that respect for Jose on the Lee Sin still, even with the nerfs, still have your eye on it, still a little wary. And let's take another look at this. So Cloud9, they do a good job of zoning away Jose from the actual objective. But then after they're trying to leave the objective, they still have CoreJJ in the Dragon Pit. So here's the start. Jose gets him an egg. It is critical that CoreJJ as well comes from the Dragon Pit to also get that double knock-up. Knock up the Nocturne as well, and so they get the chase down kills. Cloud9, they thought the job was done, but the job's not done until you get the escape.
Ah! They're popping off about it, and the critical thing, those chase down kills you're talking about, at the very end, Sven flashed and still died. Insult to injury there, because this is a champion with no inbuilt mobility. That's a giant target on his back now.
Yeah, he probably thought that, you know, just coming out of the Realm Warp, it was a little bit far away, so it's not super dangerous, but Jose with the snipe there. Another really good cue from him, and they got the Sven kill as well. That is now 5 huge gold lead here. 5 kills to Team Liquid. Huge gold lead for Team Liquid in the early game. And that is what you need to just completely break this this super strong like 5-on-5 setup comp that Cloud9 have. And I've got so much money to work with that Team Liquid, the damage is just going to be, the damage output is just going to be so much higher.
Hey, maybe that's the problem for C9, is it wasn't a 5-on-5, it was a 4-on-4. What happens when Thanatos gets involved? Maybe that's going to be the recipe for success for them, but that's a question that we'll have to answer here in the future, because right now, looks like Blabber's hanging around to see if maybe they can make something happen, but Jose Diodo also trailing nearby as Quid continues marching forward. Thanatos waiting with the decimating smash, just throws it down. Jose is immediately ready. If Blabber wants to come in, let him. Jose is already here first. Thanatos losing a lot of HP, charges back in as Blabber's ready to back him up. Thanatos flashes away. Blabber's got the shutdown and Quid's already dead. C9, they make the outplay in the 2v2. CoreJJ shows up, guarantees that Jose won't fall as well, but Vulcan's ready to chase. The Seraphine closing distance, flashes in for the encore. That's your MVP, setting up the second kill.
C9 strike back immediately, bait them in on the top side. They draw them closer to the tower, and then the turn from Thanatos and Blabber finds them the kills and the objective afterwards.
C9 make a beautiful outplay there. Thanatos, knowing his limits, tanking up on the Scion, bringing him into a situation that they were not ready. Now Team Liquid using the teleport to bring Morgan back up to the fight here. CoreJJ got to be careful. C9 making their exit, also just going to teleport Thanatos right back towards the top side, reinforce their own lines, and start pushing yet again.
Very good for Cloud9. This time they also get the escape after the big play.
Critically.
Get the kills, get the objective, and to make the getaway. All right, let's take another look. Because this was a TL play that they're... You had Rakan coming too, but Blabber here is just waiting the whole time. Waiting for the turn. And even though they're not in tower range, Santos still gets the turn, ultimate, and then he flashes away to make sure he did not die. Blabber also flashing away from the re-engage. And here comes Vulcan, the MVP. He's gonna barely tag on the edge, this ultimate. Jose tries to step out. He thought he was all the way out, but his heel, the edge of your foot there, still in range. And it tags him, and they get the extra kill.
And this is, considering the outcome of that last play, this quote here from earlier in the split is pretty funny.
Yeah, I mean, Vulcan literally said, I don't want to live in a world where Jose is MVP. And he made that true by earning MVP himself. Took it away from Jose. And in that last play, also took away his bounty.
And now it's the next dragon already live on the map. C9 with a 2-0 Drake advantage so far means they'll go to Soul Point and really create a serious moment of pressure for TL at every dragon in the future. TL obviously knows this, so they've got the early setup on the bottom side river. Jose already taking down the dragon as Morgan makes sure that there's security through the bottom lane entrances to that river. CoreJJ also watching through the enemy jungle. So TL is going to get this one. C9 will just let it go.
Yeah, and meanwhile, the Scion is just pushing on that top tower, so they are getting paid up on the top side of the map. Meanwhile, play towards mid lane, not going to result in any deaths, but Thanatos farming plates.
Pretty close game here in game number 1 of our penultimate best of 5 here for the Spring Split. Team Liquid still with that very modest gold lead. The Dragon advantage for C9. The Rift Herald, I still want to see what use we get out of that. I feel like these days you see many more Battle Heralds than you used to, so that might be one of the plays.
It's actually such a fun objective. Definitely so appreciative of the balance team, you know, of the league team making those changes. And turning it into not just any other normal objective that just kind of sits in the pit and you take it and, you know, you get some random buff or whatever.
Like, okay, cool.
Having an active that you can actually use to change team fights or produce a lot of comedy, as we've seen people drive the Rift
Some people
Herald.
do not know how to drive it. That's definitely true.
So it's definitely one of the best, you know, changes to objectives I think that they made for you know, on the season's change. So we'll see what's in the future as well. But currently still holding on to it there for Blabber because, as you say, very popular to use it in team fights to be able to get someone out of a bad scenario or even make an engage for yourself.
Right now, looks like everything's just going to take a nice and slow pace for a little bit. Our top laners have switched down there to the bottom side, while the mid laners have been assigned their wave clear duties that AD carries often end up having around the mid game. 19 minutes on the clock means that we've got still over 3 minutes. Hey, we got the FlyQuest guys hanging out in the audience here today. They made their road trip out here, streaming the whole thing the other day to be a part of the finals. Come see what's going on. And now I'm curious, Kobe, where do you think we're getting the next action happening? And even more importantly, who's starting it?
Yeah, I think it's got to be a side lane play here. I mean, you've got a Nocturne in the game, and you have these towers getting to the breaking point on the sides, getting quite low. But as I say that, Lee Sin is hovering mid, and there's about 3-4 pings from Team Liquid. Jose wants an angle for a Lee Sin kick, and you can see the pre-existing ward.
There he goes. Oh, but the Sonic Wave doesn't collide. Very, very fortunate for Sven there. You can see Vulcan even fired off the Encore just in case to make sure they couldn't full send after his carry. And now CoreJJ backs away. He even already popped the quickness, ready to follow up on that. So both support ultimates down now.
Yeah, everybody in the game was so ready for this play to pop off in mid. And so they're popping ultimates, but now neither support, as you say, with both Core and Vulcan, using them, kind of expecting the actual engage, but because it didn't happen, Anivia just gets the push top side. I think Rise will get there for most of that wave, but if it is not a cannon wave, gonna drop a few of them and also allow Anivia a little roam timer. There goes Blabber with the Herald. Will be a more standard looking Herald.
Yeah, that's about as standard as you can get. You ram it into the tower and then walk away. So they'll get some play money, but that's about it. Paranoia now down, though, as C9 have found a target. They want to go after Morgan. He goes over the wall there with a Grim Deliverance, getting himself away for now, but he's already down to 100 HP. And it's 100 too much for C9. Jose shows up and says, not today.
They get him out. They get the safeguard. They get the kick. They get the peel. Now you're trading mid lane for top lane at the moment. Rise, thriving in the side lane there. Quid is very rich, but mid lane.
Okay, Sven's gonna be careful now. Flashes away, staying out of danger. APA can't stay the same as the Crystallize. He traps himself on the wrong side of the wall. He can't get away from him, and Team Liquid get the enemy mid laner yet again.
Egg down, and that plenty of time for Quid to finish up topside. He's roaming down, he's stealing Raptors while the rest of the team finishes up the mid lane. So no, not only did Team Liquid get the kill, but they get the top tower and the mid tower here. Now already Blastconing in to start the Baron. We're only 20 minutes, 21 and 45 seconds into the game, Flowers. That thing's gonna melt.
Yes, this Baron is already down to half HP. Blabber is hanging around nearby. Control ward over the wall. Team Liquid gonna clear that one out of the way. Control
2 seconds on his ult, 1 second on Blabber's ult.
Blabber's ready to go in, he dives over the Paranoia, but no! Jose has the secure, and Blabber falls right after. Now you got the Realm Warp coming in, it's Quid with the flash into the Ruined Prison, and Sven goes straight to jail. Do not press go, do not collect $200. This man is out of there, and Team Liquid, they get 3, they get Baron, they get the whole damn thing.
That's truly gonna break this game open, Flowers. Team Liquid now have so much pushing power. They already had the Grubs buff, now they're gonna have the Baron buff. Let's take another look at that play. You can see in the picture-in-picture they're getting more tower money, but Blabber's ult cooldown was ticking down to 1 second. It barely ticked over right when the Baron was low enough to go. So he was spamming that to go in to try and get the flip. But TL, not only do they get the flip, Flowers, but they get the chase downs as well. So much extra money in addition to the Baron to empower the split push for them. Get some more turret plates, get another dragon for themselves.
Yeah. That timing is so good too, because it's like, okay, we just made 4,000 gold and got the most powerful buff on the map, and the one thing that you wanted to get, your dragon stacking to try to force these future team fights, well, the clock works out that now we get that too. Everything is going Team Liquid's way now. They'll grab the dragon. The bottom lane tier 1 turret finally falls as Yeon puts the last little bit of work into that one, and TL still has this Baron for another minute and a half as C9 has to scramble to stop the bleeding.
They certainly do have to scramble. They need to scramble some money together too for their carries, especially mid and bottom here. Both Quid and Yeon, 2,000 gold ahead for Team Liquid with their respective roles, and it is looking very good. Full level for Quid on top of it, and Yeon's got 2 full levels. So in addition to the 2K gold, the experience is also very valuable.
And that's not just Rod of Ages level. They both have Rod of Ages. They're both 10
it's
stacks.
even.
That's a real homegrown level. Nothing made in the Rod of Ages factory. This is the real deal here.
He farmed that out himself.
Yes, sir. Jose Daejeon, though, once again lurking in the brushes. This man has had such a beautiful game on Lee Sin here in this first one, surely making C9 regret not banning it out there in that second phase. But you allow Jose to play it. He's going to show you why you got to ban it out. Blabber trying to take the tier 2 turret down in the bottom lane while Team Liquid pushes top here, just trying to get something back through the objective bounty, through some kind of a trade. Objective bounties aren't even on the map right now, it looks like, thanks to the UI indicator. But immediately CoreJJ is going in. Sven gets caught! The grand entrance is far too quick. The summoner spell not ready yet from Sven. The flash is still on cooldown. So as soon as Core flashes in, it's lights out for the Ashe.
Yeah, Cloud9 a little behind the play because they still have Blabber pushing from bottom, and you know the recall is going to take a while for Cloud9. So CoreJJ, he knows he has enough time, and lightning quick with the engage. Flash and ult from Rakan make it happen. They're inside the base, Flowers, and the onslaught is painful here for Cloud9, but TL, they feel like their job is done. They've gotten what they came for.
Well, the one silver lining is that the Baron has fallen off, and since C9 has the Anivia, you mentioned it at the start of the game, this is one of the best wave clear champs in League of Legends, so it does become harder to try to force those inhibitors down in either of the side lanes afterwards. So still just the one inhib game, but things are so far in TL's favor right now. Jose going to make sure he steals away the blue buff on the way out, just deprive Cloud9 of every possible resource.
Yeah, Jose really having a good opening game here for Team Liquid. The entire team, you know, as well, though. Like the escape from Morgan on the bottom side that we saw. Some good movement as well from Quid. So if Team Liquid coming out here locked in game number 1, Cloud9 definitely going to have their work cut out for them in this series. It should be a long series here.
I hope so.
We'll see, though. They still have the possibility. They're going to try and group up, and as you can see, they're slowly working through the jungle, trying to create their own vision lines, creep through, make sure there's some safe area for at least one of their carries to get some income. Sven is in base right now. I don't think Quid will like realm warp over there on him or anything.
That would be kind of wild.
We'll see. Team Liquid, they're just going to rotate their 4-1 split push over, meet up with the minion wave, and Jose's done with his Guardian Angel too, so he can go really deep for a play with Flash, with Kick, with Guardian Angel available.
And I feel like that's a pretty big difference between this third itemization for the junglers. Normally that Guardian Angel is the stock standard item number 3 for AD junglers. This time around, Blabber has gone for the Serpent's Fang instead, wants to reduce some of the shielding on the other side. There's quite a lot of shielding to be reduced, I'm not going to lie, but it does mean that when Blabber presses Paranoia, 9 times out of 10, that's a one-way ticket, and you're not getting up after they knock you down. So 7,500 gold lead for TL. They've already got those last 2 Drakes, and they have total control over the map. Look at this enemy blue buff quadrant from the TL perspective. There are so many wards in this thing, it's lit up like a Christmas tree, and it's Team Liquid who are hoping C9 comes around looking for what presents are under there, because the only presence is Jose Daejeon right now, trying again to look for a play. Nope, C9, they've got the buddy system. Everybody gets out safe.
Yeah, they're keeping their carries farming waves while hovering around them, basically. Everybody try and hover around, make sure Sven and APA can still get some income from these minion waves, and then everybody else is kind of watching and waiting and hoping.
Nervously.
Yeah, nervously. Next Dragon, honestly, if you're Cloud9, I don't think get yourself into any trouble here. You know, it's only going to be number 3 for Team Liquid. It does kind of suck giving over another one, but don't want to risk the game at the moment if it's not going to be Dragon Soul just quite yet. So I think that we'll still see Cloud9 doing a similar thing, just safely keeping up their farm and not approach this dragon. It's just too dangerous to go out into the jungle. But the Baron's also getting pinged, so maybe you can use this time to rotate your vision over.
Yeah, that dragon dies awfully quickly, though. Yawn with the Infinity Edge completed. Those feathers do a lot of damage. APA, though, found by the Realm Warp. Yes, he has the Seeker's Arm Guard, but it only buys him a little bit of time. The Grand Entrance finds the knock-up again, and yet again, the egg doesn't matter. Every single time this game that APA has had the egg available, it has not prevented a death. Team Liquid has been setting up these picks in places and in ways to just completely ignore the power of that passive on the Anivia, and now APA's arm guard is broken. His egg is scrambled. His team trying to hold on in a 4v5 for the next 30 seconds because Team Liquid just took their second Baron.
Yeah, Quid and Jose have been cooking them. Absolutely. Now they're taking away the jungle as well together while the rest of the team pushes in mid and top side. Meanwhile, Blabber's taking away enemy red, and they were split pushing bottom with Thanatos to try and get a tiny bit of resources right before what might be their final fight, as Cloud9 need to pray for this base defense.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, APA doesn't respawn in time to save that top lane inhibitor turret or the inhibitor behind it. Their mid lane inhibitor will at least respawn here in just about 5 seconds, so it's still just a one inhib game for now. But the problem with that, Mr. Kobe, is the Baron still lasts most of its duration right now. 2 minutes still to go. Team Liquid takes their recall, they make their purchases, and I feel like they've got to be looking for the throat.
Yeah, at this point, Team Liquid have been picking Cloud9 apart, but there's one more opportunity.
Okay.
This Dragon Soul that's about to arrive. You got to pray and you got to look for your moment here for Cloud9. Because if you give over the Dragon Soul as well, Mountain Soul on top of all the individual mountains they've already gotten, seems like that would just be the final nail in the coffin. It's already difficult with the item lead that Team Liquid have, but you're going to have to choose your moments before it becomes inevitable.
Well, that inevitability is creeping ever closer. Team Liquid will go ahead and take the last tier 2 turret from the Cloud9 side, knock that one over without much resistance, as C9 instead choose to draw their battle lines around their base, around their remaining tier 3 turret. The mid lane inhibitor has also respawned. Morgan applying pressure to the mid lane while everybody else tries to get the wave shoved up bottom side. APA using the Crystallize and the Glacial Storm to keep that minion wave at bay as best he can. Remember, this Anivia does not have his defensive tools available. APA must be very mindful, particularly of Jose Daejeon, who has that Guardian Angel, has the flash, can make the play whenever he lands one of those sonic waves. C9 has got to be ready for the snap engage coming out from TL.
Team Liquid, they've been controlled this whole time. There's only 2 minutes on the clock, Flowers, for the Mountain Soul arrival, but they're finishing up with the base very quickly. I mean, the tower's already at 50% HP.
Yeah, we might not even get there. Tier 3 turret, already below half, like you say. Top inhibitor, middle inhibitor, both down. Many super minions marching down the top lane. Somebody on C9's got to go answer that. Blabber going to do it for now. As the rest of Team Liquid take their chance, they're going to shove forward, go after the tier 3. Core JJ going in. APA is going to be your target. Jose wants to follow it up, but the stasis was there in time. APA staying alive, trying to get himself away, but Thanatos is already down. Jose Daejeon taking low, but the Guardian Angel brings him back. Double kill over Daejeon, and Team Liquid full send it. Team Liquid end it. Game number 1. They controlled this from the start. Jose Daejeon making plays. Everybody else following it up. 16-2, TL slams the first game.
Team Liquid, they are locked in for game number 1, looking clean.
Nicely done from Team Liquid in the first game here in Tempe, Arizona, here in the Mullet Arena. And to hear more about it, let's throw it back to the lounge.
Thank you. Yeah, we're gonna get right into it in a minute because it kind of changed for me all around this second Drake fight.
Insane. Yeah.
Like this is actually where the game was decided for me, because until this point, you know, they had a nice little bot lead going into this. We're gonna play it through. This is their Drake. This is TL's Drake contest. And as soon as they see the angle onto Quid, they take it, right? But then Blabber gets charmed up here. So the end result of this is actually that both Blabber and Quid are limping away with not a lot of health here. Jose kind of looks like a crazy person, kind of trying to soft contest this. Another big thing that happens down here is that this is where the Xayah and Rakan really start doing well, because previously they had been losing in that lane. And this fight is also going to put them ahead as playthrough. Come on.
Might have to double click. Sometimes you have to after you cancel the pen.
Well, it says it's cleared. No.
You can come on over.
Oh, now I'm sad. But basically, what is going to happen is that Quid is going to go up here, push in this wave. Jose is actually going to soft contest this. I'm going to see if I can.
You're fighting the keyboard.
Up for me.
League of Legends.
She's actually tunneled in, yeah.
Will not be helping us.
All right.
Allowed.
Basically, this team fight ends up going really well for Jose and Quid. Jose gets a triple kill off of this because they do the soft contest and they're able to, Quid pushes out mid, he's able to rejoin, they run warp to kill Sven at the very end of it. Jose gets triple kill. I don't know why I'm being trolled by technology, but it's fine.
Thank you, Emily, for our Samsung Daejeon breakdown.
And I think, like, with that breakdown, like, at least for me, when I look at that fight, C9 was in a pretty good game state. Sure, this part happened earlier, and you do not want to give Jose Daejeon Lee Sin for obvious reasons, but they had, like, 2 Drakes, they had a really good setup, and then within that play, that Drake fight that you mentioned, it was actually completely done, and they were going back into lane, and then that's where he completely popped off right here.
Yeah. Counterpoint. Now they've banned it for the rest of the series.
That's true.
So maybe you do want to give him Lee Sin in game 1 because then he can never play it again. Because he completely runs the server every time he plays Lee Sin.
Yeah, but I mean, if we're saying that when you give it to him, he just gets a win, there's no good time to give it to him. Like, clearly Cloud9's read was, we're getting Nocturne, so it's okay if you take Lee Sin because it's supposed to be more powerful. But it almost felt to me like they forgot about the possibility of having tanky carries for, or hard to dive carries for TL. Because as soon as they went Ryze Xayah, it's like, oh, who do we dive? Both these champions are kind of undivable. So now you have this homeless Nocturne who's not being paired with any other divers because you first picked it, and then they have carries you can't dive. So now we have Sion and Seraphine and Anivia, and it's like, who's going in the backline? Nocturne has no job.
That's actually why I think that second Drake fight is so huge, right? Because the gambit that TL are making, even with stuff like Jose Daejeon's Lee Sin and Quid's Ryze, 2 champions they've been insanely successful on, is that you're having this bot lane who you're picking for comp, and they were getting owned in the Ashe Seraphine lane, right? That fight got them back into it.
Absolutely did. And remember, if you are on site, Cloud9 and FlyQuest are both hosting some events after the games today. So head on over to the C9 and FlyQuest social channels to learn more. And as we head to the break, let's take a look at our comms replay, connected by AT&T and voted on by you.
Come to me.
It's okay, it's okay. I'll be fine.
Is there a kid? Maybe. If this Anivia crosses line, what?
Yeah, I'm holding like this. This Nocturne to flash, right?
Keep on Nocturne.
Ashe is moving up now, okay? Yeah, it's okay, we got it, we got it. Nope. Seraphine, blower flash. Good, base after, okay? Oh, nice! Woo! Ah! That was good.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Looks like we've got a new addition on the Rift here today. Emily, is the Telluride just the obvious pick?
Well, Flowers, we're looking at a turbo hybrid powertrain. That's already a problem for the rest of the Rift.
And a 30-inch panoramic display too? That is unfair control.
Guys, all-wheel drive with terrain mode? No shot anyone's catching this.
Yeah, this seems completely OP.
No debate. This first pick, we have to lock it in. Now!
The Kia Telluride Turbo Hybrid. Pick it before your opponents do.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Maybe. If this Anivia crosses line, what?
Yeah, I'm holding like this. This Nocturne to flash, right?
Keep on Nocturne.
Ashe is moving up now, okay? Yeah, it's okay, we got it, we got it. Nope. Seraphine, blower flash. Good, base after, okay? Oh, nice! Woo! Ah! That was good. Nice shot.
Triple kill! Jose Daejeon! Jose Lee Sin strikes again, Flowers!
What's up, everybody? I'm here at the LCS Spring Finals, and we got Kia here with us, and they have some trivia to give away some free in-game codes. So let's take a look inside. Wait a minute. Is this the Kia All-Pro first team? Let's go, guys. I didn't know you were in here. You ready to play some Kia trivia?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's do it. Okay, who's got the first question?
I'm looking at it right now.
You're looking at it right now? All right, we got Vulcan taking a look at it. What's the first question?
All right, so we got, which of these events contributed to the fall of Shurima? First choice. Do you want to hear the choices?
Let's hear the choices.
The Rune Wars.
Okay.
I might butcher that word. Maybe you'll need to repeat it. Icathian Void Breach.
Icathian Void Breach, yep.
Icathian Void Breach. Demacia Invasion. Or Targon War.
Ooh. All right, what do we think, guys? Who's got the answer?
I don't know. Ikatia sounds like the answer, honestly.
I mean, I think we can already remove Demacia and Targon. I think this is never these two.
That doesn't sound right, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like void stuff. Yeah, I think I'm not for the void.
So what was the question again, and what answer you're going to go for?
Which of these events contributed to the fall of Shurima? And we're going for Void Breach.
All right, we're going to lock in Void Breach.
Submit.
I don't know how we get the answer. It was
Huge.
correct?
Yeah.
Huge. Nice. Beautiful. You guys are really smart. Is this how you got first team All-Pro, Jose?
Maybe.
Maybe? All
From
right,
the
all
void.
right. From the void. Okay, what's the next one?
Well, this one is going to be a bit easier, but which player was part of Cloud9 Kia's original 2013 roster?
2013?
Ooh.
2013.
Elimination?
We have options.
Jose's ready to go. He's
Jose
got them
already
all.
knows the answers.
Yeah.
We have Jensen, High, Blabber, or Fudge. Thanatos, you should answer this.
It can't be Blabber or Fudge. Either Jensen or High.
So?
Okay, we're thinking Jensen or High.
I'll say Jensen.
No!
Don't make it wrong.
I thought High is like 2011.
Yeah?
Yeah, two.
Well, no, it's 2013.
2017 too, no?
Yeah. All right, Vulcan, what does that mean for the C9 synergy now? He didn't.
I think we're just going to need to cut this part out.
Oh, cut this
Don't show
part?
this to any C9 fans.
All right, we'll take a look. Maybe we cut this one out. Yeah. All right. What's the next question?
Let's see. Next question. All right. Which Kia vehicle is the SUV with 3 rows of seats and estimated combined mileage of 31 miles per gallon?
Ooh, that's a good question. That's a good question. Okay, what are the options?
The Telluride HEV, the Niro EV, the K4, or the K5.
Ooh, that's interesting. What do we think, guys?
It's the Telluride. I'm like 90% sure.
Yeah, how many rows of seats are there in this car, Jose?
6.
Yeah? 6?
No, I can't see.
I see
rows,
3.
Rows.
I see 3 rows, right?
Yeah, we're not in a limousine. Or
Yeah,
like
that would be kind of neat if they went that far. But I think you only need the 3.
Yeah.
All right, so you're locking in the Telluride?
We'll go Telluride, yeah.
All right, let's see it.
Correct again.
Hey, is that 100? No, that's not 100%. Because
No,
We're still missing.
Oh,
well,
we didn't lock
Thanatos.
that in. He was wrong.
Oh, we didn't lock it in?
No. I mean, I'm not going to.
Beautiful. All right, what's the next question?
Let's see. What does Baron buff primarily enhance for pushing?
Ooh.
This is for noobs, I guess. Champion stats only. Minion strength, vision, or gold.
Okay, before we answer, just so everyone's clear, if you got this wrong, Vulcan just called you a noob. So yeah.
So Saint?
Saint, what do you think?
Daejeon. Excuse me?
Sure?
What? You want to log that in?
You want to lock in vision?
Wait. What's the question? Wait, so Vision.
What is the main Baron buff for pushing?
Minion strength.
Minion strength, lock it in, survey says?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah,
Let's go.
nice. Okay.
Last question.
Last question. Let's get it.
Again, about Baron. What does Baron give champions? Lifesteal, attack speed, empowered recall plus stats,
of course,
or gold.
Ooh, what do you think, Jose? Which one?
Empowered.
The empowered which? Empowered
With the
recall?
stats,
The stats, okay.
I think this is a trap question, maybe.
Oh.
Yeah, it's
It
a
also
trick
gives
question.
gold too, yeah.
I think it's gold because it does not give stats, right? You don't get stats when you get Baron.
You get the adaptive force, no?
I mean,
A
you probably
beat.
don't know
As
because
support
you're a
player,
support. You don't do damage, so it's fine.
But it does give gold.
It
So-
gives gold too.
What was the wording of the question?
What does Baron give champions?
Yeah, power recall.
So,
I mean,
is that a semantic thing? Is the champion getting the gold, or are you the player getting the gold?
I mean, I wish I was getting the gold,
If you
but I
think
don't
about
get
it,
any gold.
Could you imagine?
The team gets the gold too. So
Team
maybe
gets the gold.
Yes,
Okay.
so maybe champion is only empowered.
So we're thinking the empowered recall. And
Yeah, I mean, I
the
think
stats.
it's more directly like if you're asking about what the champions get.
All right, Berserker, what do you think? Lock it in.
Empowered recall, I guess. Yeah.
Empowered recall. All right.
Yeah, I think so.
First team All Pro 80 carry says empowered recall.
We have
Survey
to flip-
says.
we have to flip it.
Oh.
Correct.
Correct.
Huge.
Got by with the semantic argument. I
wanna
like
see the
that.
final
That's
score
thinking
right
with your
now?
head.
Flipping
That's
this over.
final score. Final score right there. Thank you for playing. We got 5 out of 5.
Nice.
5 out of 5. Well done, everybody. For the
Huge.
key
Round of
trivia.
applause.
Round of applause for everybody. First team All Pro. Round of applause for you guys too. Congratulations, first team All Pro. And MVP Vulcan, baby. Let's go.
Thank you.
I don't know how we're supposed to end this.
It's just done.
Everyone give peace sign.
GG.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to the Mullet Arena in Tempe, Arizona for the LCS Spring Split Finals weekend. The finals themselves, that'll be tomorrow. Today, we have to find who will get to challenge Lion there on that battlefield to be your LCS Spring Split champions. And in game number 1, it was Team Liquid, led by the flashy Lee Sin plays from Jose Daejeon, who went up 1-0.
Yep, Team Liquid, they were looking locked in this one. Quid and Yon in form as well. Lock and Vayne also in form on stage.
Hell yeah. But now, you gotta lock in if you're C9. They had their composition, they had their team fight approach they wanted to go for, but they were never able to put it together. It was Jose Daejeon on the Lee Sin, even when C9 had their point of strength where they were grouped up in their death ball, they forced Team Liquid back at that Drake fight. It was Jose finding the opportunity to punish C9, just getting a little bit too comfortable, a little bit too lazy with their exit, and then making the huge play that kind of started snowballing the game.
All right, let's see if they can do it again here. Team Liquid looking to keep up the momentum, but Cloud9 want to strike back quickly. They don't want to let it get too far away from them too early, and so they are continuing to focus on bottom lane here. In addition to the Karma, also banning the Lucian here for that Lucian-Melio pairing.
And for the second game in a row, they are going to ban Akali in the first half of the draft to make sure that TL don't take it early. Worth noting, C9 have elected first pick here since they were the loser in game number 1. Team Liquid then selecting blue side. Ori and Cassio will remain banned, just like they were in game number 1, as will Varus.
Okay, so continuing to probably double ban APA the entire series, which makes me think that APA is going to look to pick up the Annie pretty soon. They have an early Jarvan pickup here, so Cloud9 they're kind of assuming that Team Liquid will get some low mobility carries. First picking the Jarvan, I mean, usually you want to pick it into carries that are not going to have dashes and be too mobile. But they're first picking it so that they can hopefully get like a Jarvan Rumble combination going for themselves. And if they see the Caitlyn and Bard here, maybe they do throw down the Rumble early on here to complement Blabber's Jarvan.
And remember, Bard was banned in the first set of bans in game number 1, so now him going through into the second game, we'll see how much they can get done with Core's Bard. Over on the other side, not only is this Jarvan take a good starter for pretty much any composition here for C9, but remember, it was also what they chose to ban away from Jose in the second half of that draft instead of the Lee. So Lee's gone for the rest of the series now because of Fearless, and they'll also be able to deny the Jarvan with this pick of their own. So C9, if nothing else, they're playing for the long con here with the Fearless jungling, as they will lock in the Nautilus when you have some immobile enemy carries. Caitlyn's got her net, but if you drop a depth charge on her, you can catch her even from that range. So we'll see how effective Vulcan can be on the playmaker.
Yeah, they have some good dive already and things to hold people in place for Ziggs. They double ban APA with the Orianna Cassia. I mean, those are very common high priority mid lane bans, but he's going to get access to the Ziggs this time around, and that's the reason for the early Jarvan and Nautilus. Hold people in place for the big bomb.
That thing hurts if it hits in the sweet spot, and conveniently, the sweet spot is just about as big as the inside of the Cataclysm from Jarvan. So as long as they line that up, they'll be feeling great. But it is the Trundle locked in here for Team Liquid. This champion is exceptional at dueling other AD junglers who have part of their power budget committed to target access. Something like a Vi, something like a Xin, something like, I don't know, Jarvan. Because Trundle can just walk up and beat you in the 1v1. And he also makes it so scary for the tanks on the enemy team because they're not so tanky once they're subjugated.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. I was looking at Nautilus probably going to die a lot this game.
He dies a lot in every game, usually.
He always does die a lot. And if you go in on Nautilus, you hit something, you're proccing your Aftershock, and then Trundle will just take that extra stats with his ultimate, and then Nautilus is just instantly paper, and especially coming from support role, oftentimes will just get blown up. The other thing that's good about Trundle is with your W, you can dodge Jarvan EQs pretty easily. So move speed is always very, very good in jungle duels versus Jarvan. So you can try and avoid his big combo, because if you miss your EQ, and Trundle is definitely going to win the stat check after that.
Interesting. Team Liquid banning the Annie still, saying you might flex that Ziggs to the bottom lane. So we still don't want APA playing the Annie. The LeBlanc banned out by C9 is one of those old school, like it's a solo queue type of counter to Ziggs that can make his life really miserable. It's just a lot of people aren't willing to slam the LeBlanc, but C9's read seems to be Quid is one of those people, and we don't want him taking it.
Yeah, I believe Palafox taught him that lesson a while ago.
It's a hard lesson to learn.
Hit him with the LeBlanc.
The Senna banned out here, final ban for Team Liquid in this when they don't want that infinite scaling. Senna, those of y'all who have not been paying attention, is very strong in her current iteration of the game, so they keep their distance from that one.
Yeah, a lot of people have been going like the Doran's Helm and defensive opening and scaling up, trying to scale up, collect your souls, and we'll see about this game now. Ooh, interesting. Quid thinking about the Azir angle for himself, and it does give you the multiple possibilities here. Since Trundle is not a primary engager himself, yeah, you can go for Azir Sex, but you can also use it to just help peel for Caitlyn. Okay, that's more like it.
That's more of a Quid pick.
That's a lot more Quid here. We get the Yone, a classic for Quid. These melee champions so good at carrying on them. And if you do have a Bard on your team to be able to get Bard ults and set you up, then you can hit some large Yone ultimates.
Very scary stuff, and we know Quid has played this champion plenty of times in the past. Some mid laners want to keep their distance from it, but Quid is at home, at comfort, here with these powerful melee carry mid laners. Over on the other side of the C9 Cup, there's the Rumble that you were talking about all the way back when we first saw the Jarvan, the spicy hot pot combo that is very often picked together, will be picked together here again in this one. And since you're having Jarvan and Nautilus both go in, Ziggs is firing from a mile away. Rumble's got Equalizer from distance. They want their AD carry to also participate from a distance. Deadly Flourish, Curtain Call. They'll lock the Jhin for Sven, but the final pick of the draft for Team Liquid is Ornn for Morgan.
Yeah, some good engage here to put more pressure onto the Ziggs and Jhin, especially. Picking up the Ornn, it's always a fairly common tank pick to kind of answer Rumble, but really it gives you the Ornn ultimate for your team and that scaling possibility too with the ornaments for Team Liquid.
And it's also very effective against Jhin in particular. When he opens up the curtain call, you see the lines where he can fire the bullets. Just shoot the Ornn horn at him. He gets thrown up into the air. He can't aim the gun anymore. All of a sudden, that long-range threat, not the same.
Yeah, Bard also really good for that reason too against Jhin. So definitely a lot of ways for them to interrupt the ult, look for stationary targets.
Okay, so let's talk C9 game plan here first, because they're the team that's behind. They're the ones who don't want to have to be put in a spot where reverse sweep is your only answer. What kind of plays do you want to see from them early to tie this one up?
I think Blabber has a lot of opportunities here with Jarvan. You can put pressure on Quid maybe, open up some room for APA to take over with Ziggs, the classic for him.
And how about on the Team Liquid side? Is it just the Jose Diodo game again? Because Trundle's got a lot less playmaking tools than Lee Sin does.
I'll be looking bottom lane for Jose. You know, if you have a Caitlyn Bard, then oftentimes teams will try and like gank for that lane, gank for the Nautilus to crack your Caitlyn Bard, and they're actually going to gank mid lane first here in the opener.
Jose Daejeon going to walk straight back towards the turret as Quid exits all the way through the side. He knows that there's nothing meaningful Jarvan can do to him at level 1. You just can throw a flag, get an auto attack, that's about it. So it's safe to walk towards him, maybe not safe to walk the other direction, and surely enough, it wasn't. So what could have been a spicy level 1 just kind of fades away.
So we're expecting some pretty big choices here from Blabber early on. As we mentioned, Quid Yone is also always very scary, but you do usually want to put a stop to Caitlyn Bard lanes before they really start to accrue a lot of turret plate money. And you want to try and lend some extra threat to Nautilus engages. Like if Nautilus keeps on hooking in and looks for trades and gets people low, you need to also have some jungle threat, some jungle pressure there to really make sure that they respect it. And so Vulcan and CoreJJ with their own wards and their own brush trying to hold their ground here, but no, not super excessive trading super early on this time around. There is a ward on the Raptors that will see Jose pathing away from the bottom lane. And that is going to tell Vulcan and Blabber that maybe there will be some opportunities for Nautilus, Hookins, and Jarvan, to help out with the Caitlyn Bard lane early on.
Yeah, the Jhin Nautilus doesn't quite have that same level of early game threat that the Ashe and the Seraphine had that forced CoreJJ all the way back to base in game number 1. But now APA in a little bit of danger here. Luckily dodges away from the Q3 knock-up there on Quid's Yone. Quid gets the last little bit of the trade. APA staying calm, saving the flash, using the satchel to get away to safety.
Yeah, and the reason why he's so calm there is they did have the ward on Raptors I mentioned. It sees the Trundle, it sees Jose walk over there. So APA very well knows this could be a very likely possibility that he's going to come from this angle. And so he kind of just sits it there. No summer spells, as you say, doesn't panic. And here we go. He does clean up the rest of the CS. And it'll mean that it's only a very slight delay, but it is a delay between taking the bottom camps, respawning for Jose, and the top camps.
Okay, APA asks if Jose is a fanboy. Jose responds a bit.
Yeah.
And then Jan says he doesn't speak English. Grandpa Jose. All right, a little bit of, this is more the all chat banter.
Yeah, now we're getting a little into
that I was
it.
expecting from game number 1.
Very comfortable. Again, yeah, APA saw him with that Raptor ward, so he was also trying to use his time a little bit and then provoke him with the chat as well.
Yeah, we'll see how much of a distraction that ends up being throughout the game. Jose Daejeon clearing out his topside Scuttle Crab right now.
Yeah, it also is a reminder of game number 1 where Jose was a very successful fan of APA in the mid lane.
Oh, he was
with
the biggest
Lee Sin. He was maybe too successful of a fan.
Yeah, he crashed the fan meet there for APA in the mid lane. He had a target on that Anivia's back all game long, and he just consistently hit the mark over and over. Not sure exactly what the pause is for right now. League officials are investigating. I will let you all know as soon as we get an update as to what is going on, but I hope it is a fast one because, man, I really want to see where these junglers get involved, especially like what you were saying, Blabber having the opportunities to make these ganks on the Jarvan, one of the most effective early gankers in the jungle in League of Legends. I got to see where he goes because game number 1, his Nocturne, you had a couple of plays. You think of the reversal in the top side in the 2v2 where he comes in and saves Thanatos. They get the outplay there, but it definitely didn't have the same presence. It didn't have the same effect that you got to see from Jose's lead.
And in this game, at the current pause, we have had the earlier recall for Blabber, so he's back out on the map already. You get a little time to work with between your first, clear and the respawn for the second clear. So we'll see where, what he does with it. But at the moment, we do have, I believe it was Jan had his settings were reset in the game somehow. And so now he has to re-input his own personal settings. So, yeah, definitely can be annoying just playing on default. Definitely don't. Got to get your comfortable settings that you've always been playing on.
Yeah, I believe producers said it was his mouse settings, and especially as an AD carry, if you're trying to kite throughout a fight, make sure that you're properly spacing your opponents and your mouse is flying around all over the screen at the wrong speed, not what you're used to playing all the time. That's a pretty serious problem. For somebody, if you're just kind of playing a meatball run at him champ, it's not that big of a deal. But, if you got to, hey, man, I'm saying this as somebody who always played meatball run at him champs. Like, I don't need to have this.
So you could play on default, you're saying?
Yeah, if mine was on default, I'd be like, wow, that's weird. Anyway, click the
in a game that's going to qualify you for MSI.
Yeah, I mean, okay, well, I've never played in one of those. Maybe if I was playing in one of those, yeah.
Maybe I want a couple changes.
Maybe I would want to adjust the slider somewhat. All right, we're back into game. Settings are fixed. Vulcan making a pass through the mid lane here. Eric, can Flowers speak Spanish?
I answer for you. You can. She's been on that Duolingo for years now.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. we're working on it. I'm not fluent, but I can make it happen.
There. Yeah, I mean, so this is pretty funny because both of our mid laners have just different ways of expressing themselves in games. Usually APA's on the keyboard typing, but Quid has his own thing where he does a lot of IRL emotes, which is equally as enjoyable for a lot of people. Or in chat, you can let us know which one's more enjoyable, because Quid's always doing dances and emotes IRL versus the APA all chat, getting in there and getting some interesting conversations going, Flowers.
All righty. I hope we get a little bit more of them here. In terms of the results of our fan poll for who had the better draft, it looks like about 2/3 of our fans say that C9 came out on top in this one. So we'll get to see if they're right here, because, you know, win or lose, you can always just blame it on draft.
I mean, I love it because people also will always blame, why did you give X player their best champion? And you can say that for APA Ziggs. People do that all the time. Why did you give him Ziggs? That's going to be a free win. Or why did you give Quid Yone? So we have both in this game. And either way, you're going to be able to say afterwards, what in the heck? Quid got Yone, APA got Ziggs.
Other guy doing?
And currently, APA Ziggs is ahead with his gold. And remember, he did soak some enemy jungle time. And as well, they're going to be able to transfer this into the Dragon. Mid lane push, bot lane going to head over to.
Okay, C9 with control over the bottom side river. Very reminiscent of game number 1. Remember that first Drake in that one was secured with no contest from TL, who would then follow up taking the grubs later. So we'll keep an eye on Jose, see if that's the play he wants to go for here in a couple of minutes. But a nice early Drake for C9. They'll always be happy about that one, as Yawn is still just left in the bottom lane here to keep on farming. Quid making a rotation up towards the top side, though. They might be looking for a potential play onto Thanatos. He does have the ward and the pixel brush, though. Fires off the Electro Harpoons, keeps Jose Dioto away from the last hit on the ward.
You're not going to make a play on Thanatos. He's going to make the play on you.
Just turns it right back around.
We're trying to gank the top laner. Oh, now you're going to lose your crab, buddy.
Yeah, Thanatos is chasing Jose all the way out. Blabber's coming up behind him. There's the equalizer into the bag. An Inferno Bomb. Flash don't matter. Jose's cooked. First blood over to C9.
You don't gank Thanatos. He ganks you.
Beautiful, man. Thanatos saw him in this pixel brush, walked him down all the way to kill him at mid-lane turret.
Get the hell out of my lane. You got to think twice before you gank him again now, Flowers.
Yeah, even Jose says, ouch. That's not a good experience there. The Trundle gets punished.
Yeah, really good from Thanatos to recognize he can just walk him down too. And now you got the flash off of Trundle. So we mentioned, oh yeah, it's really good for Trundle to be able to use move speed and like dodge a Jarvan EQ. Guess what? Blabber's the level up on you has Cataclysm as well, and you don't have flash. So he could trap you, Jarvan. And by the way, Jarvan doesn't have to stay in the Cataclysm. You know, he can trap the Trundle and then EQ out of it and leave you there burning to the assuming the Rumble is there. So there's definitely some options for them to play with. Cloud9 with a fairly healthy 1,000 gold lead in Dragon.
Yeah, C9 feeling good about things here. So far early, 45 seconds until those Void Grubs spawn. There are still the wards in the top river area from C9 that will be fading right around that time, though, as Thanatos maintains absolute control over the top lane, crashing the wave into the turret. It's the general pattern of play the tank into Rumble. Well, early on, you kind of just have to take the losing trades, play carefully, until you get Kanik Rookern, and then you just don't care nearly as much.
Yeah, and it's a kind of a similar quiet story for mid lane where APA Ziggs, like the Ziggs is always going to have this extra possibility of plays around mid lane, and we just saw it with the jungle being pushed towards mid. Guess what? APA Ziggs' ultimate damage was very meaningful in getting that kill, and he can do it from a very long range. Meanwhile, the Yone does have to really focus on the wave a lot, and we've got some support roam timers here to work with, but yeah, the Ziggs gets to push waves very quickly. You get to push a little first, you get a little bit of extra time, and you have a lot of range. Now, though, he has teleport, so Ziggs can teleport back if they want to contest this Grubs. They do want to contest the Grubs.
Ooh, and Blabber wins the smite on the first Grub. Now Jose's got to try to get away, but the Cataclysm already comes down. There's the equalizer. Blabber flashes back out. Jose Diodo kept safe there at least for a little while thanks to the Tempered Fate. And now it's Vulcan in the middle of everybody. A massive Fate sealed! Quid just cut them to ribbons! Team Liquid with the major play from the mid lane.
They wanted to continue to punish the Trundle with no flash, just like we were looking for with the Cataclysm Flowers, but Blabber does use the EQ to get the distance, then goes for Cataclysm, has to flash out. In the end, we're going to look at bottom lane instead.
All right, Jan trying to evade the curtain call here. Wow. Sven, ooh, he misses the fourth one. And the flash from Jan to escape the dredge line means he lives to see another day.
But yeah, the fight on top side, they really want to punish Jose with no flash. Thankfully for Jose, CoreJJ is also there with the roam timer, and the Bard ultimate buys him so much time, as well as the magical journey, which he was able to use afterwards to survive and get out of there. So here's another look at it. Yeah, they think they've got him cooked, right? Okay, he's burning down in the Cataclysm. CoreJJ, though, buys him the time. It nullifies so much of that damage. You saw Ziggs, ultimate as well being used. And then Quid actually caught the Ziggs too. Ziggs was trying to use the jump to get away there, as well as burst down Jose. And Quid comes in. He's going to be the beneficiary. Gets a bunch of gold here onto the Yone. And we were warning.
You get it? Nice job!
That's the look on the face of a man who just made a three-man Yone ult. You can see the coaches behind the scenes for TL feeling the same way. What a massive turnaround.
Yeah, go look up Quid Yone LCS highlight, and it's actually one of our most famous plays that we have from him. So this champion and Quid, very dangerous combination. We'll see if Team Liquid can use that to their success later on in the game, but him getting at least one of the last hits there, as well as picking up a couple of the assists, and big play for him to wrap up 3.
Nice.
I mean, it was a good denial from CoreJJ. Like, CoreJJ had his back. If it wasn't for CoreJJ's Bard ultimate, then yeah, the Ziggs ult definitely would have roasted up Jose too, but that's the planning. You know, you trusted your teammates, and they knew that they had CoreJJ there on a timer as well, so good use of the Bard denial by Team Liquid. Cloud9 right back to objectives though, right back to business as usual for them.
They will take that second Drake. Again, no real contest coming from Team Liquid. Sven took a chunk, but that doesn't really matter a whole lot. We'll see if we get a fight for the Rift Herald here, but that's still 4 minutes away. Jose Otto completing the Trinity Force. And you touched on it a little bit, but yeah, Quid only got one of those 3 kills that they got in the fight. The other 2 actually went to Morgan, and Morgan now has the Kanik Rookern fully completed. So accelerating that Ornn a little bit further ahead now makes it very, very different in his encounters with the Rumble, using that passive shield to ignore most of the damage in these shorter trades.
Yeah, super good breakpoint for him. Bot 5.
Oh, here we go again. It's CoreJJ with a Tempered Fate right into the snap trap, but they don't have enough burst damage to finish him off just yet. Vulcan finally dies. Jose getting away. Subjugate keeping him healthy, and Blabber's in danger. Quid goes in after Sven, but he won't quite have the range to catch him. The Fate sealed. It won't matter though. That's still 2-0 TL, and C9 are again on the receiving end of the Team Liquid damage.
Yeah, Team Liquid, another good counter from them. They turn it around. They do invest in teleport, so Quid got down to the bottom side, opens up a turret plate here for APA and denying a tower, but he's going for another little chunk on to Sven. Sven still has double summoner spells, so he's not in threat of his life, but Quid was trying to force him to panic and burn at least one of those extra summoner spells while the tower plate is being taken. TL, though, another good little counter from them onto a Cloud9 play. They turn it around, they get some kills, and there you go. Talking about breakpoints, that Blade of the Ruined King done for Quid.
Full build Yone. He's got his upgraded Berserker Greaves with the quest. He's got his Doran's Helm. He's got his Blade. With the plays he's already been making, it's only going to get worse for C9 going up against this guy as Jose Diodo takes the Blast Cone to get away. Vulcan and Thanatos trying to find something here in the Team Liquid jungle. CoreJJ trying to catch up. There's no Tempered Fate available on the Bard anymore, but Morgan is now ready to collapse as Vulcan and Thanatos still try to continue their way out. Dredgeline finds a Yordle snap trap. Vulcan takes a bit of damage from that. Thanatos got to be careful here. Morgan summons up to call the Forge God. Thanatos with the flash away, makes sure that he can't be caught in the CC. But now Morgan goes forward, finds the knockup, and Vulcan's going to be low yet again. He can't Spider-Man to safety. Tempered Fate cooldown comes up at the very end of the fight, but misses the target. It's still +1 TL.
What an extensive invade. We ended up with 10 people there at the top of the map at 13 minutes, Flowers. Everybody came to follow up on that Thanatos Vulcan invade that they got the Wolf, but now Thanatos might be the next target. Vulcan did drop in the last one. Thanatos had to flash, so this Rumble, no flash.
Oh boy, no flash, 1 versus 3. That traffic cone is the end of him.
That's a scuba. That's scuba.
Yeah,
IRL.
They're diving all the way under the turrets. All 3 of them go in. Thanatos' Rumble falls. This game that started off looking pretty nice for C9, now a 7-1 lead, 2,500 gold for TL.
Dude, Spawn is usually just so locked in the coach reactions.
Yeah.
You know, he is just banging the table, or he's like golf clapping, like, all right, good
like,
job.
all right, good hustle,
you
guys,
should've
good
done
hustle.
good.
Yeah.
But he's in there with the scuba diving.
Oh, Quid forces the flash out of APA, and the Fate Sealed does just that!
Perfection,
Wow.
Flowers, perfection. Able to use the E-snap back on the hook, too.
That was...
Can't keep track of him. He's going to get back to full health off the minion wave, too.
You couldn't really have played it better. I don't know what I could have asked him to do that he didn't do. He gets the kill. He gets away. He does it without needing assistance from anybody else. Quid is just monstrous here in this second game. 3-0-4, 7 out of 8 kill participation on this Yone. This is going to be a problem that I don't know if C9 has the arithmetic to solve. Rift Herald spawned now. That was my question before. Are we going to get a fight over this one? Considering Quid is already working on it and there's snap traps everywhere, I don't think C9 wants it.
I think, Flowers, now would be a good time for a Kia poll for chats.
Okay.
Who do you think is more dangerous? Quid on Yone or APA on Ziggs? We'll see what chat thinks. It's not a very fair time to run that poll.
I was going to say, running that poll at this time is like a breathalyzer, man. Are people watching?
Spawn is diving under the turret. Scuba tank ready. Okay, so we'll see, though. Maybe that's just an early possible comeback here. We've seen APA Ziggs hold off tremendous amounts of minions, so always good wave clear and good combos, but Team Liquid, they just have so much momentum in this series, it feels like, and already really snowballing the gold lead here again in this game number 2. Though Cloud9 do have 2 of the early dragons, and they're starting up another one, which they want to get here. Quid has teleport. He could join.
Yeah, Team Liquid immediately tries to challenge. Core JJ throwing out the Tempered Fate, but he only finds the dragon with it. No enemy champions. Jose Diodo caught by the dredge line. Mega Inferno Bomb over the top, but not a whole ton of value. Core's the only one low. C9 on the retreat. Fate sealed. Once again, it catches APA. He tries to get out, but the call of the Forge God runs him over. APA is roadkilled, and he won't be the only one. Blabber dies next as Thanatos tries to fight his way out, but there's no way home. TL gets the Drake, they get 3 kills, and they are not finished. Sven tries to escape, but Yawn chases him down with a 90 caliber net. A little bit more damage. Yawn flashes forward here for the headshot. He's underneath the turret, but Morgan is tanking it for him. Team Liquid continues the chase. The shutdown back onto Yawn does happen, but Core also gets the chase kill onto Vulcan. Team Liquid, 17 minutes into the game, 7,000 gold ahead.
TL are feeling themselves. Flowers, they're flashing under tier 2 towers to go for dives after the objective. Here's another look at it where Quid just finished up on the tower on top side, and Yone does have the teleport to come to this fight. Here's an initiation, though. APA gets hit with the pillar just to slow down a little bit, and they're going to be looking at him. Look at Quid, though. This Yone, boom, E walks straight for him. The edge of the Yone ult clips him. They get the good chunk damage. Then also the Caitlyn ult damage, meaningful too. Get him a little lower, and Morgan was able to bowl him over. So Yawn, Quid, and Morgan all combine with ultimates to take down the Ziggs. And they're just having fun out there playing League of Legends. And looking like
That was an A+ fan cam, man. Now, this is not an A+ position for C9. Blabber caught in his own jungle. The Rift is no longer safe, Kobe.
No.
If you're wearing a C9 jersey, you cannot walk outside of the base walls alone. You have got to be careful. Every single brush could have a Team Liquid gank waiting and ready to send.
Yeah, Cloud9 up against the walls already. We're only 18 minutes into this game this time. Last time it took a little bit longer, but Cloud9 already are feeling pressed. Secondary tower in mid lane was already taken. There are objective bounties on the Rift. You don't like to see that early in the game.
The yellow glow of shame around the turret.
Or could it be a little hope? Cloud9 hoping for a desperate comeback. Yeah.
Well, the problem about that twinkle of hope is now Morgan's going in after Thanatos. The Rumble that hasn't been able to find the success he needs so far this game. Morgan goes after him here for the killing spree. CoreJJ tries to escape for now. Blabber and Vulcan arrive, but Morgan is just so tanky he doesn't care. APA just threw the whole kitchen sink into the river trying to hold Yawn away as Jose Diono makes his way into the retreat path of Cloud9. Quid's now joined, and that means there is no hope left here. C9 continue their retreat. Blabber gets followed through the magical journey, and CoreJJ finds another one. Double kill back over to the Bard, as Sven is the only man standing to bury the rest of his team.
It's a murder, Flowers. It is murder after murder out there. TL chasing them down, running them through their own base pre-20 minutes.
17-2. Team Liquid almost averaging a kill per minute in a professional game, in a series that will qualify you for MSI if you win it. These guys are locked in.
And this Team Liquid team was built to win, built for success, but Flowers, for most of this season, that is not exactly what they have gotten, not what they actually paid for. CoreJJ shouting out Cloud9 Classic here. They're always talking about beast mode, but Team Liquid, I don't think you're going to get any response to that because it's hard to all chat from the other side when you're down 10,000 gold. Back to TL, though. This team was built to win the entire league. It was built to qualify for international after international, and now they're built to destroy Blabber.
Yeah, Blabber's out of the picture, and I was pondering this a little bit, because game number one, you already said that one wasn't as one-sided as this one was as quickly, but in game number one, TL took the first Baron shortly before 22 minutes. Here in game number two, they're going to shave 60 seconds off that time. That's a new PB. Personal best. Team Liquid are all 5 persons are besting their counterparts here in this one. 4-0-12 on CoreJJ's Bard. I cannot ask for a better performance from a support.
And Morgan, just crushing it on this Ornn. I mean, 6-0-5 carry Ornn angle, Flowers?
Yeah, this is... I can't look at TL's performance this game and really find a whole lot to be upset about. As CoreJJ trying to get away through the wall here, opens up the magical journey, but he does get picked. Nice chain CC from Cloud9 to find the enemy support 3 seconds before the Drake spawns. Quid is still up in the top lane, does have his teleport, ready to join the rest of the team if need be. Here's that teleport coming in now, but it's going to be Morgan teleporting first to make sure he has the massive shield. Stepping forward, C9 grouped up as 5. TL even down a man, controlling the Dragon Pipper. Now Morgan with a massive 3-man knockup. Blabber's gonna die here at the very start of the fight as Jose Diono is taken low, flashing to the edge of the Mega Inferno Bomb. He still falls down. Thanatos dies next. Morgan zoning away too as APA tries to get away from Quid. But no, sir, it's the same story every single time this game as Morgan just menacingly lumbers towards them and guarantees C9 has to stay away. 4v5, and Team Liquid slam the fight.
Morgan's hacking, man. It looked like he got Malphite ult and Ornn ult on the same champion right there. He's able to get a 3-person E to start out the fight and then chase them down, push them out with his own real ulti. So here's it. He puts up his Q, that little pillar right there, and then he's looking at Cloud9 members all hugging around it. Boom, juicy 3-person E into Quid, going on to Blabber. They delete the enemy jungler. That was their first target. Take out the smite. And then Morgan, you see on the top side, is forcing out the entire bottom lane of Cloud9. TL fans got to be popping off.
These fan reactions have been incredible here in game number 2. 21-4 though, it's Team Liquid absolutely dominating in this second one. They've got the Baron for another 60 seconds. Quid is pushing up the top lane. Everybody else applying pressure to the tier 3 turret over in mid. C9 trying to draw their battle lines to defend, but this is just not an easy task. They're going to need some kind of a miracle. They're going to need a Team Liquid blunder if we're being honest, because without one, TL are just way too far ahead.
They certainly are, Flowers. Rich as can be. They're inside the base, too. They've infiltrated.
I don't know if that was infiltration as much as it was just putting a battering ram to the door and saying knock, knock. Team Liquid going to knock their way through the top lane now as well as Quid knocks down APA once more. Hosdiodo kept alive. That tempered fate. CoreJJ has done so much on the Bard here in game number 2, and we might just see the end of the game way sooner than I thought. When we started this second game, C9 trying to go for the 4v5 defense. Vulcan flashing forward, going in, trying to put the pressure on Daejeon, but he cannot get it. Vulcan gonna die first. Morgan in the back line, make sure Thanatos dies second. Blabber and Sven fighting on the steps of their own fountain, but Team Liquid still have not lost a man. TL came to Arizona ready to qualify for MSI, ready to play in the finals tomorrow, and they are now one game away from getting it done.
Team Liquid are not playing around. They're not wasting any time in this series either, Flowers. Looking to make their time here in Arizona quick.
What an impressive showing. Obviously, Quid has the flashiest plays throughout the game on the Yone, on the carry, but CoreJJ, even at that first fight up there in the topside river, he's the one who saves Jose. He's the one who makes so many plays. He's the one who makes it happen. Analyst desk, are we getting a 3-0 today? This is crazy.
Well, we'll hear from the analysts later. First, we got to check in with FlyQuest. We got FlyQuest in the house at Mullet Arena. Cryogen, what's happening in this series? It's a 2-0 so far.
I mean, it seems like TL is just far better today, and honestly, we're really rooting for TL to win, and it looks like it's going to be a 3-0, so, I mean, it's a good game so far by TL.
Okay, you're rooting for TL to win. Griffin, are you rooting for TL?
I was hoping it would be a close series, kind of, but I was expecting TL to win. But it's kind of been a stop so far. Feels bad. Okay. Yeah.
Well, I gotta say, during the game, you were cheering pretty loud for TL. So it feels like, yeah, you're a little biased here.
Oh, yeah. No, I just, I'm just trying to think. I feel bad because there's a lot of C9 fans in the crowd. They're a bit silent. And it seems like there's a bit more C9 fans than TL. So I hear when, they're really, really loud. So I kind of feel bad for them. But I would like to see APA lose.
See, that's what he was saying during the game, so I was happy that you're willing to say it there. And good luck getting jumped on the way out of the arena. All right, let's hear from Gakkos back here. What's going on this series? How does C9 come back?
I mean, TL beat us, so they are the best team by far. Otherwise, they wouldn't beat us, so I expected that.
Masi, what about you? How's C9 come back?
It seems like a quick 3-0, honestly. I don't think they're coming back, so yeah.
All right, well, if we're expecting a Liquid sweep, that means we don't have much more time in the arena here for all these amazing fans. So let's talk a little bit about the content that you guys were doing. Cryogen, you just went on a road trip with all of FlyQuest. Does the team still love each other after the road trip? Because that's a scary thing, going on a road trip with your buds, right? You never know what you're going to learn about them.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, the road trip was, it was pretty fun, but at times it was pretty scuffed, I can't lie. I was kind of hoping that we would be able to stream like the camping portion, but it was a bit tragic. But honestly, I thought it was really fun, and it brought us a lot closer. So, what do you think, Griffin?
That was okay. The road trip was really fun, and camping was like a good experience. But honestly, I got the ick from Griffin because this guy cannot leave his phone alone. So I have to say that.
I agree. That was the most boring road trip I've ever had. I swear. Bro, I got so bad that we lost in playoffs because we had to do this thing because we lost instead of playing in front of the crowd. So I swear we're never losing again. Bro, we went camping. That's the worst experience I've ever had in my life, bro. 12 hours, no Wi-Fi, on the internet, nothing. I can't even look on social media. Bro, that might have been the biggest dopamine detox I ever had. I can't focus.
Bro, this guy could not get off his phone for 5 minutes, actually. I can't even lie. Like, we were in camping and there was no service. We see this guy at the end of the road trying to look for service, bro.
How am I supposed to text people? There's no service. I can't text anyone.
Wait. So what I'm hearing is for NA to win at Worlds, we just need to take your phone away for like a month. And then you'll be so craved for some entertainment, you know? You'll start grinding some League. Is that it? Yeah?
I see the vision. I see the vision.
All right, we'll work on that. FlyQuest, you'll get on that, right? All right. I hear that there's also an after party. Gakkos, what's going on with the after party? FlyQuest gonna be partying up tonight?
Yeah, we are giving a big party with Tradify. It's gonna be so fun.
That's awesome. And Cryogen, where can people get more information about the party if they want to go attend?
Yeah, make sure, if you guys want to come to the FlyQuest party, you guys go to our Twitter page and you RSVP there. It's going to be a really fun party, so I'm expecting to see a lot of people there, so make sure you guys go.
Yeah, go to the Tradify party. We need to get Gakkos some motion. Hey, we gotta get everyone lit. Everyone come.
All right, I got to take that away from him. They all think it's a sweep. What do we think, Mullet Arena? Are we getting a sweep 3-0? The crowd's still behind Cloud9. Let's see what the analysts have to say.
Hey, Raz, I think you missed the spot over there.
Oh, yeah, I got you.
Oh, no.
Get that out there. Get that out.
Hurts. It hurts.
Sweep.
Team Liquid has shown up in a big way, and Cloud9.
Where are they?
I don't know.
What happened?
Well, I'll tell you where they're not. They're not set up over here at this play, because this was crazy. I wanted to talk about this play over at the Herald earlier on in the game. So they had this play where they're going to try to set it up. They're taking an early reset through bot for Vulcan. Vulcan is going to go out through mid, and they're saying, okay, we'll help APA, we'll help them get a reset.
They're up 1,500 gold in a Drake.
Exactly.
They're doing well.
It's looking really good. So they have this plan. We'll get APA this reset. APA is sitting on a lot of gold. As you can see, he has his first item ready to buy. So Vulcan and Blabber are going to come through mid. They're going to get the reset for APA. But I really feel like C9 is kind of over-rushing this play, because APA is going to look for a recall. If you look up the top side, Thanatos is still in the process of pushing in this wave. So as we roll it out, Core is in the area. He's kind of harassing them. Jose has already pulled the grubs. But Blabber clearing out a ward, APA just now finishing his base, and you can see it's also kind of like split comms. You can see the assist pings right up here on the top side from Cloud9. You know, Thanatos and Vulcan are thinking, all right, maybe we can actually make a play over through here, push that out first, then we could actually look to make a play over at Grubs. But as APA is TPing in, Blabber says, Jose has no flash from the earlier play, let's just full send it. But look at where your carries are right now.
Yeah.
APA has not yet arrived. What is Nautilus supposed to do to the Cataclysm Trundle? You can't hook through the wall. And Thanatos is not in range to actually land Flame Spitter or anything like that just yet. So he's going to throw down the Equalizer. APA arrives a little bit late. And Core has very good positioning right here to be able to actually get into position and deny a lot of this damage coming down. So the Rumble Equalizer gets dropped. Jose gets immune from all this. As APA arrives, he was already spamming out that ult. That gets immune as well. And APA now feels like, all right, we are fully committed to this. We need to rush the play. We're trying to get in Jose. And that means he is now fully exposed to Quid. He's walking into melee range of the Yone, who did not even have his E available. So, you know, Quid is able to get free access into the backline and this massive ultimate without having Soul Unbound. He gets a 3-man ult because C9 just line up, and it does not feel like they're talking through these plays. The setup is not correct. They're not on the same page. You don't need to rush it. Jose has no flash. Wait for your carries and be synced up.
Jose didn't even die as well. That was the last time the game was close, because then C9 actually seemed to continue to rush plays. 24 deaths in 24 minutes. Either way, player of the game, it's a tie between Core JJ and Quid. So fans get to break this tie. You can't just spam Jose and have him win again. I'm sorry, Jose fans.
They're gonna try.
So it's between Quid and Core. Very close, partially because of that Yone play we just pulled up. But Quid is popping off. So my prediction before the series was Team Liquid 3-1, and it was because of Quid's performance the last 2 weeks, looking like MVP Quid. And if he continues to look like that, then they're likely to win the series. When you also add on the fact that C9 is getting worse by the minute, it becomes a sweep.
Yeah, when I started sweeping the floor, someone in the chat was like, didn't Raz predict C9? Yes, I did. I feel like I don't have to say it. That is the quickest flop I've ever done.
I mean, I feel like I need to flop because I gave C9 games.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to lose, and I feel like I need to change my prediction.
Like, Quid has been going crazy these last 2 series, but this is just the play that we've seen thus far from him. I think Team Liquid has just been a completely different team going through the lower bracket. A little bit has changed. Like, yes, the past changing towards encouraging more tank supports have made it. Now Core JJ is impacting team fights a lot more, but I do think they are far more a cohesive team, and Quid is a much more, I think a clear top-tier mid laner that we were expecting when he first came into this league.
I love Spawn getting into it there.
Yeah.
I think the big thing for me is you mentioned Core, and I agree on the engage support thing, but he's played Rakan and Bard thus far.
Yeah.
He's been everywhere, and I think it brings up the point where all of these compositions are so good for, like, Quid fits in them super, super well, right? Like, there was so much setup for him to end up getting that 3-man Yone ult in there.
Yeah.
And not that he's being carried by his team, just that the entire team.
40-6.
Wow.
Okay,
First game
I'm
was
trying to avoid
16-2.
these numbers, and it's behind me
The
and in
last
front
game
of
was
me.
24-4.
Wow.
And Emily, I don't even want the graphic behind us to be shown because it actually feels bad. I feel so bad for C9 fans because the team performed so well during the regular season, and every time they have a chance to go international, they lose. It happened last week, 3 games in a row. They now need to win 3 games in a row to not add a 9th series.
Yeah.
I mean, going from an undefeated season to getting swept in back-to-back international qualifying series, there is not a more disappointing way for your year to end.
Yeah, and the fact that we can see the coach cam, not only from the clips that they throw out there for the community to see on YouTube, but also here live in person, the coaches must be fuming.
They gotta be, but if you're on site for spring finals, make sure to check out the Riot Games dev panel at ASU's Mullet Arena before the games tomorrow. So show up early, check that out. Also, don't miss any LCS action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. We're gonna be right back and see, can TL make the sweep a reality, or will C9 bring the comeback?
Pressure's on.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hello? Whoa. Mama Gorgon 85 lives here? Yep, that's my mom.
The absolute legend who went from gaming on her phone to ruthless online streaming slayer with no mercy for any living thing is your mom?
Hey guys. Apples with peanut butter?
How is this possible?
With AT&T Wireless and Home Internet.
Hey, text me if you need anything.
Level up your connection with AT&T Wireless and Home Internet, now available across the nation.
No, she's so nice in real life.
That's no ulti, no ulti.
It's I think 60. Did you get one?
Pick up her? No, no, here. Jarvan ulti.
Oh, that might be that.
No flash.
Hey,
I can rotate. They use a lot already. Look at Jinx. Oh, nice ulti.
Nice. He's gonna take the porter. You get it? Nice job!
Team Liquid almost averaging a kill per minute in a professional game, in a series that will qualify you for MSI if you win it. These guys are locked in.
Part of the game, gunfire and flames. I hear echoes of my name being called in a Hall of Fame. You ever get the feeling your inner cause to be great? I want championship rings and a trophy cabinet display. To be H, I feel like TBE. If I'm mid, then I'm KDB. Rookie, but somehow I still end up as the MVP. My kick game like Fredo, or better yet, MVP. Champion at MP3, that's why they all envy me. Make the ground shake, make the ground shake. We did it like that way, we did it our way. Make the sound wave, make the sound wave. Hall of Fame theme music, man, we don't play. Make the ground shake, make the ground shake. We did it like that way, we did it our way. Make the sound wave, make the sound wave. Hall of Fame theme music, man, we don't play.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS Spring Finals driven by Kia. We are now potentially one game away from a Team Liquid victory here over C9 after a dominant game one and an even more dominant game two from TL.
Yeah, even FlyQuest were in there calling for the early 3-0. But the C9 fans are in the audience. I see them everywhere. And they are loud too, getting into it. All right, Cloud9 fans, do you think you can reverse sweep? You've got to start now.
Yup, it's got to start here. It's 3 in a row for C9 or their split is over. They have to wait all the way until summer to play some more. This last chance opportunity here in the lower bracket final to still qualify for MSI, to still qualify for the finals tomorrow, to have a chance to play for the title. But it's gotta start here. Game number one, it was Jose Daejeon making play after play after play after play. Game number two, it's CoreJJ on the Bard, getting so much done. It's Quid's Yone just being the Yone on the enemy team in solo queue 10 times over. And C9 have not had anyone step up to that same level just yet.
What are they going to need, Flowers, to kick them into gear here? I'm feeling like Thanatos Gnar or something like that, one like real signature champion, and see what they can do, maybe focus top lane. That has been a route for them, because if you look at the stats, you know, Cloud9 are significant damage portion comes from top lane, much more significant than most of our other teams. And APA, of course, you know, the mid lane takes a more facilitating role. And all right, let's get into it though, because mid lane is currently still the focus with a lot of the similar perma bans going, that respect with the Akali and the perma of the Cassia Orianna.
Yeah, this is exactly, I believe, the same 6 champions that were banned in game number 2 in that first rotation. The Ori and Cass, like you're talking about, the Varus kept away for the power pick in the bottom lane, Lucian Karma banned out by C9, and they continue to respect the Quid Akali that could be locked in early. But C9's first pick here, they dropped the Lulu for Vulcan, which means it's got to be some kind of a hyper carry for Sven.
And Sven this season has really been a fan of the Yunara, much more in the beginning when Yunara was truly OP, but they could still go with the Lulu Yunara, or, you know, like you're saying, a different hyper carry of Jinx, and I fit one of those in. Meanwhile, the engage of the Nico, which if it was Cloud9 Nico, then you think there's more of a possibility of like mid lane, APA takes it or something, but it is a TL Nico, and so you're pretty sure that is Core JJ. Nico on the bottom side, and now you're 100% sure.
Yep, that Nico will be going to the support role as the Victor is locked in early for Quid here. Pretty standard pick, just long-range control mage, clears waves very well. There's nothing crazy that you've got to be prepared for with this guy, and, you know, unless you give him a couple resets in a team fight and the Storm takes up the whole screen. But
yeah, that's all right. So we talked about Sven being a pretty big fan of the Yunara and still holding on to that one. They are going to lock it, so Yunara, of course, you know, you do have your own jump when you activate your ultimate, and if you can work around the Nico engages, can still be very effective, especially in clumped up team fights. Meanwhile, into the Victor, a couple of options here for APA. Early hovering onto the Syndra, but eventually going with this Twisted Fate. That C9 are one of our teams that have effectively used the mid lane Twisted Fate and play around the gold card timers, play around that range of the single target stun. And if you have a Twisted Fate to play down to your hyper carry of your Yunara Lulu as well, put that, you know, enemy lane in check, which is going to be some sort of Nico looking like the Ezreal. That does make a lot of sense with the combination for the poke damage, and Ezreal pretty common response to the Yunara as well.
Okay, so we'll have some range down there, some poke like you're talking about. The TF, I agree. I'm fully expecting him to try to play around this Yunara, get Sven fed, have the hyper carry, do what the hyper carry is supposed to get done. The thing is, though, playing Twisted Fate into a champion that has the extreme pushing capability that Victor has means that if APA does look for these plays, if he does look for these roams, and he can't make things happen, it will be very easy for Quid to get himself ahead, forcing plays and shoving waves.
And that's why I think that Cloud9 need Blabber on some sort of jungler that can fight well, you know, because you want a Twisted Fate to be able to also make plays with like an invading jungler or just some sort of jungler that's going to put pressure, like a Xin. Like Xin is up, Jarvan is up. Definitely
Jarvan's banned.
Or Jarvan actually, or excuse me, not Jarvan, Pantheon was what I was thinking of. The Xin or the Pantheon.
Hey, I agree. You look great today. Good job,
Yo,
buddy.
you look great too! The fans in Arizona. Props for that. Crab for Nexus. Uh-oh. That is a classic.
That's a rough trade.
That's what maybe Cloud9 really need to just index more into the Scuttle Crabs.
The Blabbers Crabbers.
More into their power.
Well, they won't be able to index into that Thanatos Gnar that you were talking about as something that could be a win condition.
In Bald we trust. That's a narrow buff. Oh, well done.
Yeah.
Well done production.
Yeah, excellent camera pan right after that one. It's going to be all top lane bans from both sides here in the second half of the draft, though, as the Gnar and Jace are banned out by TL, the Renekton and the Jax banned away by C9. Remember, C9 wanted first pick here in this third game, just like they did in game number 2. So that means TL will get their counter pick here at the very end.
No, I mean, it's going to be a jungler. There's no way they're early picking the top laner when they have counter pick. They can guarantee for Morgan. So, let's see. Honestly, they just need something kind of stable from Jose. Ooh, okay. They're going to go with the early Nefiri here. And Nefiri is very good when enemy is showing Twisted Fate, so obviously you can immune gold card very easily with Nefiri, and you have a lot of mobility, but the instant double lock C9, they get denied the Gnar with the ban, but they still want the same idea we're talking about, where Thanatos can carry. And Thanatos, I'm assuming, is getting the Ambessa. Technically, we have had the opposite, where Sejuani goes top and Jungle gets Ambessa.
But I don't want to see that this game.
I would literally give that 0% chance this game. You're giving the carry opportunity to Thanatos, the guy that has been able to carry from the top lane like no other. And you give him some Sejuani synergy to work with, some CC to work with, in addition to a Twisted Fate. So honestly, I do really like this draft from Cloud9. You have 2 lanes, side lanes that can carry, either Yunara with Lulu buff or Thanatos on his Ambessa. Both APA and Blabber can play to those side lanes. Is going to maybe be problematic with the Shen lock-in, because I do like that answer. As far as being able to Shen ult onto a Nico it kind of solves one of Nico's later game problems where you are a bit squishy. Sometimes you just get popped, but CoreJJ is very good at getting into good angles, and you get the Shen on your back, then the engage is really dangerous.
It's also so effective at preventing Twisted Fate from doing what he wants to do, or my favorite version of all the possibilities with this composition, Dog Missile. As soon as you fire Nefiri into the back line, you've got Shen attached right to her as a rocket thruster, and you've got so much pressure on whoever they want to go after.
Now I hope that we get the hot dog Nefiri skin so you can get your hot dog missile.
Hot dog missile sounds good. Somebody give Kangas some hot dogs to throw to the crowd if it happens, because that would just be a sick way to celebrate being back in an arena here again.
And the other thing that Shen does that is very good for countering Twisted Fate, not just the global, but you can also block auto attacks, and so try and get the block down for gold cards for people. It does make it sometimes annoying for Twisted Fate if the Shen is next to someone and he's able to get the block zone up and block the gold card. Not too often, but sometimes, you know, if Twisted Fate would have been thinking about going to the top side to gold card, then it also is a stopper there, because obviously you can easily time it for yourself.
So one thing that I do want to watch throughout this game, 2 Summoner Spellbooks on C9, both APA and Blabber, running that Keystone. A lot of possibility, a lot of room for creativity there. Good usage of that can change the course of a fight with an exhaust, with a heal. Lots of different choices. And C9, they have got to be mentally resilient here. Game numbers 1 and 2, it's not like they were particularly close. It was Team Liquid outplaying them, just getting so far ahead, especially there in that second game around that topside river fight that just C9 could never recover from. But in a best of 5, your ability to keep your minds on track, reset after a rough game, come back into this one knowing you're back at square zero, that's what you got to be able to do if you want to reverse sweep.
And we already saw, right, at the beginning, a couple of those melee minions going down, APA missing, so losing out a little bit already. It does also always hurt a little bit more with Twisted Fate if you miss some, because you get extra value from hitting CS out of your passive. So it makes people count them even more.
Yeah.
The chat goes wild with the -1s. We'll see, though, because Jose is bottom, and he is using the hot dog
Yeah,
skin.
that is a hot dog.
That is. It is a weird colored hot dog with the chroma, but
he's not seen. Jose jumps in, fires off the first Darkened Dagger. The hyper carry Yunara is first blooded 2 minutes and 6 seconds into the game, and Team Liquid is on the board with Jose Diodo.
Yeah. The hype around the carry, Jose Diodo.
The hype around the carry is like that's not what you wanted the start of this lane to be.
2 long swords for Jose's recall, but Blabber will make him pay the nominal price of your blue buff.
I'd take that.
For that, I'll take that any day. Get the kill, early kill onto Sven. Sven held on to his summoner spells. He, resigned himself to death after CoreJJ had the good engage. We're focused on Nefiri getting the kill, but props again to CoreJJ with the engage from Nico, using the flash on the bottom side, getting right there onto Sven. So, Sven after that was like, okay, fine, you got me. I am resigning myself to death, and Nefiri gets paid. So we'll see what Jose can do this game. That champion with money is extremely problematic.
Oh yeah, Fed Nefiri is a problem. The champion can just do so much damage all at once. You do have the tanky Sejuani on the enemy team. You do have the Lulu to try to protect whoever gets dove.
Blabber is being able to get the bottom side crab. I kind of like that, He warded his own red and dropped it so that he could get the crab and make the fans happy for the Blabbers Crabbers. Get the bottom side, and he can go back and get his red afterwards anyway. No big deal there. Make sure he does not get double crabbed.
With burst down here onto Vulcan as C9 will try to get this wave shoved up, crashed into the turret. Also a massive wave crashing into the top lane turret there as Thanatos has controlled that one against Morgan here early. I think there is a lot of pressure on Thanatos in this game because you're on a champion like Ambessa that you said can carry from the top lane, because he's been, I just think, so far and away throughout almost the entirety of Spring Split, by far the best top laner. And so now, being put on this champion at this do or die must win moment, he's really got to step up.
Yeah, best top laner in the league. Morgan has picked a pretty good nullifying stopper champion for the top side. Shen for the absorb, be kind of fine up there, and then you can, as we say, block gold cards with your dodge zone. It still can get really dicey if Sejuani goes up there because you can block some autos, but Sejuani brings a lot of CC anyway with the ulti, so we'll see which area they decide to focus since bottom side Sven already having a little trouble.
Ooh, CoreJJ walks up. He goes for the Tangle Barb. Nice juke from Sven, because if he gets caught there, Jose was right there waiting. That could have been another big problem. If nothing else, it should have at least been summoner spells. Yeah. But a nice juke from Sven keeps him safe for now.
Well, then they're just trying to keep their farm consistent here. Keep the gold income up. And we're approaching to the level 6 for Twisted Fate.
I'm curious how much attention C9 is going to put on attacking Morgan specifically, because that's one of the answers that you normally do into Shen. Shen can save anybody on his team except for Shen. So the only person that can't get the stand united is who you've got to hit. And Blabber is making a trip up towards this top lane right now. You can see the pings though, as TL does have the control ward and the tri-brush, so they're just trying to waste
I spy with
time.
my little eye.
Yeah,
it's a really good control ward spot, by the way. Really, really good, precise spot there to be able to get the little look around. And he's going to go complete the recall anyway. We're looking for the bottom crab, by the way. So Blabbers, Crabbers, join powers now.
Vulcan walking into the tri-brush, finds CoreJJ waiting. Does he a good little chunk of damage there. Jose versus Blabber here for the crab. Blabber continuing to try to keep going here. Does have to back up over the wall there with the Arctic Assault because Team Liquid was bringing help faster. Jose smites the crab away after seeing Blabber's re-entry, so Blabber's just going to go back to his own jungle. Another thing that's important to remember is even though Jose got off to that good start with the first blood down there in the bottom lane, Blabber, as the Sejuani, your first purchase is so cheap with the Protoplasm Harness, and it's so powerful too. It could really be a big X factor in one of these early skirmishes, one of these early neutral objective team fights that we've seen in both the previous games.
Yeah, Sejuani always still going to provide that value, no problem. We've actually seen Blabber get counter jungled really hard on Sejuani and still come back and have a very successful game. In fact, against Jose himself, Blabber was pushed out and still able to have a meaningful impact. So let's see. Their bottom lane, of course, and their mid lane were both getting pushed in, so you don't always get to be the sole determining factor of your crab power. And because of that, Jose wrapping around again. Twisted Fate, kind of, you can see him hovering too. Anytime they hover Twisted Fate, you get the mirror.
Ooh, public execution though from Thanatos. Wants to go in after Morgan. He protects himself for now, but the damage from Thanatos is not quite enough. He commits the ulti, but Morgan gets away. Now Quid in danger. Gold card immediately into the Glacial Prison. C9 trying to strike hard here in the mid lane. One more gold card deals him a losing hand. Quid is down, and APA gets the kill.
Cloud9 attacking two lanes at once. One with the 1v1 on top side, and then the gank in mid lane. Wow, Jose is taking the dragon, so objective still picked up for Team Liquid, but Cloud9 getting on the board with a kill. And doesn't look like they
Ooh, APA wants to get away from it. Hound's Pursuit chases him underneath the turret, but immediately Call of the Pack has to be used to back off after the Tangle Barbs miss from Core.
It's an old one, but a good one, Flowers.
I missed this one. This is a classic one right here.
I feel comfortable.
Yeah.
Feels like home.
That's what I was about to say. It feels like coming home as Team Liquid. They took the first Drake. It was a later first Drake than in the first couple of games. Previously, we would see it around when it spawned. This time around of 7.5 minutes, and now with the Void Grub spawning shortly thereafter, Jose is going to go ahead and pick those up as well. So early neutral control for Team Liquid.
All right. Let's take a look. CoreJJ hits 6, so you really got to keep tabs on him by pressing tab and tracking that Nico.
It's good advice.
Nico,
sure you press tab.
Currently up in the top side 2v1, so it's pretty easy when they're at the tower, but are going to have to look out for those. Again, if you've got the Nico Shen combination, can be deadly. Definitely helps if your Shen is already getting pummeled and pushed under tower. And Sven actually doing a good job there on the Yunara, pushing Morgan in, chunking him low. You want to keep up the pressure on the source of the global, what you're talking about previously, where keep Shen low, keep the pressure on Shen so that even if he can get away from you and get an ult off, he'll lose a lot for doing so.
Right, you'll have control, you'll have push, and even if he arrives, if he's chunked to half HP, that might not be the turnaround in the battle that Team Liquid would be hoping for. Cloud9 with a very modest gold lead right now, but again, that can be kind of deceptive in a game with Twisted Fate. Kind of what you were talking about earlier. Yeah, he gets the bonus dice gold whenever he kills stuff, but that's built into the kit. He's balanced around it. He's supposed to be ahead in terms of money. Steps forward here, closes a little bit of distance onto Quid, closes enough to grab at least the stun for the quick little bit of damage, but it's not like Quid's feeling a whole lot of pressure here. Blabber still hanging around. I want to see if Blabber can get another gank maybe onto this Victor, onto this immobile mage that can be such a good target, because the further ahead you can get APA, the faster you can get him to that Twisted Fate 3-item power spike where you have your rapid fire cannon and you can really set up picks, the more well-equipped C9 will be to find the play that wins them their first game in this series.
And I like that you say Blabber should do it, because Sejuani is very good at playing very like non-committal engages. Against the Shen, a lot of times you kind of want to make an engage but not fully commit to it. And Sejuani is very good at doing. Yeah, exactly. So you get the Shen ult burned and, you know, maybe back off if necessary or fully burst them down if you actually have the angle. But Sejuani is very good at having options, has the mobility, has the long range in addition to the CC. So can kind of pick and choose your battles and make your choices wisely. APA currently is sitting on the Ghost and Teleport with his Summoner Spellbook, and Blabber is currently topside as well. Teleport invested to go back to mid lane though, and Twisted Fate ult still being held on to.
All right, C9 bottom lane, 63 stacks, or 53 stacks, sorry, can't read, on the Cull left for Sven before he'll be able to cash in on that one, catch up a little bit on this small gold deficit down here that Daejeon has earned for himself on the Ezreal. 1.5 minutes until the next Drake spawns in this one. First was Mountain, second was Ocean. The two big defensive Drakes will be out of the opportunity there for what Soul arises. Lots of vision control down here in the bottom river right now for the TL side. You can see 3 different control wards placed down around the Dragon Pit itself. Mid-side brush, banana brush. Daejeon trying to get back now though, has to use the Arcane Shift over the wall to make sure that Sven can't follow up with the damage after Vulcan got him slowed.
All right, continue to farm here, trying to snipe a little bit. Getting the recall from Daejeon. See if he has his completion. Oh, just picking up some more resources, some more pots here to continue the kind of slow mid game. I mean, Shen always does this where having the block. Oh yeah, there you go. He gets the full Trinity Force. Shen always kind of does that where he kind of slows it down a little, because even when you have Sejuani ult ready and Twisted Fate on your team, can definitely be a bit of a stopper to a lot of those plays you'll look for. And since everybody's holding on to their flashes still, it's not like there's a really good opening to punish. So see here with limited vision and information as well. Blabber coming right back out to open on the bottom side of the map, where Jose already currently resides.
Yep, Jose going to clear out some of that vision. CoreJJ next to him. Team Liquid again trying to control the neutral objectives. Remember, they've already got the first couple of them so far in this game. Teleport brings Quid right back into the mix as Blabber and APA are forced back a bit. Jose Dioto still just hanging around in the banana brush here. Just wants a little bit more damage onto Blabber as he tries to make his way back over here. Drake not started yet by either side. Bottom side river control still for Team Liquid. Morgan's going to take a recall. Yeah, he has his teleport if he needs to go back to top lane. He has his ulti if he needs to join the fight. And he just purchased Titanic Hydra, which is a big power spike there for him. So Team Liquid just going to take this dragon, make sure that they are continuing to stack those neutrals. Thanatos will cash in on some plates top side in the meantime.
Yeah, money, money, money here for Thanatos. See what they can get. Blabber also wants to take another blue away during that time. So it is going to be the 2 dragons and the 2 blue buff steals for C9.
You were really correct about the thing about Shen slowing the game down. This is by far our lowest action game
here we
so
go
far, but now Thanatos has APA and Blabber coming up to help him. They attack the Shen. They go for the dive. Thanatos, not quite enough damage, and Morgan in the 1v3 gets out alive.
Did that Sejuani ult hit you, Flowers? That was a little wide.
Morgan stays alive.
Okay, so he was predicting a flash, I believe.
Well, I'm sure we'll have a replay.
Maybe
of
we'll slow it down a little
in a moment. But
usually
right now,
when that happens, it's a flash prediction.
Hold on, Team Liquid's coming in. They want to try to get a punish on APA, who has hung around up here in the top lane. The gravity field thrown down, but the heal and the ghost from APA get him away from that before Quid is able to trap him nearby. Now, Hosdioto is still waiting here in the brush. Team Liquid's going to get this wave shoved up, and they're just going to go for the dive here onto APA. Pop Blossom forces the flash of the Twisted Fate, and Team Liquid shows them how to get the 3v1 done. They make the dive happen. They get the extra kill. Vulcan forced to use Wild Growth defensively after the ulti reset there from the Nico. Now Yawn protected by the Stand United. Morgan shows up to make sure that Sven has to fully retreat.
Okay, he does retreat though, and he's gonna live for now. Wave does get pushed in, but they should be able to recover from that. Nice little punch from Team Liquid on the top side after the attempted play from Cloud9. And yeah, it was a prediction ult from Blabber trying to predict the flash. And so that's what just makes even more important Morgan's sidestep. Morgan's able to sidestep both of them. He sidestepped both Thanatos and Blabber, and then still have his flash to be able to get out afterwards. So it's actually so sick. So here's again, look at this sidestep that he's going to do. So first he's going to block the gold card with the dodge, and then this sidestep there. Dodges out the Sejuani ult, who was predicting, and then he's able to still have his flash dash to get out of range. Really nice from him.
The happiness of the TL fans as Lord Morgan gets his Survive the Dive award, as we do have a game once again on a knife's edge here in terms of gold. But it's the Team Liquid neutral objective control that remains at 100%. They got the Rift Herald as well. We'll see where Jose wants to drop that one. Down here in bottom lane, TL's getting the wave shoved up. Core JJ and Hosdioto have control over the jungle off to the side, which means Thanatos cannot afford to hang around here and try to defend this. At least C9 on the other side of the map will also use this opportunity for APA to push the tier 1 and get that one in trade.
Okay, Team Liquid getting bottom one, as you say. Trade of towers does go through, and this game much closer than previous Flowers, so the hope alive for Cloud9 in the series. They have a lot of work to do to claw their way back, but it starts with one game at a time.
Yep.
Herald being used by TL though, and this tower's already low, so they're gonna, if they can just finish this off, grab all of the outer towers and really open up the map for themselves, start to take over some of the jungle vision. Solid setup for TL, gonna get another charge as well.
Yeah, that's even more plate money going their way. Now Blabber trying to defend himself in the jungle, make sure he controls his wolves still, but Jose and Core roaming around as this jungle support duo trying to choke their opponents out of their own side of the map. As Thanatos maybe the target? No, they don't want to full send on the Mbessa like that, not with the rest of C9 around and ready to reinforce. The next dragon spawning in under 60 seconds now. As C9 want to move forward, should be able to secure this Scuttle Crab. As Yawn takes his retreat in the mid lane, low on mana here on the Ezreal. Not sure how much gold he has, but the tier is fully stacked. Whenever he buys the Mana Mune, it will evolve into the Muramana instantly, and that will be a massive power spike. Doesn't have the money for it just yet.
Certainly will. See if they are able to utilize that on the timer when it comes, but 30 seconds ahead of time right now. Dragon is going to arrive a little bit early, so push that timer up. Man, Jose on 2 items. Yeah, you were talking about how cheap like the Sejuani items are, so Sejuani can match, but I feel like this Nefiri shreds with the cleaver, Voltaic as well. Stack up your Conqueror, see if they can move in. Okay, they've already got early priority on the lane brush here. Core JJ sitting and waiting with the Nico, threatening the Nico plus Shen combo.
Okay, there's your Twisted Fate ulti. Morgan also going to arrive now into the bottom lane of the tier 1. To answer the wave being shoved up now. The rest of Team Liquid's got to be careful though. Hosdioto chunked down to 1/3 HP. C9 grouped up as 5. Control over the river belongs to them. They still have the Scuttle Crab for the next little bit. Hosdioto on the backside of the pit, still thinking about trying to steal this one away. Quid gets tagged there by the Arc of Ruin. Public execution, diving into the back line. Defensive Pop Blossom trying to keep the mid laner safe. Blabber taking a ton of damage, but the Protoplasm Harness keeps him alive. Both sides firing back and forth as Hosdioto jumps in. Morgan makes space. Jose steals the Drake. Nobody dead yet, but C9's on the run. Team Liquid managed to secure the objective and move to Soul Point.
Whew, how chaotic it was too. On the re-engage, they go for it. Jose gets back in. They do smite, and that's a very early 3 dragons for Team Liquid, setting up the super early soul in this game. Here's a look at the engage though. So they start out, get a little chunk there. Sven goes for a poke on Quid, and they get the gold card stun into Ambessa. But the Shen shield does keep Quid safe, and he's able to use Proto Belt to gain some space afterwards too. But look at Morgan. We called it out. Not only did he stop the engage, he doesn't quite get the taunt flash on his Sven. I think that actually would have been able to kill Sven for sure right there if he just had the tiny bit of extra range. But even still, not getting the range on the top flash onto Sven, they still are able to get the objective and push Cloud9 away.
Exactly. Now there's that pressure on C9. 4 minutes from now, you must win the next Drake. Otherwise, you're staring at an Infernal Soul Team Liquid. As Blabber does have the Summoner Spellbook Exhaust. APA forced to flash away. If he got caught by the Tangle Barbs there, he knew he was doomed. Daejeon with that Hound's Pursuit would have been able to jump in right on top of him. Team Liquid again moving into the enemy jungle, trying to find the opportunity for picks, trying to catch Cloud9, lazily moving through unwarded areas, not establishing enough vision, but C9 stays safe enough for now. Twisted Fate losing that flash is even more painful when you still don't have rapid fire cannon, because you kind of need it sometimes to set up those gold cards. You can see he's got the slingshot in his inventory now, so he is working towards it now with the Lich Bane already completed alongside the Rod of Ages. So once they get there, again, I think that's when C9 is going to have more of an opportunity to make some picks, try to make some plays. But that clock I mentioned, that was 4 minutes, it's 3 minutes now, and it's not going to slow down. It's not how time works.
It certainly isn't, especially if you're on Cloud9's side. You know, so much pressure right now. Backs against the walls. Elimination point here. MSI on the line.
Their first international in potentially 3 years. It has been so long. Remember, we talked about it back in Game 1. This team has gone to more internationals than any other North American team. 13 international appearances historically for C9. The second place is Team Liquid, tied with TSM at 10. So if C9 wins this game and the next 2, then they'll move up to 14, that much further in the lead. But if Team Liquid wins this game, that means that they then move past TSM, they break the tie, and they earn themselves that spot at MSI alongside Lion. They earn the opportunity to play Lion tomorrow in the grand finals for the title here in the Mullet Arena for the spring finals, as C9 just continuing to buy time, farm up, knowing that the Dragon Soul fight in 2 minutes is inevitable.
Let that sink in, the weight of it. Jose, though, looking for a pick on the APA, and he's going to go.
Jumps in right after him, immediately gets gold carded. Wants to try to continue following, but no, APA gets away.
So they have, like you're saying, the timer here is a good time to like try and, you know, get some summoner spells. So Twisted Fate had the flash blown earlier, and so they're looking for it, see if they can get something else. The ultimates will come back in time for the dragon anyway, so might as well fish. Doesn't quite actually get the kill, get the money, but worth a shot.
He'll have the cooldown back in time for the dragon fight, so it's like, whatever, right? As long as you still have it when you need it. Level 15 for Morgan, not particularly close to level 16, so not the final level of the Stand United, probably when this fight happens. Bottom lane, you do have that Muramana now completed for Jan. Sven has the Fiend Hunter bolts. This is the item that works so good with champions, with 80 carries who are ultimate reliant. This is your chance. If you pop that Transcendence at the right time, you can pretty much insta-give somebody. But Sven is going to have to do that DPS that the Hyper Carry is drafted for if they want to win this next team fight.
Okay, Twisted Fate comes down as well, joining for the Dragon. So Team Liquid, they're going to keep Shen split pushing up on the top side, ready with the ultimate, while the rest of the team hovering in river, buying some time. And we're still 30 seconds ahead of their rival of the Dragon, but they want the vision first.
The TP is already coming in there from Morgan. He arrives with the big shield. No rapid fire cannon still for APA. As Team Liquid takes control over the Dragon Pit area, but critically it is C9 with that Scuttle Crab they already secured, giving them that unmovable vision over the small circle. Blabber, the HP bar slowly being chipped away, down to about 100 here as he continues taking damage from the Darken Dagger bleed. Jan fires the Mystic Shot over the wall, hits a target, knows somebody is there. TL gonna send Morgan over. The shield has worn away now from the Empowered Teleport. Thanatos gonna be spotted, forced to move away. Nice stun coming out from APA, they find a target. Core is taken low, but the Stand United keeps him alive. C9 nearly finding a pick. They get it down to 5%, but it's not enough. Now, let's see if we can get anything else out of this Twisted Fate Ultimate. C9 continuing to try to fight forward. They don't want to let TL away with this, not with their support at 5%. TL continuing to try to push C9 back. Thanatos and APA trapped in the pit now. Here on the front line, Morgan gets a taunt. Thanatos with a flash away, he's staying alive. Thanatos gets out, still trying to escape, but Quid gets the kill. Team Liquid has found one. They've taken the Infernal Soul. Quid continuing the chase as Sven has to kite away. And yet again, it's Team Liquid with the team fight.
Cloud9, I mean, they forced J all the way back to base, and yet still Team Liquid stick around. They take the fight 4v5, while Cloud9 are trying to damage the dragon, and Flowers, they take the soul. Huge bonus here for Team Liquid. Again, you see there, J has to go back to base. His health bar had been depleted even though he lived. And so Morgan and Jose, they just walk right up. Morgan doing so much here, gains a lot of space. They focus in onto Thanatos. Jose hits him with the ultimate. They push them out. Meanwhile, Quid had been zoning out the bottom lane and is still there to close the door, finish off the kill onto Thanatos. The Victor, just this powerhouse of a wall on the outside. And TL win the fight 4v5, take the Dragon Soul as their reward.
In a game that the gold has been about 1,000 apart the entire time, the value of a Dragon Soul is so massive for tipping the scales in the favor of Team Liquid. But now we've got 26 minutes on the clock. No Elder Dragon to spawn for another 5 minutes from now. Baron is the big thing that should be on everyone's minds, and Team Liquid are starting to establish ward lines.
All right, Cloud9. Hope is dwindling for them. Games 1 and 2 handled by Team Liquid so steadily. And game number 3 already with the Dragon Soul on top of the gold lead, very confidently setting up the vision control around Baron. And just keep your Shen on bottom side. He's gonna have his Stand United soon. He's gonna have his teleport soon as well. So they're gonna have all the options in the world for Team Liquid. Blabber has been hovering on the side lane here. But honestly, Morgan's been playing it pretty well. Doesn't really overextend when unnecessary. Doesn't really open himself up as a possible counterplay. And since Blabber's on the bottom side of the map, Team Liquid, they're actually going for this just to start it out with Jose himself. Look at that, Nefiri versus Baron, just Nefiri and his own pet.
It's Nefiri and the puppies versus the big purple worm. The ward thrown into the brush there by Morgan. Spots Blabber and Thanatos. Since the jungler and the top laners down here. But remember, Blabber has the unsealed spellbook. He's going to make a teleport into his own jungle to try to move in and maybe steal this away. It's too little. It's too late. It's Baron for Team Liquid.
Well, Flowers, you get that feeling. TL are collecting everything on the map in game number 3 here. They are looking to sweep Cloud9 out of Arizona, out of playoffs.
Out of MSI, out of everything until Summer Split starts. Twisted Fate ulti gonna be popped again just to see what TL is up to. And now they will continue pushing forward with their Baron here for the next 2.5 minutes. It's gonna give them control over the Rift all the way up until the Elder Dragon spawns. Hosbioto targeted here, but immediately called the pack to dodge away from that public execution. A lot of damage from Quid, finds its way onto Blabber as Hosbioto jumps in with the bomb blossom from Core JJ to guarantee 2 kills. Team Liquid, they played it slow, they played it confident, and now that they've got a tank full of gas, it's pedal to the metal. 5v3 for the next 20 seconds as they force their way into the base.
They're gonna do it, Flowers. Team Liquid moving in to finish it.
C9 trying to defend here, a stun onto Quid, they take him low, but they can't take him down. The shield from the power siphon enough to keep him going. First Nexus turret already removed. C9 trying to stop it. Finally get the respawn there with the Vulcan. APA staying alive for now. Blabber here on the front line has to Arctic Assault back the other way. C9 still defending, but the Nexus turrets are gone. A nice stun comes out from the Glacial Prison. Still nobody dead on the Team Liquid side. Quid trying to fire back a little bit further, but Morgan assassinates Sven. The Nexus is down. Team Liquid is going to MSI. Team Liquid is going to the finals, and they will sweep Cloud9 out of Arizona.
Huge stuff for Team Liquid. They have regained their form at the correct time here, taking down FlyQuest, now taking down Cloud9, and marching their way towards a rematch with Lion. This time, it will be in the finals.
Team Liquid looking fierce, activating in playoffs when they need to most, starting to make those rumors about the TL Super Team feel real, showing what they're made of. Everybody on the team getting it done in this one. The third game much slower than the first two, but they got what they needed. They trusted Jose for those smite secures. They trusted Morgan to keep people alive with the Stand United. And then at the very end, as soon as they find the play, the game, the series, and Cloud9 split ends.
Team Liquid looking very good here. Quid back in form. What everyone was looking towards in the offseason, the most sought after pickup. They're able to get him in. He's delivering now.
What a showing from TL. They had to battle FlyQuest all the way to a Game 5 to get here, and now they have swept C9. They have a date with Lion tomorrow, and Kangas is standing by with Jose Diodo for an interview.
Thank you very much, Flowers. Jose, congratulations, a 3-0 sweep in the elimination match. Means you're going to MSI and you get a chance of a rematch against Lion tomorrow. But first off, I want to talk about that match that just happened. What was that like from your perspective? That felt like an email.
Yeah, it was fast. I don't know. I don't know. I think they didn't fight too much. I felt like they were giving a lot of stuff for free. So it felt pretty like soft, you know, to play.
I felt like you were targeted, especially in that game too, on the Trundle. You know, they all in on you multiple times. What was that like from your perspective? Because a lot of people were like, ooh, we don't like the Trundle here. So how do you feel like you were able to pull that off?
I mean, we saw it in LPL, especially it's good into Jarvan because there is no interaction. I don't know, I got bombed at one point and I was like, ah, damn. 3 times got bombed in a row and then I died like a noob, but it's fine, it was fun.
Well, hey, again, a 3-0, very, very fast series right there. And I want to give you an opportunity to talk first to the Team Liquid fans, because they showed up, they were cheering, let's go Liquid, all day. So what was it like for you being able to perform and give them a win today?
No, really funny. I think I love the energy of the people when they're cheering, you know. I didn't get to play on stage in NA anytime, so very funny. I love the energy, and thank you for everyone for cheering for us.
I'm happy you mentioned that you have never played on stage in North America. Do you feel like you feed off of the cheers from the team and the boos from C9? Those fans were booing you when you were walking out.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's very fun to play with the energy of the people. I think it makes the games more interesting, you know. When you're playing, it's like, ooh, big stage, you know. So I don't know. I feel like it's good for me. I like it. Very funny.
Do you feel like you can get used to being on stage in North America?
Yeah, I mean, the fans here are like very good. Like they're having a lot of fun too when they're throwing stuff, you know, it's very funny, so.
I'm going to talk about your next opponent because you get a rematch against Lion, and I want to get your thoughts on Inspired specifically because that's your jungle opponent. A lot of people consider him the GOAT of NA, but you were in the running for MVP. So what do you think about Lion, your opponent, and specifically Inspired?
I think he's a very solid player. I will say he's very smart when it comes to playoff. I think he changes all the play style that he's doing on the stage. So very funny to play against him. I think it will be a funny match. Yeah.
How are you going to beat him?
Just having fun like today, you know? Just do the same.
Just having fun, lower the pressure. There's a lot of fans out there, English-speaking as well as Spanish-speaking. Do you have any message for your LLA fans out there, since you're also representing a whole other region?
Gracias a todos por el apoyo, gracias a todos los que vienen al stage también, que hablan español y nada. Los quiero mucho, chicos, un abrazo.
Thank you so much. Congratulations on the 3-0. Give it up, everybody, for Jose. That's it from us on stage. Let's hear what the analysts have to say about that one.
My God.
Okay.
A complete sweep.
Stomp.
Big
A
stomp.
shellacking.
Where'd your broom go, Rez?
I mean, listen,
we already made use of it. At this point, it's doomed.
the conversation is going to be dominated about the undefeated team in regular season losing 6 games in a row.
Yeah.
But Team Liquid's improved a lot.
Yes, they have.
I think they found a formula that they're trying to repeat as much as possible, which is Morgan on weak side, playing through Quid in the mid and late game, and picking better scaling than the opponent. We saw it all throughout the entire series. The Zyricon in game 1 into the Nocturne, the Victor in that last game. It's really working for them. So we have to give credit to Team Liquid. We're going to continue to talk about the series, but for now, Kangas has Blabber for an interview.
Thank you very much. Blabber, thank you for doing this. I know it's tough after a loss to talk on the mic, but I just want to start off. What happened from your perspective in that 0-3 versus Team Liquid?
I think in the last game we just kind of, we had some really bad plays. We kind of had pretty bad plays throughout the series. I think in game 2 we should never have lost that grub fight. I think it was pretty misplayed on our end, and just a lot of misplayed fights, I think, in the last 2 series. And then also we just got caught too much. But I think TL just played better than us.
Sometimes that's what happens on the day. And I got to say, it's been a long time. The fans were definitely behind you, had a lot of faith in C9. Hearing that a lot are still behind you. That being said, it feels like there's this hurdle that C9 has struggled to get across lately, and that is the international representation. It's been a while since we've seen you on the international stage. So what do you think's going on there? Like, what do you think the reason is from your perspective as a player?
I'm not sure exactly the reason. I think that we definitely have been playing a lot worse these last 2 weeks than we have the whole split, but I'm not going to give up. So hopefully next split's our split to make Worlds.
3 teams get to go. What are you going to be working on yourself? And also, what do you think the team's going to be working on heading into summer split now to make sure that you can get across that finish line and finally make it back to internationals?
I think we are going to Korea because of the boot camp from Riot. So that's going to be really cool, and I'm hopeful that we're going to be able to practice against the best teams and level up from there.
All right, Classic Boot Camp now. You're not going to be participating tomorrow, but I still want to get your thoughts on it. You just played Team Liquid. You played against Lion a lot this split as well. Who do you think takes the Spring Split Championship?
I think it's going to be very close, but I think TL is going to win.
It's tradition, root for the team that knocks you out, right? Any final message you have for the fans out there that have been cheering you on? Cloud9 fans have been awesome and loud all day, and I'm sure they'll still be here tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks for coming out, guys. I really appreciate the support. This is my first time just on a stage in a while, with a lot of fans, so I really enjoyed playing here, and thanks for coming out. Sorry we weren't able to win, but hopefully you enjoy the finals tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Blabber. Best of luck in the summer. That's it from us. Back to the lounge.
Yeah, thanks a lot to Blabber for being able to
What a class
that
act,
interview.
honestly.
Yeah, that is tough.
I would be so mad after a loss like this. I would give the absolute worst interview. Like, that was so well done from him, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, really, really classy.
There are definitely some questions that are hard to answer in the moment, especially after a series like that. I think one of the hardest ones, like, I haven't been making it to an international stage. It's like, damn, I don't know. I was like, it feels bad.
If I knew, I'd tell you. I would have fixed it.
I thought I'd have it solved, all right?
But you know who did make it is Team Liquid.
The boys.
They're right here posing
The boys.
after qualifying. And I just feel like this is something, I've talked about on the dive all year long, and we did our preseason power rankings, talking about the idea that on paper, the team that you would think should be best in the league is Team Liquid, right?
Yeah.
And it feels like they are peaking at the right moment. Quid is playing so well, and they have really solidified their play style. So I do think it makes it so exciting for this battle against Lion, where they're going to be playing for the title and have an opportunity to get a bit of a revenge for what was a really close series a couple weeks ago against Lion.
I think also, speaking of pressure, like, as you saw the coaches coming out and, like, congratulating the players, you could just see how emotional some of the players were to qualify for an international kind of a... I know we've talked so much about, like, the external pressure and the fan pressure and their own internal pressure from C9, but that pressure was also very apparent on TL, especially with the interactions between the players and their coaching staff. And you could just see the relief kind of shedding off of them as they stepped up.
Yeah, even just in front of us, like watching them right after taking the picture, Spawn looked like he just like took a sigh of relief, right? Like that is a moment you really do want. And even going way back in off season, to your point, like I had them as first and then jumped off the train. I think a lot of people would have jumped off the train.
I think the moment you jumped off the train, they got better.
Yeah, which has been happening a lot.
So we're weighing them down, buddy.
I might have been a little bit too big. I'm putting on some weight, is all I'm saying.
I didn't mean it like that.
In multiple ways.
Player of the game in that last one does go to Jose Daejeon.
Raz for jumping off the train.
I'll take the dub as well, guys.
I jumped off at the exact same time.
You and I were both player of the game.
It's really more of a team effort than player of the game.
Yeah. Jose Daejeon has just been a star. He is a star.
Well, to me, the low point for me in the Team Liquid season was Game 5 against Lion in the upper bracket finals when they had a 2,000 gold lead on Yeon and didn't know how to advance the game. And then we had two of their players on pros, Quid and Core, afterwards talking about how they just weren't aligned on how to play the game. They haven't been aligned this entire year.
Yeah.
But then I feel like within that, in the next week, so much easier said than done. They finally aligned. Like Quid was talking about how him and Yeon had different visions of how to even defend a mid-wave. And Morgan couldn't connect with the team in team fights. And like Quid knew he needed to contest a mid-wave, but they didn't know how to do it together. And it really does feel like they have solved those things. Core on Engage and our player of the series, Quid, as the hard carry. They're playing around him so well when they need to, and he is absolutely excelling.
They are firing on all cylinders. And I want to point out, yes, just looking at how Quid has been playing in the last couple series, he has just been the same Quid we have known him at his peak when he was on 100 Thieves. But also, just the interview that we had on stage with Jose Daejeon, where any pressure-based question and how he's dealing with it, he is just completely judo flipping and pushing them away.
Yeah, and I think you can tell how much fun they're having as well, which is also something that I felt like it took a long time for TL to find a balance on, because they were like, maybe we're having a little too much fun in scrims and we need to buckle down. But I think talking to Quid last week, and he's like, yeah, I make those noises because I'm having a lot of fun playing the game. Jose talking about how fun this series was for him, and how the pressure kind of sheds off of him because of how much fun he's having. I think those are also really great signs for TL going forward.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And I mean, obviously there's been so much talk about C9 and they just lost 6 games to get knocked out and all this, but TL is also on 9-1 now in lower brackets on a run to the finals, and they got to play on Saturday. I talked on pros last week with Jose and Inspired, and they were talking about the idea that lower bracket is still the advantage because it's less stressful if you qualify into finals. You're going to be playing finals. Inspired's it feels better because I know I'm going to MSI. It's less stress. Yeah. But he still thought it was an advantage to play on Saturday, get used to the stage, get used to the crowd. And if you win on Saturday, you're really excited. You have all that adrenaline. You're pumped up. You're feeling great. And so that is going to keep that momentum rolling here for TL that is on a 9-1 lower bracket run.
What's interesting is that in a team meeting after a series, Morgan mentioned, and it was put out in content from Team Liquid, is if he felt that if they beat FlyQuest, that they'll win the league.
FlyQuest was the boogeyman for them.
Yeah, it felt like they were the boogeyman, the problem since EWC qualifiers. That was a major problem, a pressure point for them. And they have been playing stress-free the entire time. Even to your point, Emily, where he was what about the next series? It's going to be fun. It doesn't even feel like they're playing on a stage, really.
Yeah.
Let's look at the bracket.
Let's look at that journey.
There's only 2 teams
Wonder
left.
who's going to be playing.
Who's playing? It's Lion and Team Liquid. Lion beat Team Liquid and C9 to get here. Team Liquid has beat Shopify, FlyQuest, and C9 to get here. 2nd seed versus 3rd seed. Winner takes it all.
And the last time these two teams met, it was an absolute banger of a series.
Yeah.
It's also always super interesting when these two junglers meet specifically because they have such contrasting play styles, and I think both of their teams really play to that. So I'm really looking forward to it. 5 games, please.
Please.
It should be amazing. That is going to be it for us here today. But for fans that are there in Arizona, hang around because we are going to be having a press conference with our finalists very shortly. Stay there, check that out. We will be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific for the spring finals between Lion and Team Liquid Alienware.
Hour before that, though, we're starting waiting room. That's when the games start. Oh! So noon and 3 p.m. to watch us.
You better be there for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're done now.
See ya.
Goodbye.
We're done. Goodbye.
Teams ready to play. Only one gets to go forward. It's the battle of the blue here with C9 going up against TL. This best of 5, I cannot wait.
Jarvan ulti.
Both have my Peter.
No flash.
I can ulti.
They use
ulti.
They use a lot already. Look at Six. Oh, nice ulti.
Nice. He's gonna take the Porter. You get it? Nice job!
Team Liquid almost averaging a kill per minute in a professional game, in a series that will qualify you for MSI if you win it. These guys are locked in.
I think it's kind of same as last time. I can shit on.
Send your ulti. I'm fine. Fine.
You don't understand here. I can chase. I'm based on the flash. They're getting
Give me ulti.
Keep going. I'm based on the flash. I'm based on the flash. Nice. Almost enter, but okay. I think we can
Drive, yeah.
Tower. Process again.
Let's see if we can.
I place 5 seconds.
Send you no flash.
Open nice. Not done. Guys. I'm happy. Tower. Let's lock this. Nice.
Huge.
Team Liquid is going to MSI. Team Liquid is going to the finals, and they will sweep Cloud9 out of Arizona.
Don't wait on me. I'm already gone. Don't pray for me, 'cause I'm already done. There's a chemistry. I see it in her eyes. Don't follow me tonight. That way madness lies.
Hello and welcome everybody to the post-game press conference. We just saw Team Liquid dismantle C9 in 3-0 fashion. And now we're going to get their thoughts as well as Lion's thoughts who are watching the log. I want to get your thoughts first. Dokla, what were your thoughts? 3-0, was this your expectation or kind of where are you at right now watching that series?
I mean, it was enjoyable to watch as a C9 hate watcher, so that's all I'm have to say. I'm glad we don't live in a world where C9 makes MSI.
Hey, Vulcan still got MVP though, so just saying. Let's get thoughts over here. Team Liquid, Quid, what are your thoughts coming out of that series? We haven't heard from you yet.
I feel pretty good. I think we play well as a team, and we enjoy to play each other. Yeah, I'm really happy.
Well, Dokla actually made an interesting point there because C9 and Vulcan have been talking a lot. Specifically, Vulcan was saying that they don't want to live in a world where Jose is MVP. So do you have any defense now that you just took down Vulcan in C9? Do you want to build up your jungler Jose at all? Or Jose, I guess you can just do it. Yeah, let's just hear from Jose.
Nah, I don't care.
All right. Well, hey, you know what? Cool. Cool guy, Jose. We're going to have some questions here from the press. I have some questions online as well. So let's get into it. You guys ready to get into it? Shout out the fans, by the way, that stuck around. There's a lot of them still in the Mullet Arena here. So up first, all right, state your name and what your question is.
Hi, my name is Miss Chum Chum. I'm with Summoner Sofa Media. I have a question for Inspired. Inspired, I heard earlier you were saying that you saw some people who were trying to copy your playbook. You see them watching. I want you to call them out. Like, who is copying your playbook? But also, does that apply any pressure with you going into finals? And like, what are you gonna spice up the draft, spice up the champ select with?
I mean, I don't think that affects our or my game, I guess, or our game. I think usually teams try to copy the team that is winning, or at least like try to put some sort of like watch our game and see how we are winning and try to do similar stuff. Yeah, I think watching even Team Liquid games right now, I think they realized a lot about the mistakes they were making. I think that's why they are on a really good run and their games look very solid. And I think watching from outside, I can see a lot of adjustments that they made. I don't think people copy it necessarily because of me, but because I'm on a winning team for a while. And as I said earlier, usually if the team is winning, you look why and try to do stuff that they do well as well.
Do you feel like Jose copies you at all?
I wouldn't say it's jungle perspective. I think jungle is a very easy role. You just farm minions, but more from like team play perspective.
Okay, cool. Thank you for the question. All right, next one.
Hey there, this is Jay Silver with Jay Silver Presents. My question is for Jose Diodo. If you were to win this game, you would win your first LCS title. What would it mean for you to go to the MSI stage a title champion?
I mean, it would be nice for sure. I think, I don't know, when I play, I just try to enjoy the series and not think too much about, like, I have to win this no matter what, you know? That's what I sort of did today, and that's what I'm planning to do tomorrow, and just enjoy the games and have a nice time. That's what we've been doing, and it's working out so far for us, so, yeah.
I like your answer right after the win where you're saying you're just focused on having fun right now. Because, I mean, it was your first time up on stage in front of North America. Actually, I want to get Morgan's thoughts here, because, Morgan, I know that this is also your first stage game, right? You had never played on stage before, correct?
Yeah.
What was that like for you?
뭐가 남았냐고? Yeah, this is my first time like show. There's many crowds, so yeah, honestly, a little bit anxious, like nervous, but after one game on, I just enjoy the game, just enjoy the mood. So yeah, it was very exciting play today. Yeah.
Played great. All right, we're going to take one of our online questions now before we get to some of the press live here. We have one that's from Arsh from Neymen. This one's for Team Liquid Jan. There's actually going to be two of these. So first up, it's for Team Liquid Jan. So let's pass the mic to Jan. Having 3-0'd them convincingly, do you feel that the hype around C9 was contrived after regular season? Some fans are saying that they were industry plants without any significant wins. Do you agree?
To be honest, despite how much that C9 gets bashed for choking, etc., I think their understanding of League of Legends is actually quite high as a team. I think they probably folded under pressure this time around. But yeah, I don't think they're a weak team by any means.
So you don't think it was a meta read or a execution thing? It is just kind of nerves and being on the stage again?
Yeah, I mean, their base understanding of League of Legends is definitely one of the top teams. I wouldn't say they lack on how to win or anything. I just think the pressure got to them.
Interesting thoughts. Thank you for that. Actually, yeah, we'll come back to Arsh's second question here. Let's get one from one of the press here.
Hey, this is Cloud Sitke from Cloud Media. My question's for Core JJ. There was a lot of community discussion about the fact that you won third Team All-Pro. Some people felt like this was one of your weaker splits and you didn't really show as much as you did in the past. But here you are, you just beat Cloud9 3-0, you're playing a lot better, your recon looks incredible. How have you managed to go from the regular season where people weren't necessarily sure about your play to now making it to the finals, making it to MSI again?
I mean, it's always hard to judge how good support player is. Like usually, winning team support is doing the best, and we didn't do the best in the regular season. But at this point, like I don't mind too much about getting third team pro. I've been through a lot of the better one. Only thing I want right now is like winning the final tomorrow, and be part of support player in the first team.
Who needs first team support when you've been MVP, you've won multiple titles? So, all right, we're gonna go back to one of the online questions here. This one's for Saint over on Lion. So if we can pass the microphone to Saint. This is also from Arsh from Naymen. As the tallest player on stage, do you think your height will give you an advantage in the finals tomorrow?
Definitely no, because if you are tall, then like your sensitivity is more long, so.
Oh.
No.
Your arms are longer. It takes longer for the brain to send the message to the fingers. So what you're saying is that you're the most impressive player up here because your height doesn't inhibit you. It doesn't stop you. All right. All right. All we know is that Raz does not have that excuse.
Thank you.
All right, let's take the next question from Live Press.
This question is for Dokla. It's Paul. Dokla, just overall, it seems like you find ways to elevate when the time comes, especially last split, this split, and throughout your career. What is it about this split that seems to be like elevated, with Castle coming in and just being able to up your play as time in clutch time comes right now?
I think during regular season and the time I was slumping, I just had a bad mentality. And after I had a chat with our coach, I adjusted that. And ever since then, I felt like I've been playing a lot better. So it's just a mindset for me. And I was able to lock in, I guess, when it mattered. So, yeah.
You've always been a very blunt player, and I think that's what a lot of fans appreciate about you is the honesty that you bring to interviews. So is there like a fire lit under you when you see this other player ready and waiting to go on the team?
Yeah, I mean, they're coming for my job. So, it's like, of course I have to perform. And it's a team, it's a sport. So obviously, if you play bad, you're going to get cut. So, yeah, let's have lit a fire under my ass for sure.
Bright lights merchant, show up when it matters. All right, we're going to take another. Yeah. We'll get a round of applause for that one. This one is from Luis Mario Reyes at Sheep Esports. This is going to be a question for, I believe, wait, let me just make sure I have this one correct. Yep, here we go. Question for Team Liquid Jose Daejeon. So if we can give Jose the microphone. How does it feel to be the first LATAM player to represent the LCS in an international stage since the LCS was established?
It feels nice for sure. I think a lot of players, when we were younger, we were never thinking like we could beat LCS throughout the time. So it feels nice to be here and be one of the top teams. So far, so good. I think it's a very proud moment, but I hope I can make it from the first seat, not the second. So.
Do you feel the support from the LATAM fans?
Yeah, I mean, they love me, so I always get a lot of messages.
There's one thing I've never actually understood. Since you have the mic, I'm just going to put you on the spot. What is the story behind the Tuki meme? Do you know what I'm talking about? It's like the frog that they always go like Tuki time or something?
When I started streaming like 5-6 years ago, I will have like a pattern that I always say Tuki when I did a good play or something. So people stay with it for a lot of time. And now it's like I have to explain it many times. So it's kind of like I don't do it that much because I stopped doing it. But yeah, that's why.
Quid, have you ever heard him say Tuki in a scrim or a match or any time?
Not really.
No. We got to bring that back. That's good. Do we want to hear Jose say Tuki in a player comm? I think we got to bring it back, Jose.
No, it cannot be back. It's old meme.
All right, looks like we have another question here from the live press. So let's take that one now.
This is Cloud again. My question's for Saint. In the past, in the beginning of the split, I talked to your coach and I talked to Inspired, and they mentioned that one of the things they were working on is when you have a lead, which you're very good at getting, is figuring out how you want to play the game and how you want to lead the game. and they felt like in a lot of the games you didn't really do much with your leads. You didn't know how to convert them. But now coming into playoffs, we've seen you actually do that. So how have you improved on working on that?
First, we just talk a lot. Like after the scrim, there's a story like I was like doing 0-3-0 like Nvidia game, and Inspire say something like during 10 minutes, I was lay down and just heard like during 10 minutes, and after that we just talk a lot and find the answer. So we just getting better like every scrim.
That's awesome. Okay, we have, I think, some more live ones as well. There's one more online, but let's take one of the live ones first.
This is for Yeon. Yeon, on Asset Day, CoreJJ told me that you guys were there's a lot of disconnect between the tempo you guys were playing and making world-class plays and scrims and everywhere else, and it was just a matter of like finding the right time to put it all together. Do you feel, what was the kind of ways it all came together, especially now, especially how well you guys are playing right now?
Could you say the question one more time? Sorry.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like, at the beginning of the year, it seems like there's a lot of disconnect between the tempo you guys are playing and just making world-class plays and scrims and other moments of brightness, so to speak. What has been the key for making everything just come together right now?
I would say the reason for our failure of like not being more connected, I think, really has to do with being somewhat of a newer team. I think a lot of our ideas really clashed against each other at the start. And I think the vision that we saw in the game was not very, I would say, the same. But I think as time goes on, we keep talking about how we want to play the game, and I think we've aligned very well compared to like the start of the year, I would say.
Awesome. Thank you for the question. I actually have my own question I want to bring up to one of the line players, because I'm realizing earlier I mentioned that Morgan had never played on stage before. Can we give the microphone to Isles? I want to hear from Isles here, because I've loved your story so far this year. It's been a fantastic journey for Isles, mentioning how like you've never gone through the upper bracket, you've been in lower bracket before, and this is also, I believe, going to be your first time up in like a finals on stage, correct?
First time in LCS finals, yeah.
First time in LCS finals. So how are you feeling right now? Where are you at emotionally? Are you nervous? You feeling ready?
To be honest, it's a bit of a weird feeling, having this much time off and like literally going to fly to a venue, and we haven't like played scrims recently for a while. It's a bit like feels like an international break. It feels like kind of what we were looking towards for first stand, but we haven't really had that scrim practice and that consistency of schedule. So it feels a bit weird, to be honest, to think that we're going to be playing tomorrow already. And yeah, I don't know what it's going to be like. Just playing from a new setup, sometimes it can feel uncomfortable, but I mean, obviously it's exciting to be playing in front of fans. And when I was in Brazil, I was playing in front of fans, but not really fans of me. So it's nice to think that there'll be fans here, at least to show up for us.
Does it make you more confident knowing that C9 didn't give Team Liquid very good practice today?
I mean, to be honest, it was maybe an eager hit to me. I thought we were the GOATs, but it seems like C9 are just the worst.
Whew. Sorry to C9 fans out there. I see a lot of jerseys still. I pass the mic to Berserker, though, because Berserker, last time we saw you in a finals, you won. Yeah, round of applause for Berserker, everybody, as well. Last time in the split finals, of course, we just saw you all take the lock-in tournament. But what advice do you have for Isles? Taken to the stage for the first time. What do you say for your support to help calm the nerves?
Can you say again?
What advice do you have for Isles being on stage for the first time?
Advice to Isles? I mean, just play better. Just don't die for fun, and yeah, let you enjoy. Yeah.
Play better, don't die for fun. Do you feel inspired, Isles?
Huh?
Oh, sorry, yeah, that was confusing, I understand. All right, let's take a question from
All right, we
From the
actually
audience.
have a fan question.
A fan question. Ooh, okay. All right. In a Team Liquid jersey. I see where this is going.
All right, so this question is going to be for Inspired and for Dokla. So looking a little bit ahead to MSI, TL's not a known quantity internationally yet because they haven't had a chance to compete. That'll change at MSI. But you guys, you competed at first stand, limited success, a much more competitive pool. Looking forward to MSI with the number of teams that are going to be there. What adjustments are you guys looking to try and make? I mean, you're talking about boot camping and stuff like that. What is your expectation for MSI?
Personally, I didn't think about MSI yet. We have a game to play tomorrow, so I'm not really sure yet. And who else was you want? Dokla?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of on the same boat. One match at a time. Yeah.
Yeah, whether you're first or second seed really changes what MSI is going to look like because you'll have to go through play-ins as the second seed. So, yeah, I'm sure your question will change depending on, or your answer rather will change depending on what happens tomorrow. It looks like we have some more press questions. No, not right now. All right, then I believe we have one here from the broadcast. So we have one for each team. Let's start with Team Liquid. So this is a question from the broadcast for Core JJ. If we can pass the mic down to here. And these are going to be a bit of mirrored questions. So what do you see is a Lions win condition?
Farming, and win.
Farming, and win.
Yeah.
Okay, so winning is part of the win condition. Do you feel like they farm too much, or is it just this is one of the many styles that you can approach League with, and they do it quite well?
I'm not sure. Like I don't have like specific the ideas how they want to play. I think they just like eating something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hungry Jungle. Inspired. I feel like the farm, win, I'm just going to take a hunch, might have something to do with the jungle style of Lions. So what are your thoughts on that?
Not sure. I mean, if we're gonna decide we should farm, then we'll farm. And if not, then we'll probably do something else. I don't know. It's a pretty weird answer.
Yeah, you can't let them just know the game plan. Now you got to switch it up on us.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, you can keep the mic because the next question for broadcast is actually for you, and it's the same question that they gave Core JJ. What do you see as Liquid's win condition?
I think laning is probably their favorite and their best part of the game, so I think they for sure focus a lot on having good matchups. I think seems like their prior of Zyra Khan went very high. I feel like they play really well on that champs. Doesn't matter the matchups they pick it into. And yeah, I think looks like right now they're playing a lot of comfort champs, and it seems to be working well for them.
All right, so laning as the strength. Core, can you pass that mic to Jan? I want to hear from Jan, because when it comes to laning, the two of you been on a bit of a tear in playoffs. Do you think that you're going to be able to get the better of Berserker and Isles in lane?
Sorry, could you say the first question again?
Do you think that you're going to be able to beat Berserker and Isles in laning phase?
Laning phase is weak these days.
Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, if we win, we win. We lose, we lose. Maybe we win.
All right. Do you have to win lane phase to beat them, or is the team just going to carry you?
No, it's just whoever wins the dragon fights. That's always what it comes down to be honest.
All right. Well, great to hear from you. Great to hear from you over here on Lion. Any other interviews or any other questions from the press? All right. I believe we might have one more for Lion coaching staff, but we might be able to get that one off stage then. Perfect. All right. Well, everybody in the audience, thank you so much for sticking around for the press conference. Give it up. Make some noise. Team Liquid versus Lion. Thank you so much, everybody, for being up here on stage and answering all the questions. That was fantastic. But that's it from us here for the Saturday broadcast of the Spring Split. We got finals tomorrow. You won't want to miss it. See you there.
Don't wait on me. I'm already gone. Don't pray for me, 'cause I'm already done. There's a can